Why are you like just like off the rip? You're just like pushing my buttons, bro. What's going on, chat? Good morning. Hope y'all are having a good one. We gym already? No, no. I'm not getting up that early. I usually get up at 8, so with the stream starting at 9. I might go to the gym after. I might go to the gym afterwards. All right. YouTube chat is set up. I have to do one thing I forgot to do. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the gym after the stream. We'll see. I might just make today my off day though. To be today, with the plan is probably to make today my rest day, and then I'll go on Monday. That's probably the plan. I'll actually get to bed at a decent hour tonight because I'll be legs day on Sunday. No, I do legs on. I do legs once a week on where do I go? Friday. What do you think about playing RB with Gardevoir today? What is RB? Just headphones are those HD 6050s? They're 6050s or 6060s. Yeah, 660s. Once I'm playing nice try, Slap. Alright, stream starting up soon. I mean, I don't know when the first round is gonna start. Probably like 30-ish minutes afterwards. We'll see about that. We get the gameplay. There we go. We're just gonna be waiting on oh. Man, let me switch over to what was the last major I watched? That's how I did it. How are you managing to stream and play in Atlanta at the same time? You know, I'm just built different. You wouldn't understand. No one understands. Is Chip casting or playing? Chip is casting. How come you don't compete as much anymore? I just go to tournaments I want to go to. I was gonna go to Atlanta, but then like 2 weeks ago I was like, I don't want to go to Atlanta, so I didn't go. That's about how it's gonna be working for me moving forward. Is Snow, Sync, Chi, and Pow gonna have gonna have more play like Bungabu did? I don't know. Wait, that's a timeoutable offense, actually, Eduardo. I'm sorry. Is that a timeoutable offense? You're asking about. You're not asking me about a future card. You're asking me about future formats. That's a timeoutable offense. I can tell you in this format, I won't see any play. Future formats, who knows? What do you play if you went to Atlanta? D's United Wings. I take off a 4-round 6 last night. How'd the tournament go? I lost in top 8. Golden go with the Caesar is just too much. How'd you on sleeper for Atlanta? Probably not. It won yesterday tourney. Yeah, I saw that. It won the Doom tournament, right? Probably not, but I think Hydreigon. I think the way to actually think about it is well, it just makes sense, right? Because we had rotation, so less cards. Is that necessarily true though? Because if everything has more cards, everything's more powerful. Maybe at least the way it worked for this rotation is the power level, the power ceiling in the card game definitely went down. I don't want to say that's like true for all rotations because no, I guess like that makes, does that make sense? The bigger the card pool is, the higher chance there's going to be something of like a power level 10. But now after rotation, everything's like a power level 8 or 7. So the thing is, yeah, at least with this rotation, I would have to think about it harder if this is something I think happens with every rotation, but at least for this rotation, the power level across the board kind of went down for sure. So stuff like Hydreigon, and that's why it feels like there's so many decks that are playable right now, because the overall the decks at the top aren't that much stronger than the decks in the middle and the decks at the bottom, or not as strong as they were like last format. So yeah, I don't think Hydreigon's a sleeper play for this weekend. It'd be cool if it is that good, but decks like that can compete a lot more regularly, or will pop up and win some of these bigger online tournaments because yeah, the overall the power level, the ceiling of the power level is just down overall. So I was your top 8 match last night, trying to figure out my win con after Monkey Confusion game. One felt impossible at 4 a.m. I assume you had boss left, Pokejon, but did you have Switch left? Or was Switch prize? Well, Switch wasn't in the. I didn't see Switch in your discard pile. So it was yeah, it was Switch prized. If Switch wasn't prized, you misplayed by recovering your own Monkey Dory, and you could have recovered Scyther and switched into Scyther. If not, you just need to attack sooner. If Switch wasn't prized, you just need to attack on the first Confusion and hope it. Well, maybe not the first one. I'd have to go back and look at the math. Appreciate 24 months there, Feel Goodians. You maybe did have to attack on the first Confusion though. Appreciate 6 months there, United Kingsman. I had Switch in deck and realized my mistake when I drew it. Do it. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that was your play. Your stream quality got toned down to 720p max. It shouldn't have. I mean, I'll go over to Twitch and check what I can set it to. Wait, what is my quality over on my stream? That. No, it's 1080-60. 1080-60 is available. If you join too early, it caps it. Oh, interesting. Is Shaman included in this format? No, Shaman comes out next set. Shaman comes out in 2 months. Is it 2 months? 2-ish months. May, June. Less than 2 months. Month and a half. What do you have played in this regional? United Wings. Whenever... Oh my gosh, the cards aren't tilting. Thank goodness, bro. Holy smokes. Wait, actually, they might tilt them with the other ones, though. The freaking skinny-ass cards are gone. Whenever you guys ask me what I would play in a tournament that I didn't end up going to, I don't ever have an answer because I'm not thinking about the game in that way pretty much ever. So, like, if I don't plan to go to a tournament, I'm not thinking about what deck I would play or would have played because I'm not going to the tournament. So that's not, like, my current... agenda or whatever. It's like not something I'm currently concerned with, so I don't think about the game that way. I don't think about the game in terms of like, oh, what deck am I gonna play at the major, because I'm not going to a major. That's why my answer is always something stupid like United Wings, because I'm not thinking about the game in that way at that time. Okay, gun to your head, which deck would you take right now? United Wings. I just don't have an answer. I'm not thinking about in terms of bringing a deck to a major tournament. You should 2 months there. King Brutality. So why didn't you play Turbo Wings Snorlax Block Turbo Control to Worlds 2024? I was actually told by TPCI if I played that deck they would ban me. So like if I submitted it into Arcanine, they wouldn't let me show up to the menu to play. So what deck did your group choose to play this weekend? I can't leak that now. I can't leak that right now. So I was currently playing to attend Worlds. Plan. Why aren't you there? Because I'm here. Is it 9 rounds Swiss Day 1? Yeah, they did hit the 9 rounds. It's a big tournament going down. Big tournament. You ever get FOMO about these big events? Sometimes. Not often, though. Not often, to be honest. Yeah, sometimes, though. Maybe it's going to be Grant's Regional. Is he playing? He's playing, but that's not going to be his Regional. I'm sorry. He might be able to get top 8. What's your prediction for this tourney? It's going to happen. 9 rounds day 1. 4 or 5 rounds day 2, I forget. Also on Timmy Super EX Sunshine Turbo Tempo Pile. It's not good. Timmy's been gassing that for a while, but it's not good. I appreciate they're starting the stream on round 4. If they showed us every round day 2, I wouldn't care, to be honest. Like the first 3 rounds of competition, the quality of play is going to be pretty low to begin with. Like, yeah. Are international players allowed here? Yes. They're open tournaments. I think Guardy will do here. Probably fine. What do you think is winning this regional? I don't know. We'll find out. Okay, what's the secret top player deck? I have no clue. It's just like not a thing. Is that still pre-rotation? Yeah, they were talking about Stockholm there. You'll appreciate 10 months there. Crunchy troll. Over under on your testing groups top 16. I think one of them will. What do you mean on whether or not they will make top 16? One of them will make top 16 for sure, probably. At least one. I don't love their deck choice pick, but it's like fine. If they ended up going with what they were talking about yesterday. You're gonna play this regional, would you be taking Tank Terapagos? I don't know what I would have played. After playing Raging Ball with Owls and without, what do you like more consistently? Like more consistently wins? Like more consistency wise? I mean, I don't think about decks in terms of consistency. I don't know. They're both fine. I think I prefer non-owls still. Are you for or against your new nickname being Chippy? I don't care. It's a card you'll miss and don't miss that went in rotation. I don't care. Yeah, I was literally thinking that, Luke. Why do they have the ones under the... Get rid of the ones, bro. Isn't it someone's job? Maybe it's like a program they have built to do it. Yeah, maybe it's a program they have built to do it, I guess. So it default puts the 1 in there. But, bro, the ones are tilting. That's so tilting. So we can still play the other 3 after rotation. They only rotated 1 of each card. So we can play the other 3 still? All right. Can you explain what you mean when you say you don't think about decks in terms of consistency? Consistency doesn't matter. Win rate matters. A reason a deck could be not good enough could be its lack of consistency. It could also be its lack of power. But too many players in the Pokemon community have a misunderstanding, and the only word they use to ask if like a deck is good or bad is consistency, which is just not relevant. Consistency isn't relevant. Win rate is relevant. Now, should you play another research in your deck? Is that the... If you're only playing 2 research, should you play 3? It's possible you should play 3, and that would increase the deck's overall consistency. But it's also possible you should play another counter catcher, and that increases its power. Counter catcher is not a consistency card, but that could be the missing piece. So just neutrally asking what is the most consistent deck doesn't mean anything, or doesn't matter. Yeah, it's irrelevant. What deck do I like more based on consistency? Like, do I like Noctowl Raging Bolt or Turbo Raging Bolt better? Which one do I think is more consistent? It doesn't matter. Who cares? Who cares about consistency? Aren't you competing at as many regional scenes, trying to transition to being a caster for official streams? Nope. And just because I don't want to. I'm about to consistently put my nuts in your face. Sure. Hey, Azul, couldn't stay for the whole tournament run yesterday. How's Trappos? It was solid. We hit 3 Golden Goes. Golden Goes is a tough matchup if they have a tech for the matchup. It's a tough one. We ended up losing to Golden Go in top 8, unfortunately. Is there a way for a future box to win Golden Go? I have no clue. I haven't tested the deck. You can make an argument that playing a more consistent deck, you would make more progress. But progress for what, though? Progress in what? I know Arc has been dead, but do you not put that up there? Oh, do they not have Arceus up here? What the heck? That is kind of trolling, to be honest. What's a good example of a less consistent deck with a high win rates? I don't know, because I don't think about decks in terms of consistency. I just think about them in terms of win rate, of how good the deck is. It just comes down to win rate. That's not 100% true. Sometimes I do make note of that, but I rarely make note of that because I just don't think about the game that way. That's actually not, that's not 100% true. A deck that, I think Lugia is actually a good example of that, of like a less consistent deck, but its power level is really high, so its win rate is really high, and it's a good deck. Some formats. Yo, appreciate the Prime sub there. Z-Easy. Well, actually, yeah, that kind of just came down to how popular like lightning Pokemon were, to be honest. In general, when I think about decks, I'm not thinking about how consistent they are. I'm just thinking about how good they are. But consistency correlates with win rate to some degree, no. Yes, but it's not. But so does power. But no one ever says, oh, what is the most powerful deck right now? Or which of these 2 decks is more powerful? You guys only use the term consistency, which means you're thinking about the game incorrectly. If it was more of an even split of you guys asking me power and consistency, then I'd be like, okay, maybe you are thinking about the games correctly. But because the only question I get asked about decks is consistency, then I know you're just thinking about the game incorrectly. Consistency can lead to a higher, but it's not like, yeah, the best way to play a deck is whatever gives you the highest win rate, and it could be playing another research. Let's say you have 59 cards for a deck. You have 59 cards for a deck. You're trying to maximize a deck's win rate. It's possible playing another research, which is we could probably argue is a consistency card, is the correct add, but it's also possible adding a counter catcher is the correct add. Counter catcher is a power card. Research is a consistency card. There are 2 different things that could increase our win rate. The question is which one increases our win rate the most, and that's all we care about is win rate. We don't care about consistency. We care about win rate. If I had to choose between consistency and power, I'd choose consistency. You obviously need a good blend of both. That's not how you should think about it. That's what I'm saying. You guys don't think about the game correctly. Derek literally is making my point for me. If I had to choose between consistency and power, I'd prioritize consistency. No, you prioritize win rate. You don't prioritize consistency. That's why thinking about consistency so much is just irrelevant. Stop thinking about consistency. Think about win rate. We care about winning games. We don't care about consistently losing games. It's like, oh, I set up turn 2. I set up turn 2 every game, but I lose every game because my deck does fucking dog shit. I can't do anything. I get my turn 2, I don't know, Dragapult, but then I fall apart because I play 0 counter catchers. I play 0 Iono. I just play 4 Research, 4 Nest Ball, 4 Ultra Ball. If you consistently get your turn 2 attack, but your turn 2 attack does 20 damage, like, who cares? Like, do you think Mammoth will do good? Probably not, but I am rooting for it. I am rooting for it, but it probably won't do good. It's too early to make Azul annoyed. Derek, I'm not trying to like flame you. I'm glad you said what you said because that literally is making my point. That's like a perfect example of what I mean. Stop thinking about consistency. Think about win rate. Just think about win rate. That's all that matters. I like consistency. It allows me to find cards like counter catcher. All right, I'm just gonna give up on you, Derek. You're lost. You're a lost cause to me. I'm not gonna push further with you. But yeah, just concern ourselves with win rate. That's the thing. We just care about winning more. That's what you always want to do. We're trying to find the best build of an archetype. Pick an archetype you like. Let's pick Raging Bolt. Now, okay, what's the best 60 cards to play in Raging Bolt? Just trying to understand because I'm new to the CCG, specific CCG. I don't have a way to explain it to make you guys. Yeah, all we care about is win rate. All we care about is win rate. You pick an archetype. Let's say we're picking Raging Bolt. We're picking Raging Bolt. Let's say we come to the determination if we want owls or not owls. Let's say we're playing with owls. We're playing Raging Bolt with owls. We know the archetype we're playing, right? And we're playing like a sub archetype because we picked Raging Bolt. We're also adding owls. We want to play with owls, so we're playing Raging Bolt with owls. We don't have a 60 cards yet, but at that point, all we care about is winning as many games as possible. There is a perfect 60 cards for that deck in any metagame. So for the next metagame we're going to, let's say we're going to a major tournament in 2 weeks. There's a perfect 60 cards to play of Noctowl Raging Bolt that will give us the highest win rate. Assuming we're trying to be competitive and just do the best we can, we just want the highest win rate. Nothing else matters. Win rate is the only thing that matters at that point, because win rate says how many games we're winning. So let's say we have a 67% win rate if our 60th card is a counter catcher, and we have a 59 card. Let's say, and then we come to a determination on a 59 card Raging Bolt Noctowl list. We have 1 spot left, and it's either going to be a counter catcher or a research. It's hard to figure out the number, so everything has to come through just like playing both cards and intuitively figuring out which makes sense. If we add a research, let's say our win rate is 65%. But if we add the counter catcher, our win rate goes up to 67%. Then the counter catcher is correct. Now we can't find that. It's not possible to find that number, but we just know that exists. We know that calculation can exist, right? So because we know that calculation exists, we know we're just looking for the perfect 60 cards, right? And then that's what we work with from there. We can't determine that the counter catcher is better than the research, and for sure put a number on it. So we have to just like play with both cards and see what feels better. But we know one of them is better. That's what we need to work with. We just know for a fact one of those cards is better. We know there's a perfect 60. We want to figure out what that perfect 60 is. Consistency doesn't matter. Power doesn't matter. Like a good way to look at, like, most of the decks that Tord's been playing recently are like high power level decks. And there's nothing wrong with leaning towards like more a high level power deck versus a consistent deck, whatever. Picking more consistent decks or more high power decks, there's no correct answer to that. As long as you're trying to do well, just playing a good deck. Sometimes the better deck is a more consistent deck. Sometimes the better deck is a more powerful deck, right? It doesn't really matter which one you play. But even if you go the more consistent route, if you pick a deck that's more consistent, it doesn't mean you should ignore adding power cards to a deck. One thing, there's like a perfect 60 out there. We're trying to figure out what the perfect 60 is. What do you mean by exactly by high power? Just go look at the deck that Tord played at Worlds. That's like a high power deck that isn't super consistent, but it has a lot of options, and they're good options. So you try and use that to overcome the deck's lack of consistency. You're not gonna be able to do one thing as often, but you can do many things You have the you can't do one thing as often, but you have the potential to do many things. If your deck only does one thing, your deck sucks. Your deck has to do more than one thing. It only has to do so much for how powerful the deck is, though. What I take away from this: ignore consistency and focus on problem-solving deck building. Say I lose a lot because I can't gust up liability, so fix that issue. I'd say, boss. Yeah, that's a good way to don't ignore consistency, Derek. Because like because consistency, you also want to play. You don't want to play more power than you need to, right? Yeah, but that's a good way to look at it. So problem-solving deck building, because that's my takeaway. Focus on improving how often I win by eliminating situations I can't win in. That's a good way to look at it. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Yes. I'm glad we continue this conversation because I thought you were just dismissing my response outright, and I was like, all right, well, I guess we can just leave it here then. But I'm glad we went further. That is a good way to put it, Derek. That's a very good way to put it. It's a good way to think about it. Good way to put it. And there can be an overkill of power cards as well. Like you don't see any Dragapult player playing 4 Countercatcher, right? But Countercatcher is obviously very good in Dragapult. But the 4th Iono is probably better than the 4th Countercatcher in Dragapult. Like, a lot of Dragapult players play 3 Countercatcher, right? I don't know if 3 Countercatcher is correct, but just like as an example, if you're going to play 4th Countercatcher or 4th Iono in Dragapult, the 4th Iono is probably better. And we would say Iono is a consistency card, and Countercatcher is a power card. So there is back and forth, but just the mindset that way too many players have, because I get asked these questions all the time, it's just like, stop focusing on consistency, focus on win rate. We'll focus on winning games. What do we need to play in our deck to win more games? But the way you put it is very good, Derek. So problem-solving deck building, yes, like that. Don't just put another research in your deck. I mean, you can start by putting another research in your deck. Like if you have 59 cards, and you're like, I don't know what to put in here, throw another research in. Who cares? But then from there, you're still looking for the best 60. Doesn't win rate mean consistency with a large enough sample size? You're not winning more than 50% if you're not setting up at least 50%. Yeah, but that's just not. People are talking about like consistency in the extremes. Every deck is setting up more than 50% of the time. Yeah, every deck is already. If your deck's not setting up more than 50% of the time, your deck just sucks. It's not even in the conversation. We're not talking about that kind of consistency. We're not talking about like Little Timmy's deck that plays 0 research, 0 ultra ball. We're talking about like actual decks. Every deck is consistent. Every good deck is consistent. But when we're fine tuning, it's not all about just trying to put another research in the deck. When we're fine tuning our deck, it's not about how do we get another ultra ball, how do we get another research, how do we get another nest ball in our deck. It's about how do we maximize our win rate, which could be the ultra ball, or it could be the research, or it could be the counter catcher, or it could be this, or it could be that. It could be anything. It could be a United Wings package. It could be the poison package. Doesn't focusing solely on win rate lead you to results-oriented thinking? Nope, because I don't track my win rate. But I know the only thing I want to do is win more games. So with the next rotation, what do you think will be the most? Okay, you're trolling me. That's a good thing you're trolling me because I was about to time you out. What do you think will be the most consistently winning deck? And without seeing my other 59 cards, should I include Counter Catcher? Probably. Counter Catcher's kind of broken. It's a good card. You can't go wrong with another Counter Catcher. When I don't know the other 59 cards, I'm definitely voting for Counter Catcher. Appreciate the tier 1 there, Derek. Welcome to the pack. Auto Zul's points, hypothetically, if you didn't set up 50% of the time, but the deck is insane. Has like 80% win rate. Anyway, you'd still play it anyway. If you didn't set up 50% of the time. Well, if you're not setting up 50% of the time, then you're losing 50% of your games. We need a higher win rate than that. But what you're saying is correct, yeah. If the power rate, if every time we set up we win, then you can play like a pretty inconsistent deck. Like if a deck only plays only playing 70% of your games is like if you just dead draw 30% of your games, that's not very good. That's a pretty high dead draw rate. Like you literally just lose. You open your opening hand and 30% of the time you're like, I lose, right? You can't even play the game. But if you literally win the 70% of the games you set up, then that's a decent win rate probably. You're describing Rapid Strike box? I think that deck. I don't think the deck dead drew that much. I don't know. He had like the Sob bull guy. He called for the squad. Yo, appreciate the 16 months there. Ferdy Lee. He called for the squad. He got the squad. It's best of 3. You can get away with bricks a lot of times. That doesn't track, Narc. You still want the highest win rate. Like, it's not. Yeah, you're not giving up losses because you don't know when you're bricking. If you brick 2 matches in a set, then you're. If you brick 2 matches in a set, you lose the match. You can't control when you brick. The win rate, best out of 3 doesn't change that you want to maximize your win rate. Best out of 3 doesn't change anything. We've had this conversation like multiple times. Like, best out of 3 doesn't change anything. Just because best out of 3 doesn't mean it's okay to brick more often. You don't know when you brick. Little matches, just top player versus. I mean, Bradner's playing against LDF. I don't know who Gabe or Hedrick are playing against. But then we have Fabrizio versus Ian. Fabrizio is a very good player from Latin America. He's like the most successful player from Latin America last season, and maybe not this season so far, I don't think. Maybe this season. Fabrizio is like top 5 Latin American player the last 2 seasons. Won the day 0 challenge at the event yesterday. Fabrizio did. Dude, Fabrizio's a grinder, bro. He's out here playing the challenges the day before the event, bro. You almost never see. I feel like you almost never see players like of that caliber like doing stuff like playing like the challenge before the tournament or like the cup before the tournament or anything like that, bro. He's a grinder though. That's why he's the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT. Gotta win the challenge. Send a message. True, true. Do Gustavo and Casiraga still play? Yes. To make day 2 of 90 games, you need 70% point accumulation. If your deck doesn't have that ability, it's bad. I'm slightly lower than 60%, and I'm just trying to raise my percentage. I don't know. I don't know what the number is, Pizza. I'll just give an example. I don't know if it's 70%. I don't know what the number is. I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't track win percentages. I wouldn't care about win rates. None of that truly matters, I don't think. Like, I think you have to play so many games of Pokemon and have like a system in place to make like those percentages actually matter. I just don't think that those things matter, to be honest. I think it just adds more noise, especially if you're someone who's trying to get better and stuff. I don't think like, I think there could be value to like tracking win rates in certain matchups, but like tracking your overall win rate and stuff like that just does not matter. I think it just adds more noise to you. Just play Pokemon basically. Like, yeah, all it does is add noise. It's not actually, you're not gaining anything from tracking your win rate or knowing your win rate or worrying about your win rate or stressing about it. It just adds more noise. And overall it's just going to be a hindrance to your growth as a player is my take on that. On the VGC, there's like 4K people are there. Wait, actually, there's 4K people? I can look at VGC standings. They have 783 players. Why are you capping, bro? There might be 4K people total. Wait, is that what you said? I think it's 4K total. I think it's 4K total, yeah. I was like, damn, that's a lot of VGC players. There's no way. Yeah, they must be talking about total competitors, like total competitors, because there's 2684 Masters TCG. Any plans to try the Blaziken Greninja deck? Eventually. I'm not just going to say no, because I am going to play with the deck. I just have no idea when. There's definitely 4K competitors. There's definitely 4K competitors. You think Fantano is gonna win Atlanta? Wait, is he playing? Is he playing at Atlanta? Also, it's with an F, not a PH. What the heck? If you were to go to Atlanta, what deck would you be playing? Quad, G and Pow. 2 good players playing 2 good decks. Would you look at that? It's gonna be a banger, folks. Off the rip with the Dragapult Mirror, Ian Robb. versus Fabrizio. Let me increase that quality real fast. Nah, Triff is winning at all. Dude, Triff didn't even go. You better roll dice off cam. True. Did you finish that Chi and Pao list from yesterday? I did. It's in the Discord, or should be in the Discord. Fantano not here, or he went 0-3 drop. If you look it up on PokeData, even if they drop, it'll show him. He's not there, no. But why not LDF then? Honestly, I'm kind of with you. I'm not trying to really watch a... Oh! Wait, did that matter that much? Oh, double Duskull. Wait, I don't even know if that matters, though. What matters in this matchup? Oh, double energy prize is probably big for both players. That might be the biggest thing here. Duskulls don't... No, Duskulls do matter. Wait, do Duskulls matter? Well, you want to get them down early so you can evolve them and get them out of range of getting KO'd by Dragapult, right? Honestly, the 2 energy for both players being prized is the... Do you care about prizing Badoo? Do you even use Badoo in the mirror match? See, I don't even know. Do you use Badoo in mirror? Dude, the freaking whole squad's sleeping on him, though. You're afraid of candy. All right, well, Fabrizio won't have access to Badoo. You could, like, not Badoo, though, right? Is that unreasonable? Do you just be like, oh, I don't think I use Badoo this game, and just don't Badoo? Probably prevent them from exploding on your cloaks turn 2. But that doesn't even happen, right? Nobody, it doesn't even do that. I feel like the deck doesn't do that. Oh, what the heck? Hello.
Fortunately, able to hear us, and because of that, we're going to be shuffling.
Oh, what the heck? They heard the casters. So they heard the casters? Dude, what is that? I don't know how I feel about that. The players heard the casters, so they knew Fabrizio prized double Badoo, or they knew Ian prized double Duskull. So then they reshuffled the prize card. I don't know. I honestly don't know how I feel about that. I'm not saying that's like a bad thing, but I honestly don't know how I feel about that. It just feels weird. That just feels like weird. So Ian plays Squawkabilly and EXP share. Now we have Squawkabilly and EXP share prize. Both players prize a Loke. Fabrizio still prized. Fabrizio prized more Pokemon. Now there's no energy in either player's prize cards. Dreepy, Drakloak, Duskull, Dusclops. I'm not sure. I just don't know how I feel about that choice of that being the resolution to that. I mean, obviously you'd hope that they just don't hear the casters to begin with. Whatever, mistakes happen. That's an interesting result to that. I don't know. That's weird. I don't know how I feel about that. I'd have to think about it more. All right, so it looks like we have Fabrizio going first. I honestly don't know if you want to go first or second in this matchup. I'd assume second, but I actually just don't know. You definitely want to go second, right? Because you go second, you get Badoo, and then if they don't get like a Poff in turn 1, then you just like make it really hard for them to play the game, right? It's that much harder to set up and play the game. Rip predictions? Oh, I got predictions. Predictions up over on Twitch for anyone who wants to put their Bulu bucks on the line. Are pink sleeves optimal for Pult? People have been saying that. Why'd they have to set up again? They didn't fully set up again. They laid out their prize cards, and then the casters made a comment on what was prized. But should they have fully reset up the game? I feel like they should have fully reset up the game. The casters made a comment on what was prized, and the players heard them. But then they know that those cards aren't in their hand. So shouldn't they actually fully reset up the game? That's interesting. I feel like it should be a full reset up, right? Because now there's still information gain, right? Obviously, it's a way bigger impact to know that something's prized versus not in the hand. But now you know cards that aren't in your opponent's hand, which is interesting. So it should be. I feel like it should be a full reset. I don't know. That feels cleaner. That would feel less weird. Appreciate the Prime sub there. Oh, I actually have a story about something similar that happened to me that I'll talk about after. Appreciate the tier 1 sub there, the fat muffin man. And welcome to the Rat Pack. We got plenty of prize cards. Oh, we got 12 prize cards for each player. We're all out of Golden Ghost. Unfair stamp here for Ian, it looks like. I don't know if we saw the A spec for Fabrizio. We'll play research, which is interesting. They both do have the research, yeah. So it's both pretty aggressive Dragapult builds, right? Pretty aggressive. I'm actually gonna tell the story while we're setting up here while Ian's setting up here. When I played against Sander in top 4 of NAIC, I knew I prized card, the supporter card, because I heard the crowd react when I put up my prize cards. But it's like, well, I was like, well, this just screws me over, because I assume he knows now as well. So I didn't say anything. I just assumed I was screwed. Yeah, I knew I prized Phoebe because I heard the crowd's reaction. I didn't say anything to the judges or anything. I was just like, well, I'm just screwed here, I guess. I didn't even like think about it. I don't think anything would have happened though. I didn't want to bring attention to it either though, and be like, I heard the crowd, because then if he heard or didn't hear, then all of a sudden it's like I'm just the one who's screwed here, I guess. I just know I know it's prized. He knows that he probably knows it's prized. Because I heard the crowd react, so I assume Sander heard the crowd react, and the only card that matters is Phoebe. So I was like, well, I think I'm screwed here. I might be screwed here going into game 3. But then I got the first knockout and it didn't matter. That's the only time I've ever well, it's the only time it's ever come up for me. I'm sure it's come up for other players at some point. Would you play against Sander again? I was playing Pikachu Arceus, and he was playing the Mewtwo deck. All right, so we have the Jack here from Fabrizio. Got some Dracloaks online. Hawlucha and Dragapult are the eye-ups here. Goes for the Hawlucha. Duskull making its way to the bench as well. Are we hard retreating to use Badoo here from Fabrizio? Oh, dude, that feels so costly. I've never played this mirror before, so I actually just have no idea how to approach this. Dude, that feels so bad. No energy attachment for turn. And then you... Oh, dude, Ian's getting aggressive out here. Just spawn kills the Badoo. I don't know if Ian's hand is dead and is just trying to play cards. But literally, Ian's not fucking around, bro. I think Fabrizio's on Crystal. Is he? Frame 1. Snipes the Badoo. Ian also retreated with a fire on the first turn, so whiffed an energy attachment as well. Ian's hand could be dead, and maybe that's why he made that play. We'll see here what else he has. I see a boss and a candy. Yeah, Ian's hand actually might just be dead. That's maybe why he made the play. And he did prize research, so he maybe knows he has the research prized. That's why he did that, possibly. Fabrizio cannot decide what to send up. Goes with the Duskull push. Is Ian's response just using Badoo, though? It might just be a Badoo back from Ian here, so... Maybe just did the Dusclops play to literally just get a prize card to play the game. Especially if you checked and knew the research was prize. Tord said the same thing about his EUIC game versus Szymanski. Oh, what did Tord prize in that game? All right, Fabrizio off the draw. There's an Arv in the hand. It has double Loke setup as well. And with the lack of Lokes on the last turn from Ian, Fabrizio knows he has the advantage here. Fabrizio knows he has the advantage. So all Fabrizio has to do from here now is set up. Just get your Dragapult and you're going to be in a good spot. Oh, but I guess like one thing here is, well, even with like what items would Ian have had that you're that scared of item locking again here as Fabrizio? Like do you even, as Fabrizio here, if you could get into a Badoo, do you? I don't know. I don't know if you do go into Badoo here as Fabrizio, even if you could. Now we're going to the Arvin. There is a Dragapult on the bottom of the deck. Oh, there's also a Badoo on the bottom of the deck. It is the Sparkling Crystal here from Fabrizio. Debating between Energy Search and Ultra Ball. That's interesting. Energy Search and not Vessel? That's interesting. Why would you... That seems not correct. That seems crazy. That card is so much more low value. Is discarding a card really that bad? Does that come up that often where it's like that hard to want to discard a card? Does he play Evo? No clue. We haven't seen any Evos yet, I don't think. Second Loke coming in. Looks like Arvin or Poffin goes for the Arvin. So no Badoo going to be happening here from Fabrizio. If he had been able to find Badoo, he didn't grab Rescue Board though. Oh, we did have a Dusclops here in hand as well though for Fabrizio. So if we had Badoo, we would be able to just like Dusclops into the Badoo. But I don't think Fabrizio's going to pop this Clops. I think you just take the Badoo hit here if you're Fabrizio. I don't think you're giving Ian Pheasantipity draw power next turn. And ideally, you want to leave Badoo in play for the rest of the game. Yeah, there's the pass. Okay. I was going to be like, if Fabrizio had popped Dusclops there, I'd have been like, I don't know about this. You know you have the advantage in terms of hand here. And board state and setup. The lack of an energy attachment for turn is still not great. The lack of energy attachment is not great here for Fabrizio. Oh, there's Candy Dragapult and Natasha Dragapult. Hold up. But no Crystal. We know Ian doesn't play Crystal. Ian plays Unfair Stamp. So still no attack this turn. Unless Ian does play Crispin. But I feel like I don't see Crispin in Dragapult decks like at all since Luminian rotated. Everyone's just playing either Unfair, EXP Share, or Crystal. Yeah, just Badoo Punch here. Again from Ian. Item lock continuing. Now with the Dragapult online, though, Ian's board state is looking a lot better. I still give Fabrizio the advantage, and we could see Fabrizio attack this turn as well. Got the Crystal in hand. We can pop the Dusclops out of the active. We could even maybe make it a Dusknoir if we wanted to. Lucha's already making its... Ooh, you could KO... You could KO the Duskull and the Dreepy off the bench here as Fabrizio. You could have a 3-prize turn. You could go attack with Dragapult, KO active, KO Dreepy with Lucha, plus Dusclops, KO Duskull. We saw Fabrizio almost playing the Hawlucha as the first action for turn, held off on it. So I feel like Fabrizio has all the cards in hand then if we're playing the Hawlucha like this. Or we're just gonna... Or we're going for the Fez plus the Dreepy. Interesting. Maybe we have a boss play in hand? Boss KO Fez would be pretty good here. There's the pop. Oh, just to kill the Badoo. Okay, maybe this makes a little bit more sense. You do leave the Duskull around for Ian. You do leave Ian with a Duskull. Research was taken off the prize cards here for Ian as well. That's huge. We'll have access to Pheasantipity. I feel like you push Duskull here as Ian now, though. Right? Isn't Duskull the push? Maybe there's an argument to push Dreepy. Oh, goes with the Dragapult. Interesting. Is it ever possible that Ian's like calling out Fabrizio's bluff? Like you don't have the attack? Fabrizio does in fact have the attack though. Oh, and the boss on the Fez. Oh my gosh, chill. Wait, if we have the boss here as Fabrizio, why would we KO the Badoo? Now I'm just kind of confused. Oh, because we want to KO the Fez, I guess? And we want to KO the Fez Dreepy. No, maybe it does make sense then, actually. Maybe it does make sense to actually play it like this. So 4-prize turn from Fabrizio, going down to 1-prize card remaining. There's a Duskull on the bench for Ian. So Ian needs to get this Duskull out, or needs to evolve this Duskull. Not get it out of play, but needs to evolve it so it doesn't just die next turn to an attack. No, I guess Dusknoir can't be popped anymore as well. Oh, Dusknoir can't even be popped anymore anyways. We draw 4 prize cards this turn and Dusknoir's not even a threat. KO Badoo. Yeah, so it makes more sense to play like this then, right? Well, I guess actually, yeah, because you can't ever draw 4 prize cards the other way. It would have been better to try and leave Badoo in play and draw 4 prize cards. But you can't do that. But if Fabrizio had been able to do that, that would have been better. Because then the Badoo can't evolve to like a Dusclops or a Dusknoir and get out of range. So he would have won, or am I trolling? No, he didn't have game. He couldn't win this turn. It's just like, what did he want to KO? I feel like that was a good play from Fabrizio. I like that play. I like that play. At first, I wasn't sure how it was going to play out. Lucha coming in from Ian, and then the research. I feel like Ian basically has to draw Unfair Stamp here. Does not draw the Unfair Stamp. I feel like this one's going to be over here pretty quickly. And Ian actually just concedes. With no Unfair Stamp drawn, Ian doesn't even want to see... oh, no, actually, we had no Dusclops either, though. Yeah, so we need to draw Unfair Stamp or Dusclops at the very least. Ian probably would have stuck it out one more turn if he had drawn it out to Dusclops. But did not draw an out to Dusclops. Do I feel like they need to change Fabrizio's player cam, or the player cam for the right side? It feels a little washed out, or is that just me? Why isn't Ian just scooping? Because he still had a win condition there. Ian could have still won that game up until the point where he didn't draw Dusclops. Oh, both player cams are kind of washed out. Yeah, they need to brighten this up a little bit. Yeah, Ian needed either out to Dusclops or Unfair Stamp to find Dusclops. Seems like there's a bunch of tech issues. Well, I guess, yeah, the audio. The the casters were too loud or the white noise wasn't loud enough in the player's headphones. One of those two. He couldn't Clops, right? He couldn't Clops, but he needed to evolve it to get out of Dragapult spread range. He wasn't going to use the Dusclops. He just needed more HP on the Duskull. Because there was one prize card left for Fabrizio. So if Fabrizio just attacks with Dragapult, he just kills the guy on the bench and the game's over. Appreciate the Prime sub there, Dot Card. Ian kind of looks like Azul with more hope in his eyes. Jeez. He's doing the Pod Shop. What do you think about that? I think it's a waste of time. They legit send white noise to the headphones of the players? Yeah, you have to. Yeah, I mean, you have to block them. There's no noise canceling headphones that are strong enough where you need white noise, basically. Honestly, I don't know who went first. I think maybe Ian chose second. I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, maybe Ian chose. I'm trying to figure out why there's 2 Dreepies on the bench if Fabrizio's going second. So I'm assuming Fabrizio went first, bench double Dreepy, pass. Fabrizio went first. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, prize cards here. Badoo, Dusknor, Dreepy, Drakloak, Buddy Poff, and Arvin. So nothing crazy. Prizing a Dreepy I feel like feels bad, but it's not crazy. If Ian only plays one Dusknor, then you don't have the Dusknor option, but it's not like that crazy either, I don't think. Appreciate the Prime sub there. Miguel Talks. Talks. Research there from Ian. We lost Fez. I think a Dragapult as well, maybe, and an Artisan. Doesn't want to give the Artisan over to Fabrizio there, it looks like. Yeah, welcome to the pack. Got plenty of comments, but we're all out of thoughts. Man, this isn't that powerful of a turn here from Ian. Did research, but loses the energy attachment again on the retreat. 10 damage to the active. Over to Fabrizio, though. Does have a Drakloak. I mean, that's what you want. You want Drakloaks. Oh, the Jack as well? I mean, that seems kind of good. Just double Drakloak here for turn. Maybe you want to go with the Iono, though, because you want to find energy for turn. So I wouldn't... Ooh, and you also maybe want to get into your own Badoo, right? To slow down Ian. I wouldn't hate trying to get into your own Badoo here as Fabrizio. So you maybe just play Iono. He's going to start with the Drakloak, though. 3P is solid. I don't think you're complaining about that. You could Jack for another Drakloak, but this means you're not getting into Badoo this turn. Now we're just not getting into Badoo. Oh no, you could get Dusclops. Hang on, you could actually get into Badoo this turn. You could get Dusclops, Drakloak, and then find Badoo off the Drakloak. Okay, actually, this seems fine. And honestly, do you ever just like take out Ian's Badoo here? Honestly, I feel like Ian's Badoo here has a lot of value. Because if you KO this Badoo, then Ian has to find another Badoo next turn if he wants to keep up the item lock. I mean, Badoo is what you want to see here from Fabrizio, I feel like. Energy's still good, though. Energy's good. Ooh, is debating. No, you take the energy for sure, right? Is that even a question? I feel like that's not even a question. But Fabrizio is giving this one some thought. You do have the Dreepy to go with the Drakloak next turn, but whiffing energy attachments for turn just sounds not good. There's the Dusclops. I don't think we'll see the Dusclops get popped now from Fabrizio. I think we might have seen it if Fabrizio had drawn into a Badoo. Then you pop Dusclops, KO Ian's Badoo, promote your own Badoo. But there's just the pass over to Ian. Once again, Fabrizio's turn 2 looking so much cleaner. Or looking really, really good here. Oh, do you see a Crispin there from Ian? So Ian does play the Crispin. Goes into the Arvin. Isn't item locked here. So we can see Ian use the Poffins, play the item cards. We see the Buddy Poffin come down. We're definitely going to see some... Dreepies get searched out here. Also searches out that EXP share. And here come the Dreepies for Ian. Ian is under a lot of pressure here going to this next turn. Pretty big hand size from Fabrizio. The biggest thing to think about with like Dragapult decks in general is just like how many cards have they seen. Hand size doesn't matter too much. But if you've used like, if you have like a 5-card hand, but you've used like 6 Drakloak uses over 3 turns or something, or 2 turns, that you've seen a ton of cards. So you know the hand is chock full of good cards. You know Fabrizio's got a lot of good cards. So we're going to the second turn of Drakloaks here. And we're not at like some ridiculous point yet, but... Fabrizio KOs the Badoo again. Duskull push. Oh, Fabrizio almost drew a card for turn. Into the Drakloak. Okay, we're good to go. I think he literally was thinking he was drawing for turn there. I'm not gonna lie. I think he was trying to. I think he was thinking it was starting his turn because he pushed his Pokemon to the active, so he was about to go draw for turn again. He maybe saw the card, but thankfully it's not a big deal. He's got Dracloaks in play. It looks like we're taking Artisan here. I think the other card was Ursaluna. No, it's Dusclops. I don't know how I confused an Ursaluna for a Dusclops. Dusclops is searched out here from Fabrizio. I don't think Fabrizio has the... Actually, that's like an interesting... Wait, that's like interesting again from Fabrizio. Because Fabrizio has attack in hand. Why you could have... As Fabrizio here, you could have... Oh, you have the boss, I guess. I guess it works out. You KO the Dusclops. Oh no, I guess it just still makes sense again. I thought we weren't bossing here. So I thought we were gonna punch the active and put 6 on the... But we have boss, so it's just like a broken turn. All right, over to Ian. Ian did not put Pheasantipity in play. Ian researched away Pheasantipity on turn 1. Could have benched it and had a little bit more draw power in play into the Lokia from Ian. I think Ian is just like missing rare candy here. There's Unfair Stamp. That's okay. Oh no, we're just missing the Dragapult. Yeah, Ian's hand. Ian has Candy, Crispin. Oh man, this is just not great. Where did that energy come from? Did Ian have that energy in hand last turn? Yeah, did Ian have that energy in hand last turn? For some reason, I feel like we had that last turn. Did we top deck that? It would have been weird if Ian hadn't attached that last turn. I don't know. Was it off prizes? Maybe came off the prize. No, I don't think Ian prized an energy this game. Maybe it came off. Maybe it did come off the prize. I don't remember what the prizes were actually. It could have come off the prize cards. Yeah. This is not looking good for Ian though. Again, Dreepy making its way to the bench. Rescue board to the active. Attach to the bench Dracloak. EXP share to the other Dreepy on the bench as well. We've already used the Artisan. Goes for a counter catcher. Is trying to just trying to stall. Ian's just trying to buy time. Brings up the Dreepy. And then into the Unfair Stamp. Man, I mean, I feel here as Ian, you basically are praying that this Dreepy gets stuck. I mean, Ian could... No, Ian can't even attack anymore this turn. We've already attached for turn, so we can't go Candy, Dragapult, Crispin. Oh, no, we could. No, we can't, because the Dracloak just evolved. Have we seen a Jack from Ian? Is Ian not playing the Jack build? So far, the Jacks look pretty clean on the side of Fabrizio. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, we did draw into Candy Dragapult here for Ian. Also, Ian hasn't played a supporter yet. So Ian could KO Dreepy here. You go Candy Drag... Oh, no, you can't because we already attached for turn. It's just run to Duskull and pass. Holds the Candy Pult combo in hand. I guess you maybe want to hold the Pult because you want to evolve the Dracloak to the Pult. It's probably the big thing. Immediately into the Artisan from Fabrizio. 3 prize cards left here for Fabrizio. Can Fabrizio win this turn? Lucha... Boss Halucha, I think, wins Fabrizio the game. Dusknor Halucha also wins the game. Dusknor Boss wins the game. So it is winnable for Fabrizio this turn. It is, I think it's pretty unlikely. Also because there's a high chance that Fabrizio probably only plays 1 boss. I feel like most Dragapult players play 0 boss or 1 boss. I have seen some people play 2. Fabrizio might be included in that group of players. Fire Energy, so we can retreat the active here. Rest of the hand, though, Ursaluna, Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher's not bad, though. You get back the Dusclops. You can KO the Dracloak off the bench here. Yeah, you could get Dusclops here, KO Dracloak off the bench. Moves all energy and draw power on Ian's side of the field. That sounds pretty good. The EXP share would also not trigger. Doesn't go for the... Interesting. Doesn't Night Stretcher Dusclops KO the Dracloak? I feel like Night Stretching for Dusclops makes a ton of sense in general. I feel like Fabrizio should have at least Night Stretcher for the Dusclops, right? Even if you don't use it? What are we saving that Night Stretcher for? Because if we just get Iono this turn. Here comes a Super Rod from Ian. Pheasantipity being targeted and Dracloak. Might get the fire energy as well. I think has a fire in hand, so doesn't need this energy for this turn. The question is how many more turns are going to happen? Are you going to be able to use another one? Why we're not removing the energy? Yeah, I don't know why we're not. We'd remove the energy and the draw power. I feel like that's pretty good. I feel like that'd be pretty good to remove that from play. All right, into the low from Ian. was a pretty snap take. Must be a good one. I feel like Iono, I guess because of Fabrizio's last turn, maybe Iono is an essential for Ian to find here, but probably want to. There's an Ultra Ball. Oh, is it going to be Ultra Ball for Fez? Ultra Ball for Fez. That's not great. That means we're still looking for that Iono here. I guess the question would be like, what else would you Ultra Ball for? A boss from Fabrizio wins him the game. Ian needs to pult. I don't think you're playing around boss here as Ian. One, because Fabrizio might not even play a second boss, and two, it's just like, if he does play a second boss, just if he has it, he has it. It's not that big of a deal. You just take the L in that situation, I think. If you can get another Dragapult out, sure, you want another Dragapult out, but I think something we have to stress here as Ian is to get another Dragapult online. There's an Ultra Ball in the hand here for Ian as well. Still no... We do have Candy Pult. We do have another Pult. Okay, we do have the double Pult plus the fire. We are getting the punch. We could take a knockout here. You could also avoid taking a knockout to not trigger Fezandipity. I mean, I feel like pressuring these Duskulls is probably correct here. We'll see. I guess it's another thing with Fabrizio not evolving the Duskull to a Dusclops is this turn you could have gone Dusknoir plus attack KO Dragapult, right? Now that's not even an option. Yeah, I mean, I feel like not popping I don't hate Fabrizio not popping Dusclops. I think that's the play I would have made. Would have been pop Dusclops, KO the Dracloak off the bench to make Ian work harder on the next turn. I don't hate not popping the Dusclops, but I feel like from Fabrizio here, not even evolving to the Dusclops feels really weird. There's the Nest Ball, so Fezandipity is on the way here. Let's see if we see another boss in the deck. Oh, I think I did see second boss. So it looks like Fabrizio is playing double boss. Yep, it's in there. So if we get boss here, game is over with Dusclops KO, Fez off the bench. Did Fabrizio really discard only 5 cards? I don't. Maybe. Wait, I don't know what situation you're talking about. All right, Fez draw for 3. Boss's game. No boss. Found Dusclops. There was a Night Stretcher in hand. I want to make sure I wasn't tripping. Only 5 cards in discard? I don't know if that's the way this game went. That's the way the game has gone so far. He's only discarded 5 cards. I mean, Dragapult, if you're not playing Research or anything, Dragapult really doesn't discard that many cards, right? All right, no win condition for Fabrizio this turn. So I do kind of see a path here for Ian to get back into this. If Ian finds like Iono Countercatcher and brings up the Fezandipity and traps it in the active, I guess another reason to not pop Dusclops on the previous turn from Fabrizio was you didn't want to get Iono'd lower. I guess you didn't want to draw more prize cards. That's like okay, I guess. KOing the Dracloak still seems pretty good to me. See Arvin coming out here from Fabrizio. Rescue Board and Ultra Ball being lined up. I don't think Candy Dusknoir is available. Actually, it could be. That would win the game here. Candy Dusknoir would be game over. There's the Ultra Ball, a couple Poffins. Fighting the dust. Just going for another Dracloak. Just setting up as much draw power and play as possible. All right. We do have Energy Attachment in hand here for Fabrizio as well. So we're going to build up towards another Dragapult, which we'll need because Ian's going to knock out this Dragapult maybe on the next turn. Like I said, I feel like the play from Ian here is like try and find Iono Countercatcher and trap Fez in the active. All right, second Loke, 2 more. Defiance Band, Badoo. Honestly, I have no clue. Both are not great here. Both are not great. Now we get the Evolve to the Dusclops. We have that as an option. We're not going to do it this turn. I wonder if we're going to... No, Fabrizio's not going to take a knockout here, right? We're just going to punch the active, maybe set up some damage on Fezandipity, or you can put 6 on the bench Dragapult. Probably 6 on the bench Dragapult, right? We also got Rescue Board to Fez as well. Now we're eyeing up Nitroture for fire, it looks like here from Fabrizio. I think you'd rather keep it. Oh, actually, I don't even know. All right, there's the punch. I assume it's going to be 6 to bench Dragapult. I mean, I like keeping the night. I don't actually. I mean, Ian can just go knock out Iono, and then Fabrizio could whiff Dragapult energy, right? I feel like that's the play now. He also has to whiff Dusknoir, because Dusknoir also wins the game here for Fabrizio. But now with the rest of your board on the Fez, you can't even go like bring up Fez, trap it for a turn. That's not even a play. Did he whiff attach? He chose not to attach. He chose to keep the Nitroture as a Nitroture, which I think is probably correct, because now Nitroture synergizes with either just drawing back into it is really, really strong here. Well, actually, I don't even know if that's that good. I was gonna say Nitroture can become a Dragapult or an energy. I don't think that's good enough here for Fabrizio. Like Dragapult energy 200. Oh no, Dragapult energy is enough. No, yeah. I like keeping the Nitroture around, to be honest. I like the Nitroture keep here from Fabrizio. There's the Ultra Ball for Ian. What did Ian get off the Ultra Ball? I wasn't even paying attention. Was it Dracloak? So Ian needs Iono here. I'm sure Ian knows that. Oh, we have the Iono. Okay, we're good to go. All right, Iono's played. Fresh 4 for Ian, only 2 for Fabrizio. Fabrizio just needs Dragapult energy, Ursaluna energy. Fabrizio doesn't need a lot. Yeah, there's not much that Fabrizio needs here to close this one out. I think Ian has a fire energy in hand. Might just hold it so that the Pheasantipity can't be gust trapped in the active, though. He'd get a Duskull down this turn as well. I wonder what else Ian is considering here besides just attacking. Why is Pult Energy a dub? Because you can pop the Dusclops. So you can go Dusclops, Pult Energy, 120, KO active, 320. There's 200 on the active right now. So it'll be just enough to get the knockout. So that's why I like saving the Nitroture, because you know your Dusclops is going to be available to you next turn. So with that in mind, yeah, knowing your Dusclops is going to be available to you next turn, playing for that play is pretty good. And we do have 8 on the benched. All right, 1, 3, 2. Pheasantipity's active. The Dracloaks are active. A lot of draw power here from Fabrizio. We have Artisan in play as well to shuffle the deck if we want. Chooses not to shuffle the deck. And there's Dragapult energy. Oh, we also had Arvin Ultra Ball literally in hand. So Fabrizio has game here. Eyeing up Dusknoir. It's just going to go the Dusknoir route, it looks like. Multiple ways to win the game here. Dusknoir knockout active works. And that's game. Fabrizio wins 2-0. A pretty one-sided series. I mean, this is everything I've heard about the Dragapult mirror, though. That looks like the Dragapult mirror to me, from what everyone's told me about how the mirror plays out. So it's a pretty one-sided affair most times. Not a lot of back and forth. Not a lot of parity in the matchup. You appreciate the prime sub there, Tian Goff. Welcome to the Rat Pack. Appreciate it. Is Mirror the Crystal player wins? In Mirror the Crystal player wins? I feel like you got to give the edge to the Crystal player, right? Because Unfair Stamp doesn't come online until both players have like established like decent board states. I would assume Crystal has the edge, right? Crystal or Neo Upper, like one of those two should have the advantage, would be my assumption. But I don't know for sure. But I think that tracks, though. I think that makes sense. It's just more energy acceleration, right? We say that Fabrizio's list was more consistent. Probably. Were both playing research, or was Ian just playing research? We didn't see a single jack from Ian. I don't think, right? We didn't see a single jack from Ian. We saw the jacks from Fabrizio. We saw research from Ian. We saw Squawkabilly from Ian. Yeah, we didn't see everything from both players, so we don't know anything for sure. But it felt like Fabrizio's list was. It felt like Fabrizio's list was maybe a little bit better in the mirror. It had Jack, had the Crystal. It felt a little bit better, I would say, in the mirror. But I don't know for sure though. Everybody's on the triple jack. All the jacks. I mean, if you don't have Lance, get Jack involved. I guess some people play the Brock's scouting as well, right? Some people are on the scouting. Someone enjoys Terrabox and Terrapagos, so I would love Pulse to go back to Crystal instead of Stamp. Bro, you should have to play your own Genesect, bro. You have to fight fire with fire. Put the Genesect in the deck. Get a rescue board on him. We're good. Fabrizio did play Scouting. Oh, Fabrizio also plays Scouting. That's crazy. Have we seen a meta breakdown? I don't think we've seen... Dude, literally all of the cameras are like... washed out. I'm literally, you know, I'm just gonna send a message to Chip. I'm not trolling, right? Like all the cameras look really washed out, right? All the player cams. Honestly, what about even the board cam? Is it me? Is it my computer? It's not, right? There's no way it's my computer. What about the top down? Like this looks fine. This looks bright. Yeah, like the top down camera looks great. Chip turns lights on. Well, it's not lights though. It's like a camera setting, right? It's definitely a camera setting. Appreciate the 82 months there, Dougie. Everyone looks pale. Yeah, white bounces off too. Yeah, white. I mean, it's like one setting is off, right? They forgot to like check one setting or something like that. Just one setting. One setting is off. I think it doesn't normally look like this. Oh, how did the player cams look though? Actually. We've actually turned from being, we don't analyze the gameplay. We now analyze the production quality. See, this looks fine. The board state looks fine. When do they show us the, maybe this was further back. What do the hand cams look like? Show me those hands, bro. The hand cams look fine too. Like this looks fine. It's bright. But you like, it goes over to the players, bro, and it's like such a drastic difference. Like super... Even this one too, bro. Well, this one looks like there's a lack of lights. I came for the cam tips, not the Pokemon. Bro, this is a production review at this point. This scene looks like it's lacking light. The other scenes look like they were lacking. They might have been lacking some light as well, to be honest. I feel like it usually looks better. Am I trolling? $5 Azul production class. Yeah, I'm gonna put up a Metafy master class on production. You can see the lights in the glasses. It's just underexposed. Okay. I think it has looked better before. Stockholm looked way better than this. It was way brighter. Everything was cleaner looking for sure. Lots was out of focus. That would not make up for it. So should we set the exposure to +1 or +2 post rotation? That's a good question. What's our ISO at? I need these numbers on my table stat. ISO, white balance. So watch your stream on 720. Just refresh the page, Jade, and you should be good. Apparently something with Twitch where it's like it starts it off at 720, but then it becomes, what's it called? What was my meta prediction? I don't know. Good decks, popular. Bad decks, less popular. Nothing crazy. Dragapult will probably be the most played deck. Dragapult most played, and then like the next 3 is a mix of Guardy Ball, Terror Box. Is the guy on the left on stream the guy from the Uncommon Energy podcast? That is Chippy in the flesh. That's just how everything looks at Atlanta. It has nothing to do with the cameras. That's just how Atlanta looks. Have you seen Piper's Survival Brace Dragapult? I have, yes. Tell Chip to read your text on stream. Atlanta smog. Journey together legal for Atlanta? It is legal. Rotation, journey together. It's all happening this weekend. That's why this weekend's gonna be hype. Got a lot of switch ups happening, a lot of change ups. Have you seen LDF's recent Pulsar pitch yet? Nope, I have not. Wonder if we'll see a trainer deck on stream. I could see a scene Enzork. And I'll be right back 1 second. Did you not make registration for Atlanta, or did you choose not to go? I don't miss registrations, all right? You know those players who will tweet out on Twitter, misreg? You'll never catch me doing that. 1, because I would never do that. But 2, I don't miss registrations. So never assume I missed registration. Always assume I chose not to go. Why do Ethan and Boo both have jaundice? What is jaundice? Also, how can you tell from here? Missed Monterey? That's not true. I ended up registering for Monterey, but I'm not going anymore. I got in on the second wave. But I literally the oh geez. Wait, is this Masters? Then I figured out a day later that I wouldn't be able to make it. Ardvor is just not up there. Golden Go at 12%. Oh, Def missed Reg? No, I did not miss Reg. I haven't missed Reg for a tournament that I plan to go to literally ever. I have had to make it on a... Sometimes I don't always make it on the first wave. There's been like 2 times I had to make it on the second wave. Once was UIC, and then second time was Monterey. It's really hard to misreg. It's really, really hard. What is missing here? I feel like the only deck that I predicted to be higher was Guardy. A lot of 10%ers. Dragapult 16. Golden Go being the second most popular. I'm not surprised it's up there at 10, to be honest. As we got closer to the tournament, I'm not surprised Golden Go is up there at 10 plus. But I am surprised to see it be second. But it's not second by a lot, right? It's 2% or less more popular than Terra Box, Ogerpon Noctowl box. Terrapagos Noctowl. Wait, is Terrapagos Noctowl Tank Terrapagos? Is Tank Terrapagos 10% of the meta? Dude, that's a lot of Tank Terrapagos. Wait, is that actually what that is? Ogerpon Noctowl is Terra Box, right? Raging Malt being up there, 10 plus is not a surprise. Dude, I'm surprised Tank Turtles is 10% of the meta. That's actually interesting. It could also be the other build though, right? There is like, there's the other build. It's not like Ogre Box, but it's like Terrapagos Ogerpon, right? It's not like full tank. It's like no boof. It's basically Terrapagos no boofs, and you have like Ogerpon in there and stuff as well. So that's probably in that category as well. That's like the deck that got second at like the full grip tournament, right? I guess it's like another Terra. It's like Terra Box, but more Terrapagos focused, right? Terrapagos with Pidgeots and Duskulls? No, no one plays that deck anymore. So Terra Box? It's Terra Box, but it's more Terrapagos focused. It's like 2 to 3 Terrapagos. They don't play Ogrepons, right? The deck doesn't play Ogrepon, or am I trolling? Are we just missing Charizard Guardian Walls? No, we're not missing Charizard. Charizard's like 1% of the meta, or less probably. Guardian's probably not far under Archaladon. Guardian is still probably like 6% plus. Walls is never going to be super popular. Walls is always going to be like 4% or something like that. Will be its peak. Peak will be, it'll be peak 4%. Yeah, I thought Guardian would be in the top 6. Archaladon being up there is interesting. I don't think Archaladon's that good. Just to clarify, I know Charizard is terrible, but people refuse to stop playing the deck. We're not missing it, though. We're not missing it. No, but people are. No one's playing Charizard. I mean, there are some people playing Charizard, obviously, but it's going to be like my prediction is Charizard's cap is like 4%. We'll see if they show us best of the rest. I hope they show us best of the rest. So, what do you think of thinking? I try to avoid it at all costs. So you're just a hater. You don't respect Bridgie. You think Beck is dad? What have you considered? Metal Defender? I don't not consider anything. I always consider everything. Wait. Yeah, I consider everything. Dude, what the heck? Any YouTube guides you recommend for someone wanting to get into the TCG? Played Yu-Gi-Oh! Pre-2011, been wanting to get into another TCG. Is there an online Pokemon TCG game for PC? There is. PTCG Live, and I would go say check out Celio's Network YouTube channel. He has like a lot of like guide type videos. I mostly do like deck profile type stuff on my YouTube channel, so I go check out Celio's Network. And I haven't been to Omnipoke's channel in a while, but Omnipoke and Celio's Network are the top 2 channels I'd go to if you're trying to get into the game and just learn about the game. I think Omnipoke and Celio's Network, but Celio's Network is probably #1 for that. So go check out Celio's Network for sure. I think Omnipoke might be second to that for sure. Chris says he wants to go to an event still. Bro, nobody cares, bro. He didn't show up to Atlanta, bro. Literally fraudulent. Literally fake. Nobody cares what that fraud wants to do anymore, bro. He could want to go to the rest of the Pokemon tournaments for the rest of the year. Who cares? He literally didn't show up to Atlanta. Neither did you, though. Yeah, but I wasn't talking like Triff on Twitter before the tournament. All I said was if you lose the poison package, you should retire. Why fraud? Because he didn't show up. Is Arch Poison or Arch Hop? They're just all together. It's just all the Arch decks. So we don't know exactly how popular one is over another. So how big is your list of adjective plus Pokemon combos for future videos? I usually just come up with them on the spot. I sometimes write down a couple of them if I come up with like a... I don't ever like come up with a Pokemon. If I come up with a good adjective, I write that down. I never need to write down the Pokemon. There's this website on like somewhere where I just like look up which Arch do you like best? Nah, no, I don't have a preference for Arch right now. I haven't played enough with the deck. There's a site where I just go look up all the Pokemon names. It like has them alphabetized. So when I need to find a Pokemon that goes with an adjective, I just go there. Do you keep track of what adjectives you've used? No, I've definitely repeated them at this point. I've definitely repeated them at this point. Excuse me. Or did they take out players who have won tournaments? No, because they have Hedrick up there still. I feel like they should remove the players who have... I guess it's still for like stipends though, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what they talk about during these segments, but they maybe mention
like this work.
They maybe mention stuff like that. The cool number to look at, I mean, this is kind of like, who cares? I want to see who's at 125th, bro. I want them to show at the bottom of the leaderboard with all the invite-only players removed. That's what I want to see. Like, who cares about top players getting travel awards, bro? Like, I'm being honest. Getting rank 1 doesn't mean anything. Getting a travel award is like whatever. I want to see who's fighting to get their Worlds invite. These motherfuckers already got their Worlds invite. What are Golden's worst matchups? It doesn't have like a ton of bad matchups, to be honest. It's like just a good deck. It's a pretty solid all-around deck. Maybe Raging Bolt is unfavored, but I want to see who's in the trenches. Exactly. I want to see who's in the trenches. Golden Glow's pretty 50-50 matchup wise across the board. Yeah, it's just got good matchups, right? I can't think of like a matchup where it's like truly like really bad or even really good, to be honest. It can just kind of beat most things. You keep / collect and grade the cards you have used since you started playing. No, but actually it's something I want to get more into, to be honest. Is like grading cards that I have that I like. So that's something I'll maybe do. It's gonna be something I plan to do more in the future for sure. I like getting some of my trophy cards graded. I might try and get some. I don't know how many trophy cards I have that are not graded. I have most of them graded, but like the coolest thing I have in my collection is CGC graded my entire winning deck for. They graded 2 of my decks. They graded my Charizard deck, and then they graded another of my decks, like the whole deck. I think actually I got a 10 on one of my cards, like my Jirachi or something got a 10. Lost Box, yeah, they graded my Lost Box deck. And they graded my trophy cards and my tournament promo as well. What's a more accurate name, Poltnor or Poltu? Poltnor. Everyone plays Badoo. How'd they grade your deck? Just graded each card separately? Yeah, they just graded each card separately. Also, you should put your autograph on cards you get graded to inflate the value. I'm not sure that would inflate the value, to be honest. That's like, the game isn't big enough for that to, across the board, inflate the value. If someone wants me to sign a card, I'm always down to sign a card, but... Max Rod and CPOW? I don't think you need it. I think what's it called is just too good. Prime Catcher. My BF Skydeer had bought a Shuppet for you to sign at Atlanta before you decide not to go. Can Chip sign it instead? Yeah, that's fine. I'll allow it. You signed my Turo in San Antonio, and I sold it that same day to some kid. Thank you for all you do. Oh. Miracle headset in CPOW? No, what are we miracle headsetting for? Artist signing cards inflates it, but TCG's not big enough yet. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it'll kind of always probably be that way for artists, probably. You have a 60 you would have played in Atlanta? No. Not Blender and CPOW Trust? That is terrible. Go away. Okay, I could see Blender if you play like 4 Night Stretcher. Blender 4 Night Stretcher. But even then, it's got to be garbage for sure. Blender is like such a weird card. Yeah, that's like that's way too reliant. Which line of Guardy did you think was going to be most played? The Hyrule Drifloon or the one from Champions League Finals? I have no clue, to be honest. I don't know what people are rocking right now. Probably the Bravely, probably similar to what was doing well at Champions League. But I wouldn't call it just the Hyrule Drifloon or the one from the Champions League one is literally just like a Drifloon away from being a Drifloon Gardevoir. Like there's not a big of a difference as I think you think there are. Adding Drift, you can just add a Drifloon to any of the Champions League builds that didn't play Drifloon, and then all of a sudden it's a Drifloon deck. Like just 1 card difference. Everyone already plays like 3 Bravery Charm. So can you sign my ADP deck? I'm taking to Atlanta. Thanks for a recommendation. Yeah, I got you. So can you sign at the bottom of this paper? Oh. Can you take notes in Pokemon tourneys? And Yu-Gi-Oh that you aren't allowed to take notes? Yes, you can take notes on literally anything. You just have to go into the match with a blank slate. Like blank piece of paper or blank writing device or whatever. What do you think of Enzor Guardi? I talked about it yesterday on stream because I've been asked the question so much. And I talked about it yesterday on stream because I thought about it. I was thinking about it at the gym yesterday. And I was like, I guess if you just don't set up a ton of Monkey Dories, I guess it could work. You have to become like a more of a one-hit KO based build, I feel like. Because you don't have enough bench space for the Monkey Dories. Like some matchups you still play more Monkey Dory heavy. But I guess if you play the deck more one-shot based with Drifloon, seems fine. And then if you go up against stuff like Dragapult, you play more Monkey Dory heavy, I guess, and like attack with Guardy plus Monkey Dory. I can see it working. I did initially heavily write it off because I'm so invested in Monkey Dory, and I was kind of like I just felt like Mew Pheasantipity was like good enough. But I guess you just like give up on Mew and Pheasantipity, and then you just set up Zoroarks, and then you just trade, and then don't bench those, and I guess maybe it's fine. I take notes on my blank playmat? No. Unless, dude, honestly, if you had a playmat, ooh, I mean, you technically could. I guess you could take notes on your playmat. But if you could make a playmat that you could, like, erase it. It was like an Etch-a-Sketch playmat. But it wasn't like an actual Etch-a-Sketch, because obviously that's ridiculous. But, like, not an Etch-a-Sketch, but, like, a flexible playmat that you can write on and then wipe. Not a whiteboard? No, but you'd want to be able to roll it up still. You'd want to be able to roll it up. Whiteboard as a playmat? Yeah, basically a whiteboard as a playmat, but not an actual whiteboard. It'd be something in between, where it's like, it's built for that purpose. It's a playmat that's built to be written on and erased. Opponent can see your notes so easy. That's fine. Do I want to roll it up? I mean, I'd want to be able to roll it up. Like, I'd want to be able to, like, put it in my backpack reasonably. Like, yeah. I'm trying to walk around. Imagine walking around with, like, a whiteboard. You pick your stuff up and pick up your whiteboard and put it under your arm. And the rest of the day, you're walking around with a whiteboard under your arm. Like, yeah, I'm not about that life. And it would be nice if there's no ink involved, because you don't want the ink to get on your sleeve. So you want it to be, like what people were saying, like a boogie board or, like, one of those things. You want it to be something where it's, like... you don't want ink involved at all, or yeah, you don't want any kind of ink or whatever's called involved, ideally. Gotta avoid that. Avoid the ink. My good sir, saw your Chien Pao deck list. Is it good competitively? Been wanting to try it for a while since rotation. I don't think it's competitive. No, I do not think it's competitive. But it's not. There's so many decks that feel like that are not competitive, but they're not far. They're like so close. Yeah, the power level of it. I think the way I talked about it earlier in the stream was just the power level of. Power level of decks in this format is just the power level just came way down after rotation. Like all these bad decks like Hydreigon and Chien Pao, like they can like compete again, kind of. They're not good. They're not like worth playing if you're trying to win, but like I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Chien Pao deck make day 2 or Hydreigon decks make. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised last format if Chien Pao made day 2, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like it's like they turn on the lights. This might be pre-recorded. I don't think this is live. This is definitely pre-recorded. This is not live. Do you think the damage output of Zoroark will hold it back? I don't don't see a way to fix the damage. We'll hold. Do we think the damage output of Zork will hold it back? I mean, the deck is just what it is. Yeah, the deck is just what it is. I guess like, I was like, talking about like we were talking about earlier, Derek. I just don't like think about the game that way. Like Zork is what it is. Does it win enough games? That's always just the question, right? It just comes down to win rate. There's like a bar that is set. You have to be able to win enough games to be considered a good deck. If Zork hits that bar, it's a good deck. If it doesn't hit that bar, it's a mid deck. And if it's low enough, it's a bad deck, right? As far as like meta decks go. And if the meta changes, a deck can go from a bad deck in a meta, like a bad competitive deck, can go to a good competitive deck with a meta shift. But yeah, I just never think about the game that way. I always think about it, is the deck winning enough games? If the deck feels like it's winning enough games, all right, it's good. If it's not winning enough games, it's probably mid. If it's definitely not winning enough games, it's bad. But a meta shift can lead you to win if more of your good matchups become popular. Then the deck, like, yeah, that's the thing as well. Like, if I call a deck, if I say there's a deck right now that's a competitive deck, but it's bad, if more of that deck's good matchups become more popular, that deck does get better. Its win rate goes up because the meta is filled with more good matchups. You hit more good matchups more often. So it's always like talking about in the current meta. It's always about like currently, for where we are in the meta, how do we feel about this? Damn, this is getting confusing. Need a masterclass on how Azul sees the game now, to be honest. I just think about everything in terms of win rate. Everything, the only thing that matters is win rate or expected win rate at a major tournament. I guess that's how I think about the game more so than anything. When I deck build and when I play online, I think about playing that deck at, I'm trying to play that deck at a major tournament. That's how I think about building the deck. I'm not thinking about trying to build it for the ladder or build it for the next online tournament. I might tech a deck differently for online ladder or for an online tournament than I would at a major tournament, but those would be like that's not how I'm ever thinking about the game. That's how I'm not ever thinking about the game. I'm always thinking about the game in terms of how do I make this deck win as many games as possible. And once I'm at that point, I'm like, how many games am I winning? But to be clear, I actually don't have the numbers. I don't actually have the actual numbers. I don't actually track my win rates. I don't know what my actual win percentage is. It's all intuition. It's just like, I'm playing with this deck. I feel like I can improve it. Make some changes. I feel like it's improving. We're making it better. All right, I feel like this is kind of close to the peak of this deck. Does it feel like it's good enough? It doesn't feel like it's good enough. It's not good enough, right? Something like that. Scale of 1 to 10, how cool is it to see your mate on live stream? Dude, fuck Chip. What the fuck? Don't ask me that question ever again. I'm very, very happy for Chip to be, you know, living the dream, being a full-time Pokemon caster commentator, of course. For example, is Regidrago Prismatic form with Bidoof. Regidrago wins a lot before. Don't follow this meta manipulation. Azul will always be crunching win/loss numbers. I don't think it's a bad thing to like track the numbers and like tracking numbers. Data is good only up to a certain point, though. And I think even if you're someone who's not tracking data, like people ask me about stuff like win rates or what ELO and Arceus do I need to be? What ELO and Arceus is considered good? Don't think about all that stuff is just noise. Just play Pokemon and let your intuition in the game kind of guide you a little bit. Just like do it like that. Be like, oh, this feels good. This feels bad. Try something different. Don't worry about your win rate, what your Arceus rank is. If you really want to track like your overall win percentage and like your matchup percentages against ladder games, that's like fine, but don't read too heavily into it. Your intuition at the end of the day is what matters the most. This may sound random, but how did many of these casters be a consistent part of the talent team for tournaments, assuming it's being in the scene for a long time, but wondering how new people can emerge? It's pretty tough. I actually heard because I like think about this stuff a little bit. I mean, I'm not really like trying to become a caster or anything like that, so I don't really care. If I was given the opportunity to be a caster, I would probably take it, but it's not something I'm like seeking out to do personally. But I was listening to a podcast with a Call of Duty caster, and I think this applies to casting across the board, not just even in esports, but literally just everything in the world. There's very few spots for casters in any community, in any game, and there's a lot of people who would want to be in those seats. The best advice I can give for someone who wants to become a caster is you have to do what Hegster did. Not exactly what Hegster did, but you have to take the Hegster route. Hegster started his online tournament series, and he was streaming 2 to 3 tournaments a week and was casting all of them. Like, if you truly want the opportunity to like be a caster, you have to create the opportunity. You can't be like, okay, where's like the amateur league that I can cast some amateur games? You have to create the amateur league and then cast the amateur league. Yeah, for basically everything. Like, yeah, it's casting is like really, really hard to get into in basically any game, any sport. There's like very few spots, and there's a lot of people who want the spots. For casting literally anything. There's not a surplus of positions open for casting. You need to create the opportunity. You can't just sit there and be like, man, I can't get an opportunity. There's no opportunity for me to ever cast one of these tournaments or anything like that. So like a good example, honestly, if you're from, honestly, like something, if I was someone from the Latin America region and I was trying to become a caster, I would go to the tournament organizers of these major tournaments in the Latin American region and be like, hey, I will bring my own equipment. Got to figure out the internet situation. Can I put my setup somewhere, stream these tournaments, cast these tournaments? Like, that would be a situation. Now, whether or not they'll let you, who knows? But like, there's an opportunity right there. I've even talked about it. I've talked about like, hey, I would maybe consider going to somewhere like some of these major tournaments happening in Latin America that don't have a stream, or if they do have a stream, it's literally just the gameplay sometimes. And I'd bring my own equipment, bring my own setup. As long as I can get access to internet, whether it's something I have to figure out, I have to pay for, or if I can use the venue's internet, I'll just stream it myself. I'll do it for free. I don't care. But if you're someone trying, like, you have to create your own opportunities if you're trying to get into casting. There's no route to casting. There's no road to like, you go from what, A League to B League, or C League to B League to A League. There's like no amateurs. There's no under divisions to cast in. And even if there is for some of these things, like you look at like esports stuff, and there's like, because I see like Sierra's always like doing casting for like the amateur league stuff for like Valorant and League of Legends and stuff like that. She does like the hosting for that kind of stuff. But even when that stuff exists, there's still like very few spots, and a ton of people want to get into it. Like, it's just like, you have to create your own opportunity, and even then you have to outwork everyone else who's doing the same thing as you. And you have to be good. You actually have to be good at the commentating, right? Or look to improve and stuff like that. But it's just like impossible. It's just like a super tough industry. The easier route to honestly become a commentator is, honestly, the easier route to become like a commentator is probably like first to be really good at the thing, or be like a professional. Like, that's almost probably the easier route to become a commentator, is being a professional at something first, or I guess in like the Pokemon space specifically, being a competitive content creator or content creator in space in general, and just become big in the space. And you don't even have to be super centered around casting. You look at people like Chip, like Pablo's a content creator and a competitive player. It makes sense that he got an opportunity to cast, right? Competitive player, big competitive player, and content creator in the space. It makes sense that he got the opportunity to cast. So stuff like that. So Boo's a content creator in the space, got the opportunity to cast. You have Jesper, right? Jesper, very charismatic dude. He's not I wouldn't say Jesper's a content creator, but he's like very vocal in the space. People know who Jesper Eriksson is, right? A lot of people know who Jesper Eriksson is. Good player, competitive player for a long time, you know. So that's going to be a route. That's a route as well. But like, if you're not trying to become like a top level player, but you still want to try have the opportunity to commentate, then you have to go like the Hegster route that Hegster kind of did. Create his own tournament series, cast his own tournament series, stuff like that. Pump Amy, content creator in the space. You know, does her online tournament thing as well. She did that, and then she got the opportunity to cast over in Europe. Jay's a good example as well, right? Content creator in the space. Joe, Omnipoke, content creator in the space. So there's a couple different routes. The easiest route is to already be doing something and be a figure in the space, whether it be content creator or competitor. Because then becoming a commentator is kind of like a byproduct of that, where that might not be the goal you set out for, but the opportunity kind of comes with it eventually. But if you're someone who's like, you don't want to be a content creator, or you're not a content creator, you have your regular 9-to-5 job, you're not trying to be like a super top level Pokemon player, but you're like, I really like the idea of being able to cast the Pokemon TCG. Then like the route from there is like the Hegster route, for sure, or something like that. Appreciate the 88 munch there, Punch X. I quit playing Pokemon, but I haven't quit you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the continued support. You'll be back. You'll be back. Everyone comes back to Pokemon. Why did they pick the worst choice of matches? Yeah, hopefully they do not show us another Dragapult mirror. I'm not gonna lie. Dragapult mirrors are not that exciting. We're probably gonna see some of them anyways. We're gonna get forced to see some because it's probably gonna be, it is the most popular deck. A lot of really good players are gonna be playing it, so. Have they never reached out to you? I think they are aware of my potential interest, but they have enough casters. They have plenty of casters. They have plenty of casters. I'm not stressing, and I don't think they're stressing either. I think yeah, they have plenty of casters who are working for them currently. We see a ton of different faces event to event. I think they're aware of my potential interest, but I'm not stressing to be casting a major tournament. I don't really care. Like I said, if the opportunity comes, cool. Oh, it looks like we have, is that Jackson? I see Jackson. I know the player on the right as well. So it's Jackson versus, looks like that's gonna be our stream match right there. The two players walking up. It's Jackson Ford, and I recognize the player, or the other player as well, but I forget the name. Yeah, I don't really care about commentating major tournaments. Like I said, the opportunity came up, cool. If not, who cares? I mean, for me, I don't really care. Like if they don't ever ask me to commentate a major tournament for where I'm at currently, then I don't really care. Maybe a couple of years from now, it'll be something I'll pursue more heavily, but like where I'm currently at, I don't really care. Why is Azul not there? Well, if I was there, I couldn't be here. Did Triff actually come to the event? No. That's why you're playing your major tournament game? I mean, why isn't he playing there? Well, you're talking to me. Why are you talking as if you're not talking to me? Are you is that talking about someone in the third person? Why is Azul not there? And then I responded to Kyle's question, and then Kyle said, I mean, why isn't he playing there? What is that? How do you even describe how you had that communication? I just didn't want to go. Yeah. I'm just messing with you. I just didn't want to go though. Yeah, I'm just messing with you. He's talking to us. Stop butting into our conversation. All right, my bad. Is there any art sleeves in the US tourneys? Yes, you can use official Pokemon TCG art sleeves. Most competitive players just use blank sleeves though. All right, chat, I've returned. I can't believe this just said Ancient Box is top tier deck for Atlanta. Dude, it's insane. Dude, still one of the most mind-blowing stats ever in the Pokemon TCG to me is that Ancient Box was 9% of the meta at Baltimore. What are the players looking at here? What are we looking at here? Yo, sit the fuck down. You gotta go play in your matches. Sit down. Stop standing up. What's going on? Is there like a fist fight? Are they throwing down? Why do Japanese players use art sleeves so much? I don't know. They just like them over there. They are cheap. They are cheaper over there. I'm pretty sure art sleeves are cheaper than like a pack of Dragon Shields over there in Japan. They also might not have a ton of companies. No, they don't. I don't even think they have. I don't even think they can get Dragon Shields over there. To be honest, They don't have access to our brands. They have like other brands of sleeves over in Japan. I think the art sleeves are just as expensive or cheaper. Yeah, just as expensive or cheaper. I'm pretty sure. Art on the Japanese sleeves are pretty though. They do. The sleeves do look nice. They just shuffle terribly, so you have to double sleeve them. Dragon Shields are like 2k yen and art sleeves are 900. Okay, yeah, so the art sleeves are literally just cheaper. But how much does it cost to like oversleeve them though? How much do the oversleeves cost? If you're not oversleeving your art sleeves, you're trolling. Appreciate the prime sub there. Ali? Welcome to the Rat Pack. Got plenty of sleeves. 100 yen per pack with matte back. So 100 yen for the oversleeves. The art sleeves cost 100 as well. So it's like you're either paying 2k yen for Dragon Shields or you're paying 2k yen for art sleeves with oversleeves. So I mean, like aesthetically, the answer is easy. It's to go with the art sleeves. But shuffling with oversleeves is just like awful. Aren't they also better quality there? Not by a lot. The artwork sleeves are just terrible to run, to be honest. Jason and Jackson. Mill? Dragon Ball Charizard versus Mill? Yo! Let's go! The Mill is sick. The Mill is so sick for sure. Dude, don't let it flop, bro. Don't let it flop. Don't let the Mill flop. I feel like I'm not trying to curse Jason here, but I feel like whenever we see these Mimir decks get on stream in the early rounds, they always flop. They literally just always flop. All right, prediction is up, chat. You got the Mill or do you have Charizard, Dragapult? Get your prediction in. Get your predictions in. More people have already lost the Mill. It's a good start. It's a good start. Yeah, I don't want to put any, I don't want to jinx Jason here. Bro, it feels like every season Pokemon players are getting more jacked, bro. Jackson is huge, dude. What the heck? Chill. Man's about to bust out of that shirt, bro. Calm down, my dude. Oof. Two Great Tusks prized. I feel like Jackson usually has like a hoodie on, so you actually you can't ever see how big he is. Yu-Gi-Oh players could never. That why you're hitting the gym now, Azul, trying to keep up? That wasn't the thought, but now honestly, that's got to be the move, right? I can't be getting one up by Ian and Jackson out there. Double Great Tusk prizes, unfortunate. All right, Jackson did not know what to expect. Jackson definitely did not know it was Mill, but definitely knows now. His reaction when Jason flipped over the Great Tusk, that was good. That was hilarious. Got Jets, Fan Rotom. Okay, the Nest Ball's coming in here. See a Cornerstone in there as well for Jason. Just don't forget, appreciate the props up there. Hunts, come to the pack. Got plenty of mill. We're all out of water. So what do you think he's gonna win the whole tourney? Mill. I'm all in on Jason, to be honest. I want Jason to win this tournament. That would just be so sick. I want Jason to win this tournament. Fan Roadie here. Triple Dunsparce on the way. Squad is lined up. Oh, the hand is lacking. Crushing Hammers. Maybe that's how you beat Dragapult, to be honest. I could see it. Ooh, but this matchup specifically, Jackson's just going to set up a single Charizard and swing, right? Maybe? I mean, I guess you set up one or the other. But I guess once Jackson figures out that Jason plays Crushing Hammers, just going solo Zard is probably good enough, right? Neutralization Zone. There is the Neutralization Zone in here as well. That could be big. The zone is huge. Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this ends up playing out. Unfortunately, yeah, Jason's initial hand here is dead, which is... that kind of sucks. Hopefully, it improves. Looks like it's going to be the attached pass here from Jason. Okay, over to Jackson. Items will be shut off by this Badoo almost for sure going to this turn as well. 2 energy in the hand here for Jackson. Poffin and Nest Ball. Immediately into the Poffin here. And the prize check-in going down here for Jackson. Yeah, I could see solo Charizard being the route to go here for Jackson. He's playing an unfair stamp build. Honestly, Dragapult Charizard is a lot more... I don't think it's better than Dragapult Dusknoir, but it's a lot more interesting of a deck for sure. In this matchup, it's a little bit less interesting. You don't really have the... You're not going to really see the... I don't know, the parity of like the 2 attackers being used or anything like that. The power difference of what you can really gain from Charizard and Dragapult. Because in this matchup, you're just trying to set up an attacker and punch some elephants. So it's a little bit different. You can't one shot with Zard. Oh, because of the booster? I doubt they play booster, though. I doubt they play booster. Look at Zard stuck with hammers and throw in Cornerstone. Something like that. Oh, I guess there's the Cornerstone on the other side as well. And that's probably something Jackson's not thinking about. We see Jackson does go double Dreepy, though. So it looks like Jackson is just going to take the Dragapult route, which seems fine. Yeah, I don't know if there's like one route is really better than the other. I mean, you want to get Dreepy set up anyways because you probably want Tracklocks to start to see some options in your deck. Okay, it's just attach and Badoo for 10. Okay, Jason with the top deck. Pokegear, but you can't play it. Oh, no. Oh, he's going to try and play it. All right, into the Artisan. I wonder if we're going to see Jason attempt to play the Pokegear here or not. I mean, hopefully it doesn't lead to some kind of penalty. I wonder if he's forgotten about item lock or not. And it looks like the Great Tusk, second Great Tusk is going to get lined up here. I can't imagine you wouldn't grab the second Great Tusk. Ooh, plays the Fan, which is probably also for the Dragapult matchup, to be honest. Does play the Fan. Fan and Crushies. So a lot of energy control in this build. A lot of energy control in this build. And just pass. Okay, he was eyeing up the Pokegear, but it looks like he remembered he is item locked. Not even an energy to mill 1. That is unfortunate. All right, Dracloak number 1 here for Jackson. So we're not going to see a Dragapult attacking this turn. Candy Turo. Turo seems like a pretty good card to... Ooh, gives up on the Turo, though. Interesting. I think it's just a mistake there from Jackson. Now Turo's back in the deck where it could get milled, but the Turo seems pretty good in this matchup. Now, I don't know how familiar Jackson is with the mill matchup. Probably not super familiar, but if you've played against mill ever, you know that they play... Also, Jackson probably evolved the Dreepies incorrectly, right? Or, yeah, we should have evolved the one without the energy... Ooh, okay, top deck Explorer's Guidance here. That's a great top deck here for Jason. We probably should have evolved the one without the energy first, right? Because we had double Dracloak in hand. So then we could have gotten, if we get the Psychic, we get Candy Dragapult. Well, maybe that was never possible with the current hand. Yeah, I think the Turo should have gone to the hand over the Candy there for sure from Jackson. Looks like a pretty easy choice there for Jason. Discard 4, take double energy. What do we get rid of here? Can't fully tell. But yeah, it seemed like a pretty easy choice. Giving up a Pokegear? I'm not sure I love that. Pokegear seems kind of good here, to be honest. Okay, mill 4. Energy was caught there. That's big. Psychic energy gone. If you know how the mill deck works at all, you know Counter Catcher is like part of their strategy. I was saying I don't love the Turo being put to the bottom of the deck and gonna get shuffled back into the deck. Arvin here taking over the Brox. I think we might still be a Psychic short here from Jackson from actually doing anything big. If you put Turo in the hand, you risk Xerosic. I mean, not really. You can always just, like, you're not gonna keep that many cards in your hand. Your hand is like mostly garbage. Oh, we do have the Energy Search off the Arvin, of course. Yeah, we are attacking with Dragon Ball this turn. Yeah, I don't really risk Xerosic. Like, they're discarding more cards. You get to choose what Xerosic discards. It's not only is really a risk. An Energy Search for the Psychic. All right, Dragon Balls attacking. And the bench here is pretty safe from Counter Catcher. Right now for Jackson. But the Crushing Hammers will be unlocked going to this next turn. Is Energy Search really better than Vessel? Dude, that's what I was saying earlier. In this deck, it's a little bit different because you have Charizard to accelerate energy in play. But still, I feel like the option to be able to get 2 energy, I don't know. It just feels like your hand builds up decently big pretty fast. Like, it doesn't seem that hard to find a dead card to Vessel away, but maybe it is. I don't know. The multi-prize turns will start to come in pretty quick here for Jackson as well. Knock out the active, you can spread 10 damage on each of the Dunsparce. So it should be, I think the damage spread here should be 1, 1, 1, 1, and probably build up the excess on the Rotom or the Fan Rotom. So it should be 1, 1, 3. 1, 1, 1, 3. Yep, there it is. All right. Goodbye, Great Tusk number 1. Crushing Hammer's unlocked. Counter Catcher isn't terrible here for Jason because you can Counter Catcher the Dracloak off the bench and then force Jackson to have a way to move it, but all right, Explorer's Guidance top deck here for Jason, but we need a Sada here if we want to pull off an attack. Tails on the Crushing. We have... this game might just be kind of chalked here for Jason, to be honest. We have Artisan, but we have 2 Great Tusks prized. It's going to be really hard to chain Great Tusks moving forward here unless we have a really big turn. We need Sada. We also need some... I feel like the Dunsparce is here to get the deck moving. Oh, no. Sada's a Xerosic. There's a redeemable ticket as well, but it's not good enough right now. I know you mentioned it earlier, but look at Jackson hulking over those tiny Pokemon cards. Jesus. Jesus. This is not looking great here for Jason. So we're not attacking this turn. We do have the Explorer's Guidance, so we're not like dead in the water, but not where you want to be. That is for sure. Okay, Explorer's Guidance getting used here. If we can find the redeemable ticket, we could Artisan for another one, but... Okay, the Fan has been... Oh, my. Oh, this is just bad. Do you have to go that plus Explorer's Guidance? I feel like you gotta... Go for the Palpad instead? We have no draw power here. We gotta go for that Explorer's Guidance. Yo, chill. What? Doesn't take the guidance, or we're relying on a top deck here. I don't love that from Jason here. I do like Counter Catcher on Dracloak plus Fan to the active Dunsparce probably. There's the Artisan getting used. No hits, of course. And then I guess another question here is, at what point do you play? Oh, we're gonna go find a friend. Okay, I dislike this less from Jason because we are going to go search for a friend here. Here comes the Palpad. Explorer's Guidance is getting recovered. Okay, okay. Back to the deck they go. We'll get ourselves into Dunsparce here. Friends are on the way. Why would you take the ticket? The ticket was seen off of Pokegear. We saw the ticket off the Pokegear. Not the Explorer's Guidance, I believe. No, we didn't even play. Did we play it? Yeah, I don't think we saw it off the Explorer's Guidance. We saw it off the Pokegear. And then we're going into Find a Friend. Preserving the stadium. There's the Dunsparce found. But Jackson here is going to be able to take out 2 Dunsparces. And could theoretically gust. If we have a boss here from Jackson, boss is huge. I think I would like to have seen... Actually, does Jason know there's the rescue board in the hand? If we know there's rescue board in hand, I guess. Yeah, oh my... Oh, goes for the Great Tusk actually instead. Oh, then KOs that. Okay, the Great Tusk KO is actually... That makes sense. I like that. I like that. Yeah, Jason is hurting here for sure. Really slow start. Not getting these Dunsparces cycling early. Top deck's another fan. We got a Dunsparce. We can draw 3 here, but we have no Great Tusks in the deck. So we got to find recovery here as well on top of everything else. Got to find a Sada, got to find recovery, got to... Oh, it's just too much. This one's over. This one's over. We're going to be going to game 2 shortly here for sure. There's the draw 3. All right, scoop, back it up, pack it up. We go next here for sure. Save the time. How much time do we have left? 38 minutes. Pack it up. We're going next. These games can definitely go long as well. There's the Artisan. Yeah, I do not like Jason continuing to play this game. Well, okay, hold up. Jason does still have Neutralization Zone. Maybe there's hope. Jason does still have Neutralization Zone. I might be speaking a little bit too soon. The stadium does go kind of crazy. Okay, maybe I don't hate Jason sticking it out. I don't love it, but I maybe don't hate it. I maybe don't hate it. Here comes the Zerosic. I guess I at least like seeing Jason play the Zerosic and seeing what Jackson discards. No stadiums there. I mean, a question could be, does Jackson even play any stadiums? I don't know. Maybe not. Into the Fan Rotom. Gonna hold off for one more turn. It looks like from putting the stadium into play, but it's gonna have to come down next turn. We could find a friend here, actually. We could have found a friend in... No, we'll find it. No, you could have jetted up. Oh, we're going aggressive with the zone. We could have jetted up the Dunsparce with the 1 damage on it and then found a friend, actually. I think we should have probably found a friend here. Bring up the Dracloak. We can punch it for 70. That's something. Oh, I guess this Dracloak can actually KO through Neutralization Zone, so we have to kind of KO this thing. Wait, this Dracloak is like a threat here, actually. Hold up. Arvin coming in from Jackson. Did Jason use Artisan that turn? I believe did use Artisan, yeah. It took to Dunsparce. Nice stretcher from Jackson getting searched out. There's nothing to grab off it, I don't think. At this point, won't the damage counters from Phantom Dive be enough to win? Well, Jason can get down to like a lone board state of like a Great Tusk. Like you can evolve your Dunsparces to Dunsparces and then shuffle them back into the deck and then only have a Great Tusk in the active, which means there will be nothing to spread to damage on the bench. Psychic Energy. Oh, nice for the Psychic Energy to KO the Fan Rotom. Yes, 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 yes. Very good. Yeah, that works. True. All right, so looking pretty good here for Jackson. But the play is still there. Every time Jackson is reaching for the active like that, I thought he was going to retreat the Dracloak. It looked like he was going to retreat the Dracloak. Definitely take the Iono here for sure as Jackson. Oh, doesn't take the Iono. It goes for the Arvin. I wonder what we're really trying to set up for on following turns. And we're so far ahead here, it seems fine, but... Now Jason does have to deal with this Dracloak as well. Oh, we have the fan. You have to imagine that Jackson plays more fire. If Jackson... Oh, I guess you haven't... No, you've seen the Charmeleon. So you assume Jackson plays more fire than Psychic here, right? If it's not an even split. So you definitely move the Psychic to the Badoo. Yeah, Psychic to Badoo for sure. Definitely. I like it. Draw for turn is... All right, Jet Energy active. Find a friend. Nest Ball to get another Dunsparce, I guess. Oh, man, this one is so sad. This is so sad. I'm going to go ahead and write it down, though. I am, like, excited to try Mill, though. Watching Jason play Mill here makes me excited to try Mill. Oh, we're going to KO it here this turn instead. Okay. I guess that makes more sense. Yeah. KO the Dracloak. KO the Dracloak makes sense. With the Fan Rotom, just remove it from play. Now on the board state, Jackson has no way to actually KO the active. Can't damage the active with the Dragapult. Can still spread damage to the bench. So we could KO the Dunsparce this turn as Jackson. Prize card drawn here for Jason. Pretty poor. Honestly, really bad not to scoop. I don't know. The neutralization zone just has so much comeback potential. I don't hate it. I'm not sure I agree with it for sure. The thing is, Jackson might just not play a stadium. That's the big thing. Is Jackson might just not play a stadium. Unfair stamp searched out here from Jackson. I think I saw an Artisan in there for Jackson. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe it was a jamming tower actually. Arvin for unfair. We might actually just see that get played here. Rescue board to the Dragapult. Defiance ban to the Badoo. You never know. Then unfair stamp. Play to your outs enthusiast. Be like, he could have a heart attack. Play to your outs enthusiast. Be like. Honestly, though, that's how it feels sometimes when people are like, if you have a 1% chance, you definitely play the game out. Yeah, I'm not sure. The neutralization zone does offer an interesting opportunity for Jason here to potentially still win this game. But with 30 minutes left, I don't think Jason is ever winning this match. This is always just going to be a tie at this point. Unless Jason just really starts cooking in one of these next two games. I guess it could be winnable. No stadium scene yet here for Jackson. More energy to work with. We're going to see the retreat here from Jackson. Dragapult going to KO the Dunsparce off the bench. Go down to a single prize card remaining. It is still possible to make that. Oh, there's a Dunsparce and a Crushing Hammer. Oh, another Tails on the Crushing Hammer. Okay. Did Dunsparce get shuffled back to the deck, though? This is big. But I guess you... Oh, doesn't the Badoo just come up and punch you? No, because the Fan Rotom outtrades the Badoo. This is actually interesting at this point. Can Jason solo Jackson with a Fan Rotom? It could happen. Dude, is that... Dude, it could happen. Does Jackson play a stadium? Also, because Jason has counter catchers active right now, you can just like gust up any Dreepies that hit the bench with energy. I think you should attack here as Jason. I don't think you should do anything else. You see him here thinking about playing Ultra Ball. Goes for a Night Stretcher for a Dunsparce. No, don't bench that. You lose to Hawlucha. No. No. Why would you lose to Hawlucha? Every Dragapult deck plays Hawlucha. Hawlucha's broken. You had it, Jason. Oh, that is so disappointing. No, dude. Sticking it out all the way to the end just to lose to the Looch. I want to take a look at Jackson's prize cards here. There's no stadium in the prizes, right? Yeah, no stadium in the prizes. Oh, my. That is unfortunate, man. Oh, that's so disappointing. Jackson would have won either way. Charmander bumps Stadium. He needs to find the... Oh, maybe you're right. Charmander bumps the Stadium. Okay, that might have been... The Charmander does bump the Stadium. That would have been enough, right? Retreat to Charmander, Charmander fire, bump Stadium, retreat, knockout with Dragon Ball. Okay, okay, okay. No, he wouldn't be that far away from finding Charmander energy, right? Yeah. All right, game 2 coming up. We don't have a ton of time left for Jason to win. If Jason does win game 2, Jackson could definitely win game 3, but it'll be tougher. I feel like it'll be tough for Jason to win game 3. I don't know. Mill can mill though. You know what I'm saying? Like Mill can mill. Mill do be milling. We'll see. Take the mill pill. Hopefully we see like a little bit. Jason's start wasn't terrible, but it was like wasn't didn't have good follow up. Like the turn 1 was like fine from Jason, but like the follow up was like obviously weak. Yeah, the follow up was obviously weak from Jason. Hopefully we see like a little bit, you know, like you don't just like lose after turn 1, or it doesn't just fall apart after turn 1. Does he play Sada? Yeah, he plays Sada. He plays Sada. Yes, yes. If he didn't play Sada, he wouldn't be 4-0. It'd be kind of crazy if he didn't. Now that you mention it, actually, does he play Sada? Should Jason have scooped early? I don't know for sure. I think if I was Jason, I would have scooped on that turn where I mentioned it first. I would have scooped that turn probably. Like the comeback potential with neutralization zone did exist, but yeah. So it looks like Jason chose second here, which I think makes sense. I think it makes sense to go second. The hand here for Jason once again is not great. But I think we can find a friend. I think we can find a friend here. What does Beach Court look in the Destined Rivals format? Destined Rivals? Not giving intel on the stadium was probably better for game 2. There's an argument for that as well, yeah. I wait for my chat to catch up here. I feel like that has to be like a troll question. Asking about Beach Court in the Destined Rivals format is crazy. I want to see a game 3 somehow. Yeah, I would like to as well. I would. Jason winning a game here would be pretty sick. We see Jackson is playing it very conservatively. Only 1 Dreepy off the Poffin here for now, which makes sense. Just play it slow. Fire to the active, and then looks like it'll be the pass. Has plenty of options in the hand for next turn. Not stressing about anything. Over to Jason. Fan Rotom in the hand. Crushing Hammer to start with as well. Also has a Earthen Vessel to get energy to use that. Find a friend. Tails. 3 Crushing Hammer in a row. 3 Tails. We are going to see the Fan Rotom. What are you actually going to Vessel away here? A lot of really good cards. Oh, you could Fan Rotom for the other Fan Rotom and then Vessel away the Fan Rotom. Yeah, Fan Rotom for the other Fan Rotom and Vessel away the Fan Rotom. Yeah, there we go. That's always... And if it's prized, that sucks. If it's prized, oh well. We'll get them next year. Oof. Did prize a Dunsparce. I assume there's 4 Dunsparce in this deck. I guess I could be wrong. I'm gonna go ahead and make that prediction, though. I think it's a reasonable prediction to make. Are they gonna show the prize? Did they show the... They haven't shown the prize cards yet, right? Couple fun energy found. This will also, if the active Dunsparce does get KO'd next turn, which it might, this will put an energy in the discard pile for Sada. Which boss's orders art is the optimal one? The newest one. Always the newest one. The Dunnies are in. We'll find ourselves a friend. I feel if it doesn't get KO, we can always retreat it off of it as well. And trying to get use of the handheld fan as soon as possible. Dunsparce searched out. All right, over to Jackson. I wonder how slow Jackson could approach this. You probably don't. You probably just start swinging, right? If you can swing this turn, you'd probably just swing. I wonder if there's ever if we ever have Candy Dragapult here, but Jackson immediately going into the Draclo. So Candy Dragapult looks like it's not happening. But isn't this a mistake here from Jackson? Actually, shouldn't Jackson? Because we'd rather attack with... We'd rather attack with Dragapult this turn if we could. Shouldn't we evolve the bench Dreepy to Dracloak? Because I think we have a Brox in hand and a Fire Energy. So if we find Candy off the Dreepy, then we have Candy, Dragapult, Hawlucha, KO double Dunsparce. Maybe we're not trying to put the maybe we're not trying to put Hawlucha in play yet though for it to get stuck though. All right, there's an Arven. Out energy search and rescue board. Looks like we are attacking with the active. I mean, K with the active here is still like fine as well. It looked like there was a potential to be more aggressive, but oh, maybe there wasn't a fire in the hand. I actually might have been trolling. If there was a fire in the hand, we could go get energy search. We wouldn't use it right here. But yeah, just gonna go ahead and punch this Dreepy, this Dunsparce. And unfortunately for Jason, the only place to move the energy is to a bench Dreepy. So the handheld fan's not getting a ton of value here. The Crushing Hammer was big. A big whiff on that Crushing Hammer in the last turn for sure. Jackson also preemptively putting the rescue board in play. I don't know if I like that. I think you can chill with that. There's the punch. And once again, the Psychic should probably be moved. You know, it's a Charizard deck, so there's a higher chance there's more fires than Psychics. Although Jason did luck out here, there is a fire prized. I don't like that choice. I think the Psychic always makes more sense, but don't work out. Did they actually show Jason's prize cards? I feel like they forgot to show Jason's prize cards. I feel like they just did not show Jason's prize cards at all on his first search. That's when they usually show them, is they usually show the prize cards on the first search. I think they forgot to. So why are we getting more Pult on stream? I could not care less about Pult. Oh, because they want to put Mill on stream, probably. It's more so about Mill than Pult. I was wondering, why is metagaming not as important for Cups? I always get advice on just play what you're comfortable with. I mean, that's just true for regionals as well. That statement is also true for regionals. What if most matchups I play against are unfavorable? Then you should probably switch decks. It's easier to metagame for Cups. It's easier to predict the meta at Cups than it is at regionals. Yeah, I don't know who's telling you that, but metagaming is important for Cups. It's like even potentially more important because it's easier to metagame. We also want to weigh the Sada here from Jason. Wait, what is Jason getting off of this Sada? Or off this Ultra Ball. Wait, do we have another Sada in hand? You drew a pad? Yeah, but yeah, I'm just confused. Wait, but don't we want to? You drew a pad and second Sada? Oh, okay. If we have second Sada, that's fine, I guess then, yeah. I was so confused at first, though. I didn't see the second Sada. Isn't it better to get rid of a fighting energy, though? I feel like it's better to get rid of a fighting energy there than the Sada. Yeah, I don't like that Sada discard. Especially if we're trying to draw like a jet here so we can actually attack. I feel like getting rid of the fighting has to be better there. Why is Jackson not ever cutting him? Because he doesn't want to. He doesn't care. I don't know. Palpad feels pretty bad unless you're putting two Sada back. Yeah, but just don't play the Palpad. Nothing's forcing you to play the Palpad. You can just hold the Palpad and play one Sada and hold the other Sada, and then just discard a fighting energy instead. We don't have to play the Sada. Oh, there's no stadium, so we can't actually attack. I would have just held the energy here, to be honest. I don't even think I would have played this energy. It's not terrible, I guess. I think I would have just held the energy, though. Are we going to retreat? Wait, but now our Great Tusk just dies to a Dragapult. If there's a fire, there's definitely a Dragapult in Jackson's hand. Jackson's access to Dragapult is super high. The question is whether or not Jackson has an energy, not a Dragapult. I do not like this retreat to the Great Tusk. Yeah, this is bad. I don't like this at all. Jackson doing some light reading. Yeah, whoever told you metagaming is not as important for Cups is wrong. I wouldn't argue it's more important, but it's easier to get a read on a local meta than it is on a regional meta. So I won't say it's more important to metagame for a local meta, but it's like just as important. You should 3 months there, Akali. Just to support. It's kind of crazy how Flip Tails impacts this game. Not really. Congratulations to Brock's scouting for being the first Dream Together card played on stream. Wait, is that real? All right, it is just a punch for 70, so it worked out here for Jason, and we're into the Poke Gear. We're looking for that, I mean, Sada, ideally. Oh, my. Dude, we just shuffled 2 Sadas back. See, this is why you just keep the Sada in your hand, bro. Actually, this just proves my point. If we just had a supporter in the hand, we don't have to rely on the Poke Gear to hit the supporter. We would have been big chillin'. But instead, we discarded the Sada. We palpated them back into the deck. Sure, our odds are high, but we whiffed. We could have just had a Sada. We could have been cooking. We're not cooking. Neutralization zone? Honestly, screw it. Let's get it involved. Do not play the ticket. Would you? Okay, that wasn't the ticket. I thought that was the ticket. I was like, do not play the ticket here. There's no way. Get zony with it? All right, we're getting zony with it. I like this. Get aggressive. Mill 1. Not a great one, but it's fine. There's a fire energy in hand here for Jackson. And there's the Artisan. So this game is basically over here. So we're gonna see the same split here. 1, 1, 4. Fan Rotom. Jason thinking about saying Fan Rotom. Ends up with the Dunsparce in the active. Top deck to Dunsparce. Okay. Good push. We have the Artisan to work with now as well. I don't know if we should be using the Artisan here, but we are. I guess we need to... Great Tusk? Yeah, sure. I guess that's fine. But now we need to Dunsparce into a Sada. We need so much here from Jason still. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Arse online. Here we go. Draw 3. We have the Sada. And we have the Night Stretcher. So we can Night Stretcher for another Great Tusk. Sada to both Great Tusk. Okay, hang on. Things are happening. It feels like a little bit too little too late. But something's better than nothing. And we went from nothing to something. Jason's cooking. No, Night Stretcher. No. We got to play more aggressively than that. All right, I understand why Jason made this play. It's because he wants to save the Night Stretcher to get the energies to guarantee the attack. But we need more than that. These are those situations where playing for the guarantee or playing for more, you play for more. We don't have the luxury of not benching the second Great Tusk and getting another energy on that Great Tusk. We don't have that luxury at this point. That doesn't exist. We got to get in there. We got to get in there. I don't like that choice there from Jason. We would have whiffed. We would have whiffed. So the play did work out for Jason, but I think it's a mistake. We gotta pray. We gotta people pray here or whatever and hope to get the energy off the Sada. We need more. This is not enough. Once again, we're gonna be in a board set with no other Great Tusk developed. It's just not enough. It's just not enough. There's the mill. Hidden energy. Energy's good. Iono is also a good mill there. But Dragapult's still set up here for Jackson. And is going to start to be able to pick apart these Dunsparces on the bench. Hand's looking pretty big here for Jackson. So we might start to see him thin it out a little bit. To play around, what's it called, getting too much value. We see the Resty board coming down. We also see an Ultra Ball happening. To get that second Dracloak online. With the Neutralization Zone Stadium taken care of, though, Dragapult's the only attacker you need here as Jackson. We're looking good. Looking good here for Jackson. Appreciate the prime sub there, Keller. Welcome to the pack. Chicken Jockey? That's what I've been saying. Loke activated. Definitely going to keep the Iono for sure. And here we go. Knockout active, knockout Dunsparce. 2 prize cards remaining for Jackson. And the board's pretty much set up at this point to close out the game. I don't think there's actually a play. I can't think of a play that exists for Jason besides like finding 3 crushing hammers and hitting 3 heads. That's the only thing I see here for Jason is you've played 1 crushing hammer so far. I don't know how many crushing hammer Jason plays. I don't know if any are prized. The only play I see here for Jason as a win condition is you find 3 crushing hammers and you hit 3 heads. That's the only thing I see here. We'll see though. Yo, what's up, Zul? Any different decks or just the usual? Yeah, nothing crazy. We've only seen Dragapult plus Mill on stream so far. It's only the second round. We've seen the Dragapult, Dusknoir Mirror. And then we've seen Dragapult Charizard versus Mill. Alright, Jason's about to go find a friend, but... Yo, can we get a second copy pasta for the second, what's it called, card being played? As a newer player, I still don't understand the E-Search versus Earthen Vessel. Isn't the latter almost always better? Well, just think about the difference, right? But it's pretty easy to calculate. So, like, I agree with you, Cold Front, that it seems like Earthen Vessel is better than Energy Search. But all you have to do is, like, sit there and be like, what are the differences between the cards? Earthen Vessel gets 2 energy out of your deck, but you have to discard a card. Energy Search doesn't discard a card, right? You have to be like, so when you see Jackson choose to play Energy Search over Earthen Vessel, we know Jackson thinks the trade-off of discarding the card is too high of a cost for wanting to get the extra energy out of the deck. And it makes a little bit more sense in this deck that Jackson's playing because Jackson plays Charizard. So you don't want to take energy out of your deck as aggressively to begin with. But Vessel doesn't say you have to take 2 energy. You could just take 1 energy off Vessel, but we just know that Jackson thinks the discard trade-off for how often he takes a second energy off Vessel isn't worth the discard trade-off, right? That's what Jackson thinks. So Jackson thinks, that's why Jackson thinks Energy Search is better than Earthen Vessel. But I'm with you. When I look at that, I'm like, I don't know. Earthen Vessel still seems better to me, right? I'm with you. But we know, we can understand Jackson's mind state, right? We can understand why Jackson chose to play Energy Search over Earthen Vessel. And now, and then we can still disagree with him. We can understand why he did it, but we can also still disagree with him at the same time. That's a fair point. Thanks for the info. Yeah. Remember, but we also know we both have the same goal. Us watching Jackson and Jackson both have the same goal. To find the optimal 60, right? The archetype is Dragapult Charizard. The question is, what is the optimal 60? Jackson's trying to find the optimal 60. We're trying to find the optimal 60. And we're questioning cards and choices to trying to determine that. We know we have the same goal. We understand why Jackson plays one over the other. And only one of us is correct. Either me and you are correct, because we think Vessel seems better, or Jackson is correct, because he thinks Energy Search is better. It's called agree to or disagree? No, it's not, because there's only one correct answer. Agree to disagree only works in situations where there's a spectrum of answers. In the Pokemon TCG, there's never a spectrum of answers. It's either correct or disincorrect. It's either correct or incorrect. So it makes sense for Cold Front trying to understand why Jackson plays the Energy Search when he's like, why would you ever play Energy Search? We have Earthen Vessel in the format. So that's how you like piece it together. And then from there, you can still be like, I think he's incorrect, but you don't. It's not agree to disagree. It's I think you're incorrect, and I think I'm correct. I guess E-Search makes more sense because you want to find Psychic. Yeah, but you could Vessel for 2 Psychics, like someone in chat said. I mean, there's not a single right answer. Otherwise, we'd have perfect 60 for any deck without any differences. No, there is a single right answer. But it doesn't mean we have come to the conclusion. And for where we are in testing or through our experiences playing the Pokemon TCG, we could be at different stages where you're playing Earthen Vessel and I'm playing Energy Search, but there still is only one correct answer. Just because there's a correct answer doesn't mean we can't be playing different 60s, because we either don't agree on what the correct answer is, or we haven't come to the conclusion of what the correct answer is. there is a correct answer. Pokemon is, there's no gray area in the Pokemon TCG. Everything is black and white. It's correct or it's incorrect. It's right or it's wrong. It's a misplay or the correct play. There's not a spectrum of choices in the Pokemon TCG for anything, for literally anything. Black and white is Gen 5. Like it's a misplay to not play United Wings if you want to win. Exactly. Now you're cooking. Wrong take, my guy. No, I'm not going to have this discussion with anyone. I don't want to like dive into this. Like, you either don't understand the Pokemon TCG or you agree with me. Like, it's not a wrong take, right take thing. It's just how the Pokemon TCG works. It's how games like the Pokemon TCG work. Unless you're not talking to me. But I'm not going to like discuss this further. Y'all can believe I'm wrong. That just makes it easier for me to win tournaments. Like, if you don't agree with me, you're the reason it's easier to win tournaments. The more people who disagree with me, the easier tournaments become. So I don't mind. I don't hate. At the end of the day, I don't hate it. If y'all want to have a different mindset than the correct mindset, that's cool with me. It's all just one big puzzle. We're all just trying to find the answer. What if you agreed to disagree about your take on agreeing and disagreeing? That, honestly, I'm kind of stuck on that one. I don't have an out for that one. Pay out, please. All right. Jackson was on the right. I got y'all. If you're not farming, you're getting farmed. Just because there's a correct 60 doesn't mean it's easy to find. That's why people play different decks and how stock lists get created over time. Yeah, exactly. Just because we don't have the perfect 60 yet doesn't mean it doesn't exist. All right, I'm going to put on the interview here and I'll be right back.
Winner from the last round, Jackson Ford, taking down the mighty Great Tusk. How are you feeling, my man?
I'm feeling good. This is my first win on stream since seniors in 2018, and I lost twice this season already on stream, so you know it's really nice to get one through. Of course, I mean the gameplay wasn't as fantastic for the Great Tusk. I think they flipped 0 for 3 on Crushing Hammers and a lot. I think you said there's 2 land collapse announced in both games, so I mean it's bittersweet, but you know it's still really, really nice to have that. I'm 5-0 now, so I'm feeling really good.
Yeah, a win is a win, and getting to 5-0, as great of a start as you could hope for at any of these big tournaments. So I want to ask you about the matchup here. We saw kind of a funny reaction from you when your opponent flips over a Great Tusk to start the game. I mean, what was going through your mind in that moment?
Yeah, right. So I haven't really played against Great Tusk since NAIC last year. I mean, I don't think anything's really changed. I know there's the stadium A-spec, the neutralizing center or zone. So that's like the one thing you have to deal with. And I only play 1 stadium in my list. So when I was playing that game, I knew if I could get my Artisan into my hand, then I would just be golden. Other than that, I think Dragapult just does really well. I mean, they have the Dunsparces, the Fan Rotom in play. So like any other, you know, Fan Rotom matchup, you have really easy prize mapping.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're someone who's played the game for a lot of years, you know, through the younger age divisions up into Masters now, and you've had great successes. And I'm sure throughout your tournament runs in the past, you've had kind of trickier matchups, things you weren't expecting. You know, what did you kind of have to do mentally going into your first turn once you saw your opponent was playing something you probably haven't practiced against?
Right, so I know that Great Tusk, if they like mill 4 times, it's gonna be 24 cards. So if I can set up with more than like 24 plus, you know, 6 draws per turn, so more than 30 cards in my deck, then it's gonna be nearly impossible for my opponent to win. So I pretty much just get the 2 Dragapults out, or the 1 Dracula and the 1 Dragapult, because I want to get around the neutralizing zone. And then from there I just park the bus, no recon directives unless I absolutely have to. And then I try to keep the Arvins around so I can, you know, get the energy surge for my Psychic or get my Night Stretcher for my Psychic energy. Yeah,
being a little bit more conservative with kind of your early game plays so that if they get into a lot of milling, you know, you're not going to be in too bad of a spot. Well, like you mentioned, you're 5-0. You've played a lot of Charizard, right? Yes. But Charizard feels a little bit weaker right now. You've still found a way to make it work, though, with the Dragapult. Talk to us about your deck decision for the event.
Right. So going into this format, I really, really wanted to play Charizard Trapagos. It's kind of like the pet deck I've been working on. You know, I spent a lot of time on it, really refined the list. But going into like the week or 2 before the tournament, I think everyone really reached a consensus on Dragapult just being the best deck by far. I know a lot of people are playing it or playing Gardevoir to counter it. So going into this weekend, I wasn't willing to just like essentially lose to 20% of the field. So I said, hey, Charizard can actually play Dragapult in it, so I can get the best of both worlds, and it also kind of solves the Gardevoir EX matchup while doing it.
Yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense. Lots of different decks out there in the field, brand new meta and stuff like that. Have you played against anything interesting in your first 5 rounds? I guess Great Tusk is probably at the top of that list.
I played against this Monkey Dory Frostlass Dragapult deck. He was playing like 3 Monkey Dories and Devo and Frostlass, and it was kind of scary. But one of like I think the deficiencies for a lot of these more complicated Dragapult builds is just finding attachments. So I mean, 3 Monkey Dories is great, but if you can't spare the attachments to get them out, they don't actually do anything for you.
Yeah, a little bit less consistent to get going. Well, you're 5-0. Is there anything you're kind of hoping to dodge at this point? Obviously, you've got kind of 2 decks mashed into one to make like one really powerful stage 2 deck. It feels like it has the legs to answer a lot of the different things. What are you scared of out there?
Right, so I'm scared of hitting the walls deck. I actually played against one and was able to beat it, but my only attackers in that matchup are Pheasantipity and Dracloak, so the attackers are less than optimal. I pretty much have to like Countercatcher and Cruel Arrow the entire game and hope to flip heads on sleep. That one's not very good. Everything else, I feel confident that I at least have a chance to win, and that's something I was looking for when I was playing this deck.
That's what the first 5 rounds are for, right? Get the Great Tusk Mills and the walls decks out of the way. You'll surely play against all the normal stuff from here on out.
Oh, absolutely. Optimal. I pretty much best in this deck.
Is there anything you're kind of hoping to dodge at this point? Obviously, you've got kind of 2 decks mashed into one to make like one really powerful stage 2 deck. It feels like it has the legs to answer a lot of the different things. What are you scared of out there?
Right, so I'm scared of hitting the walls deck. I actually played against one and was able to beat it. Both for supporting me, making these trips possible. And then all of the guys, all of the Canadians that are cheering me on from home. I really, really appreciate everyone's support.
Appreciate your time, Jackson. Best of luck in the rest of your rounds. We'll be keeping up with you.
Dude, what Walls player lost to Jackson, bro? You're done. You're done. Don't come back. You're staying in Atlanta. You're done. I just crossed the 100K blue bucks mark. What do I get? Exactly. Also, one more thing I'll say, because obviously it's just me talking here, and if you can find them, they might exist. As far as I know, what the rant I just went on about, you know, correct versus incorrect in the Pokemon TCG, as far as I know, no other elite level player disagrees with anything I said. To just, you know, put it like, you know, he's like, okay, Azul's saying this, maybe I agree with him, maybe I don't. Some of you are like, oh, Azul's a dumbass, bro. What does he mean? No other elite level player in the Pokemon TCG, as far as I'm aware, disagrees with anything I just said. Everyone knows that that is true and plays the game as if that is true. So you're all wrong. Got it. You could try and find one, but yeah. You could try and find one, but I'm pretty sure no one else, no one disagrees. I mean, even a perfect 60 can be tweaked a bit. No, because it's the perfect 60. A perfect 60 cannot be tweaked. But that's because your understanding of what a perfect 60 is skewed, because people will tweet out after events, had the perfect 60, played the perfect 60 at my League Cup. I wouldn't change a single card in this deck. It's perfect. But they're wrong. There's cards can be always changed in pretty much every deck. You never know if you have the perfect 60, so you can't ever say you have the perfect 60. If you have the perfect 60, nothing can be tweaked. Nothing can be changed because you have the perfect 60. That's just not how it works. That's just not how it works. Caleb disagrees with your bolt, though. I mean, that's fine. That's not has nothing to do with anything I just said. But what if it's the perfect 59 and it's so perfect you don't even need the 60th? So that card can be tweaked? No, there's still a perfect 60th card. That's not how it works. No, if there is a perfect 60, if you somehow obtain it, you'll never know if you actually have the perfect 60. So you should always be, you're always deck building in the pursuit of the perfect 60, but you'll never actually know if you have the perfect 60. So all you can do is hope you do, but you'll never know if you do. Yeah, all you can do is hope you do, but you'll never know if you do. And if you do, then you have the perfect 60. But you could never actually know if you have the perfect 60. It's impossible to know if you have the perfect 60. And you could have it without knowing you have it. Can't believe you're even taking the bait. I don't think it's bait. I think they're being genuine, which is fine. But that's why I'm breaking it down. A lot of people don't understand how like the full in depth of the Pokemon TCG. So most of the time, these like sometimes people asking me these questions is bait. Most of the time, it's not bait though. Maybe it could be 50-50. But even if it's 50-50, I'm still going to answer the question genuinely if you're asking a genuine question. Well, if I think you could be asking a genuine question. I guess if you're baiting me, you got me, but... Also, the perfect 60 changes per event. The way to think about it is there's a perfect 60 for each metagame. The markers of a format's metagames are major tournaments. For every single metagame, there's a perfect 60. For every single archetype, the markers for metagames in a format are major tournaments. Isn't it also true that since the meta is constantly changing, the perfect 60 last week could not be the perfect come the next week tournament, so it's perfect for a period in time? Yeah, exactly. So that's why the markers are major tournaments. That's what I'm saying, yeah. It wasn't bait law, but it's also a bit of a ship of Theseus if you're going between metas. That's what I'm saying. There's a perfect 60 for every metagame. The markers of metagames in formats are major tournaments. So we're always talking about, for the next major tournament, what is the perfect 60? That's what we're always like speaking towards. And it could change after that tournament happens, or it could not change. You'll never know. Here's 2 months there. A quarter Rican. The perfect 60 is Paldean, Wooper, and 59 Dark Energy. I should try it out. It might be it. It's like not that complicated. And yeah. Overall, once you like fully understand everything in the Pokemon TCG, everything's not that complicated. But you just kind of have to give up your... You have to buy into it as well, so you can fully understand it. So you can maximize your potential in the Pokemon TCG. You have to fully buy into like the game, how the game works at its like fundamental core. Once you bought into it, though, you'll become that much better at the game. Yeah, but you do have to buy into it. I ain't buying this BS. I know, Akko. I've seen you play. I know you're not buying it. Azul's book will be out in a few weeks on Perfect 60. That kid is not old enough to be a judge. Azul just got back from a challenge. Went 1-2-2 with Zork. Are you proud of me? Nah, you gotta clean up those ties. What the heck? 2 ties at a challenge is crazy work. That's a good way to think about that kind of stuff as well, Dougie. Biggest thing I ever learned in the regards to that there's only one correct answer conversation is to stop being so results based. Just because your play led to a win doesn't mean it was correct. Yeah. So yeah, it's always good to recognize that. So would you ever consider writing a book about competitive Pokemon similar to the Road of the King or the Mental Game of Poker? Probably not, because I hate writing. But I mean, I understand all the concepts. I understand all the concepts very, very well, for sure, or to the maximum that they can be understood. So I have the knowledge, but putting it into words would be tough. I'd have to use like a ghostwriter or something. I love your content on shuffling statistics on the Pokemon TCG. Are you going to make more content like that? I definitely want to. As whenever a topic comes up and I'm able to come up with a good way to kind of present it, I'll definitely make more stuff like that. Have you played Azul that felt like they were the perfect 60 for an event? I know, all right, the closest, I'm not gonna call them the perfect 60. Decks that I've been very confident with before the event, or decks that I've walked away from an event being like, this felt very good and didn't feel like there was like anything dead. It was like the Miraidon deck I played at Vancouver. I don't know, I have to go back, and the Snorlax deck I used to win Stockholm. The Miraidon deck I played at Vancouver. Dude, literally when I won Stockholm with Snorlax, I couldn't sleep. I woke up at like 3 a.m. and then I just went downstairs to the hotel lobby and just played Battlegrounds on my laptop, thinking about like the final changes to make in the deck. I think I had like the deck with me, laid out next to me while I was playing Battlegrounds. And I ended up making some final changes to the list that were very good. It was like second Rotom and second Mimikyu, I think, were the second Mimikyu was kind of iffy, but it did play. It was good. Second Mimikyu is really good against a really good Charizard player. So So you said you watched the Call of Duty esports. Have you been following the scene? What are your thoughts on Optic dropping Pred and Kenny? I have been following the scene. I mean, I think they had to make a change. I think it was really bad that they picked up backup Pred, and they should have gotten rid of Kenny sooner. Honestly, I actually think, because my understanding is that Kenny is the one who left before Major 2. I think that's going to hurt them more than help them, because I don't think Skies is that good in this game. He seems like fine, or he's like serviceable. But I think if Kenny had stuck it out past Major 2, playing through Major 2, they would have actually picked up a better player from Challengers instead of Skies. But because Kenny left before Major 2, Skies was really their only option. So they kind of defaulted to Skies. So I think Kenny not playing Major 2 actually hurts them in the long term, because now they have Skies on the team. Which I think Skies is like serviceable, but he's like not that good. So I think it's gonna, it would have been better if Kenny had left after Major 2, because then I think they would have dipped into Challengers to pick up a player alongside Hugh. You think Brandner Dango 60 is close to the perfect for UIC? I have no clue. That's what I'm saying. Don't think about it. Don't think about, like, don't. That's what I'm saying. All right. Those kind of questions also, this is like, goes back to my thing with like consistency. Like, don't think about the perfect 60. It's just like, it's not, you just know it exists, and that's it. That's it. Just know it exists and play towards it. We never know how close we are to it. Don't think about how close you are to it. Just play Pokemon and try and make your list better and try and get better at the game. Like, that's it. We want to know it exists. We want to know the perfect 60 exists. We want to know, we'll never know if we have it, but past that, that's it. We don't think about, oh, how close was this to the perfect 60? Do I have the perfect 60? You don't think about it like that. You just, that's it. You just know it exists, and that's it. But you don't worry about how close you are, how close someone else was, or anything like that. Grizzle, Hugh, Shotzi, Kenny, and Dashi wins. Well, I mean, it didn't seem like Kenny was working, though, on the team. So I think Kenny did need to go, probably. Because the team looks better without Kenny for sure. Like, Kenny's playing better on Minnesota, and Optic is playing better without Kenny. So it did seem like Kenny just needed to go, which is fine. But they needed someone that wasn't Skies, I think, to really have, be able to like compete for championships this year. So yeah. So I think it's unfortunate for them that Kenny chose to leave before Major 2 instead of after Major 2, because they're forced into picking up. They're forced to picking up Skies basically. But if they had waited until after Major 2, they could have seen how Challengers played out and then picked up a Challengers player. I got Dylan Rex or something. Yeah, I've heard that name before. Yeah, they should have got just like some other up and coming AR/flex. But doesn't it feel sick to feel that you have made something about which you wouldn't change a thing? I mean, just, all right. So if you have 60 cards and you can't come up with something better to play, if you have like a 60 card deck and you're like, I can't think of a change, that's fine. It doesn't mean you have the perfect 60 though. It just means where your testing has led you so far, the more you refine a deck, the harder it is to make a change, right? The more you refine a deck, the harder it is to make a change. Just because you have 60 cards and you can't come up with a change to make doesn't mean there's not changes to make. It just means you haven't come up with them yet. And it's possible you could sit there and play with the deck for 6 months and never find a card to change, but it doesn't mean you have the perfect 60. It just means you can't figure out what the next change is. The perfect 60 is only relevant relative to what/who you are playing when you are playing it. No, that's not true. Wait, you could expand further on that, Bricks, but I'm pretty sure you're just wrong. We're please time locked on the 60 number. I mean, we're chilling. We're waiting for the next round. Shout out to the Pokemon leagues in Atlanta. We got Level Up Games, Dr. Nose, Cardboard Game Castle, and Hobbytown. Check them out. Perfect 60 is the friends we made along the way. It's meta dependent, sure. Yeah, but we already went over that. Appreciate the 2 months there, 40. Love your content. Always nice to chat with you whenever I get a chance. Only unfortunate that I live across the pond. Greetings from Sweden. I appreciate the continued support there, 40. Perfect 60 is a good name for a card shop. Perfection is boring. I mean, it depends how you look at it, I guess. No, that's just, dude, that's cringe. That's cringe. I feel like they improved the camera a little. It still looks pretty washed out, to be honest. I mean, United Wings cards are in the perfect 60. Probably all of them. I could see -1. Like, there's no real 60. It depends on what type of event you are playing for it. No matter since it always changes. Yeah. So I'll read it. I'll say this one last time because I've already seen 2 questions, including yours. For every metagame, for every archetype, there is a perfect 60. The markers in a format that matter are major tournaments. Those are the metagame markers that we use to that we play towards, right? So Atlanta is the first tournament in this format. So it's the first metagame marker that we care about. Is what is the perfect 60 for the archetype that I'm playing to this event? What is the perfect 60 to play to Atlanta? That's what you're trying to figure out. You'll never know if you have it. You probably won't ever obtain it, but you want to get as close as you possibly can. You're like, all right, I know there's a perfect 60 out there. Let me work towards that. So you work towards something that is impossible to achieve. But understanding that, knowing that, is going to help you deck build better. It's going to make you better at the game because you understand the game at a deeper level. Just knowing that and playing around the idea of that and practicing and prepping around the idea of that is important to get better at the game. Appreciate the prime sub there, Tom. Welcome to the pack. We got plenty of pockets. We're all out of milk. Yo, hopefully they don't. I think Chip did talk about this on the podcast. Did Chip talk about this on the podcast? But Chip's, I don't think he'd care if I said it if he didn't. I'm pretty sure he did talk about it on the podcast. Yeah, he did. Okay, yeah. Chip did a pocket segment on what? Actually, this could be the pocket segment for all I know. Chip, no, this is with the new cards. Chip did a pocket segment at one of the regionals, and they wiped his pocket account by accident because he logged into his account on the production phone. They by accident wiped his account. That's why I see this and I was like, oh no, Chip, they're gonna wipe your account again. Look out, Chip, no. But he started up a new account, and I think they tried to do what they could for him. They tried to do what they could for him, I think, as well, to help him get some of his cards back. And he's playing again. He's like been playing ranked and stuff, so he's back into it. It was a while ago. It was a couple months ago now, but I just saw this. Chip's here doing a pocket segment. I'm like, no, Chip, look out! They're gonna wipe your account again. Between perfect 60, 59, and 58 probably don't have that much of a diff in changes, or just, I mean, the perfect 60 is just like a term to use. Just tuning in. Any Raging Bolt on stream yet? Nah, 3 Dragapults and a mill. What was Fabrizio's deck? Dragapult Dusknoir. So the One Piece is the perfect six? Probably. Azul claims to be Chip's friend, but just mutes him whenever he's on stream. What the fuck? Hey girl, I'm not looking for the perfect 60 because you're the perfect one. It's so stupid. Wish a perfect X would be more interesting in a game like Yu-Gi-Oh where you can play a different number of cards. I mean, kind of. The question is, the idea of the perfect 60 isn't interesting at all. It just is like it's just, I don't know what it's not a rule, but like the idea of the perfect 60 in the PokemonTCG isn't even that interesting. It doesn't need to be interesting. It's not even interesting in Yu-Gi-Oh. It's just like, yeah, it's not even interesting in Yu-Gi-Oh either. It's not like a rule. It's a concept. The concept, yeah, it's a concept, right? Yeah, it's just a concept. But it'll help you, like if you follow if you believe the concept, which you should, you'll just get a better understanding of the PokemonTCG. That's it. It just helps you gain a better understanding to help you prep and practice and deck build in a way that is more constructive and that will lead to more success. That's it. You're just trying to find the perfect 40 because that makes your math better unless your deck has bricks. Yeah, and that's why Yu-Gi-Oh is like a fake game. Like they only play with 40 cards. It's literally like Pokemon for babies. You literally play with 33% less cards. Like it's 33% less skillful of a game. Like it's literally Pokemon for babies. What game is gonna give us a side deck for real? For real? they can't handle all their cards being in a single deck, so they have like side decks and sideboards and stuff like that. Because the idea of having like a 60 card deck is just like too much for them to handle. So they have to like break it out into like different decks so they can like handle the, you know, analyzing the game properly. Which is like fine. I mean, there should be like the different levels of games for different players. Like, you know, when you first play baseball, you go play t-ball, you know, with like toddlers and stuff, and then, you know, you kind of scale up from there. Yeah, like Yu-Gi-Oh is t-ball. Magic is like AAA. You got Pokemon. It's like the MLB of card games, stuff like that. One Piece is like AA. Wait, what goes for AAA or AA? Is more A's harder or more A's easier? Actually, don't remember. AAA, AA. AAA is before Major Leagues, right? More A's is harder. Yeah. So then you got like One Piece is AA, Magic is AAA, and then Pokemon is MLB, right? Major League. I think you have Yu-Gi-Oh down there, T-ball or whatever. Which is like fine. Like if you enjoy T-ball, you know, go play T-ball. It's not a bad thing. It's just like a fact. Where you go to that T-ball regionals growing up. T-ball regionals. Yeah, I used to main T-ball back in the day, but I've advanced since. I've advanced since then. But I used to be a big T-ball enjoyer. Jess says your cards would still be no T-ball at all. I don't even know. The concept of the perfect 60 is basically a religion. Yeah. I'm actually starting a cult, the perfect 60. It all starts here. I'm first in line for the Church of the Perfect 60. What is she be yapping about all the time? Bro, I don't know, bro. They got this man everywhere, bro. He's on the couch. He's in the stands. This man is everywhere today, bro. He's moving. Do you like melodic as a deck? Walls? I mean, I don't dislike it. I think it's like fine. It seems like it's decent right now for sure. I think walls are decent. Patos Chippy is the clone of Chip. Actually, honestly, I could see it. That tracks, that tracks. They've been interested in playing another TCG at a high level? Not really. The problem is I just haven't put in the time to actually like learn a TCG or try and get an understanding of a TCG well enough to like consider like, okay, how much do I want to actually play this game? But that's something I actually want to try doing a little bit more in the future. And I think the first game I'll probably take that step with will be like the League of Legends. Ideally, the League of Legends card game when I can get my hands on it, or I don't even know where it's at in the process, but that'd be like the start for me. So yeah, I just want to try and invest a little bit. I want to try and invest a little bit more time into new games to try them out, and then, you know, make a consideration of whether or not I want to like pursue them further. But so like the League of Legends thing. I mean, if there's ever like a Pokemon auto battler, I definitely would want to try and get into that. Just another strategy game, right? What Battlegrounds were you talking about earlier? Battlegrounds is a auto battler version of Hearthstone. I think Chow is on Guardy. Almost certainly, yeah. Henry's almost definitely on Guardy. Almost for sure, for sure. I would love Pokemon TFT. Pokemon TFT would be sick. Legends of Runeterra? No, not Legends of Runeterra. League of Legends is, or Riot is coming out with a different League of Legends card game. That's not Runeterra. Have you considered CCGs? What are CCGs? How many rounds for day one? 9 rounds day one. So we only have 4 rounds left, actually. 9 rounds day one, and then 4 rounds day two, I think. Riftbound? Oh, Riftbound, yeah. I didn't know that had a name. Otherwise, been going crazy since the Toronto breakout. Yeah, and we're another 5-0 start. Gotta close it out, though. 5-0 start's good, but still a lot of Pokemon to be played. Apparently, Chow and Bradner are on Guardy Zoro. Gotta wait for some Makani. All right. They're on the Guardy Zoro. I'll definitely be interested to see what their list looks like. TCG, aka credit card game. There's a Pokemon Auto Battler. Yeah, but it's only in China. Like, I'm waiting for like one outside of China. If that's one you mean. Did you know that Southeast Asia's version of Journey Together has the bench protection shaman? I didn't. Well, someone mentioned it earlier in chat. Yeah, that's interesting for sure. So Southeast Asia is just like missing. They don't get to play a format. They don't get to play the no shaman format. Are you streaming Slay the Spire 2 when it releases? Probably not. That'll probably just be a game I play when I travel. Not true. Malaysia and Singapore has no shaman. Oh wait, is it just like some areas of Southeast Asia? Wait, who got the shaman? Who has shaman, bro? Would you ever leave the PokemonTCG for any other game, or try to balance both? I don't know. It just depends how interested I am in the game. Like, I don't know. It could happen. I'm not against the idea of it happening. Indonesia and Thailand have shaman. Ooh, okay. Indonesia and Thailand get shaman. Not everywhere. There's Master Ball League in Malaysia next weekend. I did see that. I have been keeping track of all the other tournaments going on in Asia for restreaming them. Unfortunately, next weekend I'm out of town, so I won't be restreaming it, but I am planning to restream. Because thankfully, PTCG Stats has all of them. The weekend after that, what are we in April? Malaysia. The weekend after that is the Seville special event in Spain, and also the Philippines Master League. So I'm probably going to watch both of those tournaments not next weekend, the weekend after next. Am I going to Portland? Currently plan to go to Portland, yes. Please, Makani, bring something spicy. Bro, Makani's been playing some pretty boring decks recently. I'm not gonna lie. Big disappointment. Azul, big fan. What's up, Max? How's it going? I'm gonna go get my food real fast before the round starts. I'll be right back. I'm not gonna throw an ad on or anything. Actually, I'm gonna put up an ad here real fast so it doesn't play in the middle of the game. Wait, am I like, is it live? It is live. Yeah, I'll be right back. Dude, god damn it. Is it just more Dusknoir Dragapult? Why are so many players wearing rings on their index fingers all of a sudden? Well, it's just a people thing. People just wear rings. It's part of the fit. You just won't get it. It's style. People don't respect the drip? I know, dude. No respect, bro. Oh, it's Guardy versus Paul. Okay, so a little bit more interesting. Definitely a little bit more interesting. Really slow start here for Cali, and just went with the Badoo. Is that a Jack in the hand there for Makani? Is Makani also playing Zoroark? Why else would you play Jack and Guardy if you're not playing Zoroark? It's got to be Zoroark, right? The Jack is weird if there's no Zoroark in here, I feel like. Oh, it's the Dunsparce. Ooh. Jack makes a little bit more sense. God, I hate the Dunsparce so much. I feel like Zoroark has to be better than the Dunsparce, for sure. Zoroark has to be better than the Dunsparce. I hate the Dunny, bro. Dunny's my #1 op, for sure. Okay, so I think the high amount of Pult is going to cause people to play the meta around it and maybe opens up for Terra Box again. The meta is already being played around Dragapult. Like, it's not a surprise that Dragapult's the most popular deck of this tournament. I think everyone knew that. Everyone knew it's like the #1 deck to make sure you can beat or play or match up against. Would you ever accept a perfect 60 including the Dunsparce? No, obviously that can't be possible. Why is the Dunsparce so disliked? It's not. I just don't like it. Wait, I'm confused. Why is there... Wait, was that the whole turn from Makani? Is that a Drayton? Dude, Makani's just trying to be different at this point, bro. Did Dunsparce and Drayton? Was that a Drayton? Am I trolling? Who is that? Black Belt? Ooh, okay. Black Belt's kind of cool. All right, Cali has found Dusclops and some Dreepies. Does Cali ever get aggressive with this Dusknoir and just KO this Badoo, though, is the question. I assume not, but I wouldn't be like shocked to see it happen. Nope, it's going to be the Badoo Punch. Curlia found here for Makani. That's a big find already. Cali did with the energy attachment last turn. That's not good. Also, someone in chat said that Cali is playing Unfair Stamp, I think. I didn't see the prize cards. Evolves Curlia, attached to Curlia, and just hit for 10 from Makani. Does not play the Iono. Cali does have a Brox in hand, I believe, so that can lead to a Dracloak. All right, Dracloak #1 getting set up. Cali's stamp at top of prize cards. Okay. So no Neo Upper, no whatever the other one's called. Crystal. Rock is so weak. Bro, he's so weak. Have you ever watched him in the show? Dude. He is bullied by everybody. He's just not very strong. Cali is playing the Bravery Charm. I wonder if this leads to Tank Do this turn. Play around the Monkey Dory KO, or are we saving it for something else? I feel like Tank Do is the way to go in this matchup, right? Oh, he's getting beefy. Dude, he's bigger than Jackson out there, bro. What the fuck? Holy shit. All right, Guardy set up for Makani. Not a ton of energy in the discard pile. Does have Screamtail and Iono to work with as some options. Going into the Iono. Doesn't bench a Screamtail. Although Screamtail KO Dracloak would have been pretty good there. But I guess you're not getting the energy in the discard pile, right? Another Dunsparce located. Makani could attack this turn and KO the Badoo. He beefy, but he ain't that beefy. Or is Makani just going to chill and punch for 10? It's a chill and punch. Okay. Letting his Badoo get KO'd. Remove that from the bench. You don't want it in play to begin with anyway, so. Another Brock scouting here from Cali. Dude, those cards are just so low value. I mean, later in the game. Turn 1, if you don't have a... it feels pretty good turn 1 to have a Brox, right? It feels pretty good to have a Brox. You get your basic Pokemon. That feels pretty good. It does have some utility after that, obviously. I don't think I've seen a list with 2 Brox, though. I feel like every Dragapult list that I've seen has, like... Sometimes they have 1 Brox. This is the first time I've ever seen a double Brox in a list, I feel like. Just like Lance? Oh, all right, chill. It's not just like Lance. Lance is way better than Brox. It's not even comparable. Contain yourself, all right? EXP share and Nest Ball. Here from Cali. Jack over Brox. I don't know what's correct. I don't know what's correct, to be honest. From watching this game and then watching Fabrizio's game, Jack looks better. But this is just there's 2 matches so far. We've only seen 1 game here from Cali. Like, Brox is going to feel pretty good when you don't open an Arven for a Poffin and you have Brox, you know? Also, Brox, another thing that Brox does for you, to be honest, is it's good against Badoo. So when your opponent chooses second and you don't have an opening Poffin, but you have Brock in hand, then when your opponent Badoos you can play Brock for 2 basics, right? So Brock is really, really good under item lock. To find basics, like that's what we're seeing right here from Cali, right? Boom. Duskull, Dreepy found under item lock. That's big. That's big. So... You know, Brox definitely has his pot. Jack is like the way I think about it. Jack is the more powerful card because finding evolutions is just better than finding basics. Finding 2 evolutions is better than finding 2 basics or 1 evolution sometimes. But Brock is the more versatile card, right? More use cases, more consistently will be able to do something with it. Jack's ceiling is higher, but the floor for Brox is higher. I guess that's the way you should think about it. Artisan, and then Iono here from Makani after pushing up the Gardevoir. I'm curious to see how Makani handles the situation. We're still item locked here as Makani, so you can't play that counter catcher. Can't play the Mighty Muffin. No second Ralts on the bench, and this Guardy is under threat of getting KO'd next turn from Dusknoir plus Dragapult. Just going for another Badoo. Makani continuing to play this slow. Honestly, I think Cali's okay with that. Like, Cali has the prize advantage. Like, I feel like Cali's in a pretty good spot here. Like, just getting free prize cards turn after turn after turn is going to add up eventually. And this Badoo isn't like a free prize card for Makani to take advantage of eventually. Because it has the Bravery Charm. So it's not like, okay, I'll KO this Badoo later with like a Monkey Dory play. Another Dunsparce in the hand here for Makani. Could bench a 3rd. Chooses not to. Doesn't want to overclog the bench. No Ralts on the benches either. So Cali still could KO. Cali could have Boss, Energy, Dragapult, Dusknoir, and KO the Guardy off the bench. It is possible. Cali has 3rd Dracloak getting set up here. Here's about how many cards are in hand. I think it's like 5 on Makani's side. The play is available to Cali. You do need a lot here. The Boss is going to be the hardest thing to find. Cali probably only plays 1 to 2 Boss. Fire Energy is a good hit, though, if we don't have Energy in hand. Ooh, Energy and Dragapult located, though. I mean, as far as I know, you want both. Unless there's an Energy in hand already. Then we're chilling. Goes for the Dragapult, which is probably the harder card to find, because if you draw either Energy here, both are good. And there we have the Psychic. So Dragapult's available as an option here for Cali, but nothing is forcing Cali to be aggressive here either. Cali could just respond with Badoo, like just Badoo the Badoo. Like nothing is forcing Cali to be super aggressive here. I definitely feel like Cali is at the advantage here, and kind of can do whatever. If you just want to chill here and hide behind the Badoo longer until you feel comfortable attacking, because as soon as you give Makani access to items, that's when, and also once you put a Dragapult in the active, that's when Clefairy happens, obviously. So I wouldn't hate to see Cali just continue to play it slow. Maybe you evolve one of the Dracloaks to a Dragapult. That might be fine. Like you could evolve the one with the fire to a Dragapult, attach Psychic, and then still just Badoo for turn. I don't hate that. Put the EXP share. You could put the EXP share in play as well. Callie was gonna go for the attachment, decides not to, so we're definitely chilling. Wants to look at the discard pile. There's just a punch for 10. No EXP share placement, which I guess is fine. I would have hate to see the EXP share actually happen here, but I guess the EXP share is a little bit weird because you don't know which energy you're gonna hit next turn. But you could have just you could just put the EXP share on one of the Dracloaks with a psychic energy, and that would have been fine. So I think I would have liked to see the EXP share happen. All right, Iono here from Makani, immediately double to Dunsparce located off of the Iono. Here comes the Dunsparce number 1, drawing 3 cards, shuffles into the deck. Still has Artisan to work with as well. We have a second to Dunsparce in the hand. No other basic Pokemon options. I'm actually curious how many Monkey Dory Makani even plays. We see Dark Energy, so it's definitely some. It's probably not a super heavy count. Whenever you're playing like a draw engine in Guardy right now, you're not playing like the 3 Monkey Dory, I don't think. You just don't have bench space for it. It's usually probably, is it going to be 2 Monkey Dory or even just 1 Monkey Dory possibly? All right, into the Artisan. Monkey Dory is getting located. I don't know if we have the Dark Energy here. This does mean Makani is now like effectively winning the Badoo war. Like going back and forth with Badoos, Makani will eventually win the game. If we're gonna just go Badoo for Badoo. So gotta do something else here. No, he has 3 Monkey, 3 Dark. He does play 3 Monkey, 3 Dark. Really? Interesting. Alongside at least a 3-2 to Dunsparce line. Fresh Ralt setup. The Ralt is a big deal as well. Now, Callie still could get, like, if Callie plays double Dusclops, Callie could still board wipe the Guardy and the Ralts this turn. Dusclops, Dusknor, Dusclops, Boss, Dragapult, KO Guardy and Ralts. That would basically be game, I think. So if Callie can find all the pieces, the big question would just be, does Callie even play 2 Dusclops? Or is it prize? It being prize could also be a thing. I didn't get a look at the prize cards beforehand. I should take a look at those now, to be honest. Prize cards, Monkey Dory Dark prized for Makani. Rare Candy Unfair Stamp prized for Callie as far as the important cards go. Super Art also prized for Makani. Dusnor, Boss, Halucha. Oh, that's true. The Halucha could get involved as well. Yeah, Dusnor, Boss, Halucha would also be... Oh, there's the Boss. I mean, you take the Boss here, right? You go for the play. Callie, not... Okay, thank goodness. I was like, why would you not want the option of that? What? Okay, we do go for it. I don't know what the rest of the hand looks like, though, so I don't know if we have the... Oh, that's Dusnor! I mean, we're close. We might not have it exactly. We had a lot of pieces in the hand before we got Iono'd. Do we have the whole play? We got a lot of options here. Gardevoir is going to attack the Badoo for 13 damage counters, and then punch the Ralts for 10. All right, good to know. We have Dragapult. We have it. Except I don't know if we have Halucha or second Dusclops. So that's the question for Callie here. Do you have a Halucha or second Dusclops? Also, the Monkey Dory. Okay, gonna remove that from play. I don't know about... Monkey Dory is just not that big of a threat. The threat is Clefairy. I don't know if I like this. We're getting really far ahead in the prize exchange here as Callie, though, so it's pretty good. Removes the Badoo from play. I mean, this is, like, fine. No, I guess... Well, you could have drawn a 3 prize turn here. Oh, Callie does all 6 to the Badoo. Doesn't leave any damage in play. I don't think that's actually correct here, because damage is going to get built up in play for Makani anyways, right? Well, I guess it's not 100% true. A monkey is a threat? Not really. Not in this situation. What is the monkey? I guess the monkey could KO your Badoo. I guess that's kind of annoying. Gives like an extra prize card there. I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. I just feel like the Monkey Dory is not that... I feel like KOing the Guardy here puts so much pressure on Makani to find Candy Gardevoir plus like everything else. Couldn't they Boss Guardian then... Well, I don't think they had Halucha. Was Halucha in the hand? I don't think Halucha was in the hand. I don't think Halucha was in the hand. But I feel like Boss KO the Guardy plus KO Badoo, go down to 2 prize cards remaining, is better anyways, to be honest. I feel like that's just a better play anyways from Callie. Also, no EXP share being put in play ahead of time on that, not last turn, but the turn before, could backfire here. We definitely should, I think Callie should have played the EXP share on the Dracloak. One of the Dracloaks that had Psychic Energy, for sure. We see a research here coming out from Makani. No Iono, so I feel like this game is over. Was it also Countercatcher on Dusnor? I don't hate the counter catcher on Dusknoir. This just feels so slow, though. I don't know. Maybe there's a potential to still win, but if this feels hella slow. Super Rod coming out here. I guess you kind of do need to remove the Dusknoir. I guess if you let Dusknoir live, you just lose. Actually, if you attack with Clefairy and let Dusknoir live, you do just lose. So you have to remove this Dusknoir from play this turn, and then you have to get into... You have to hope Callie doesn't play Hawlucha. If Callie just has Hawlucha next turn KO Dunsparce, you kind of just lose, right? I feel like you just lose, yeah. Another Dunsparce located here. So double Monkey Dory, double Dunsparce. Double Monkey Dory. Kirlia. Candy. Oh, Defiance Band as well? And Makani might be... Makani's cooking something out here. These Gardevoirs are hitting. Defiance Band, Black Belt. This is interesting for sure. All right, Badoo goes down. Prize card for Makani. You do plan to fall behind pretty consistently. Gardevoir hitting for 120. That's kind of chill. Yeah. Why did Callie not pop Dusknoir and KO Guardy last turn? I don't know. I like that play as well. Yeah, I guess like this opens up this play to Makani where Makani can KO the Dusknoir, which isn't. It's only like one more prize card for Makani. Makani's still not in a great spot here, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think I would like to have seen Callie go pop Dusknoir, KO the Gardevoir, KO the Badoo, go down to one prize card remaining. I kind of like that more aggressive play there. Dusclops top deck. We could see. I mean, Callie could win this turn with Dusknoir Hawlucha though. Like Callie can still win this turn. I don't know if Callie plays the Hawlucha though. Actually, I just don't know yet. We'll see right here off the Artisan though. Not playing Hawlucha is pretty criminal, but oh, the Hawlucha's in there. Yeah, so Callie, I see a lot of Red Candy as well. So Callie just wins this turn with Hawlucha, Red Candy. We have a ton of draw power on the board here as well. We have Arven in hand, I believe. Double Dracloak plus Pheasantipity for draw power. It's reasonable that Callie gets the dub here this turn. I think there was maybe one Night Stretcher prized. I don't know how many Dusknoir Callie plays. I think there was maybe a Night Stretcher prize for Callie. There was not a Night Stretcher prize. Yeah, Callie winning this turn is pretty reasonable, to be honest. Okay, Fez first for 3. There's Candy. That's big, right? Oh, dude, unless we had a Candy in hand. We need Dusknoir. We need Hawlucha. We are so close here right now. Counter Catcher's not very good. Nest Ball's not very good. I mean, you probably leave the Nest Ball on the bottom of the deck because the Counter Catcher's not getting activated anytime soon. Actually, is that even true? Not sure that is true. Candy Dusknoir is in hand. We're just a Hawlucha short. We're going to see another 2 cards here off this next Dracloak here. If we get any of those, we get Ultra Ball, Hawlucha, Night Stretcher, second Dusknoir. I don't know the exact Dusknoir line here from Callie. Okay, Dracloak number 2 on the way. Work hard away. Repeat and Night Stretcher. That's it. That's game. As long as there's an Ultra Ball left in the deck. Which, honestly, I don't know if there is. And Callie isn't sure either. Playing the Nest Ball ahead of time to check. There's the Ultra Ball. Okay, that's game. Callie takes game 1. Big combo going down here. No Iono from Makani last turn was huge. That's definitely a turn where you wanted Iono as Makani, because this combo here coming out from Callie, with how many cards Callie had in hand, how much draw power is available, this is like not that big of a surprise that Callie was able to pull it all together. I did kind of like Callie going for the boss Dusknoir play on the previous turn. It did open up Makani to be able to go boss KO Dusknoir, and it did feel like Makani kind of has to KO the Dusknoir there, or you do just lose the game. So I think Makani made the right play there. But yeah, game 1 over to Callie. Really slow back and forth. Definitely was the Badoo War definitely favored Callie as we exited the Badoo War there. Callie was definitely way ahead on board state, and Makani had a uphill battle to climb for sure, and was not able to get there. What's the logic on Defiance Band and Black Belt? Help you just hit numbers. Help you hit bigger numbers. I mean, Guardy hitting for 120 is kind of cool. KO stuff like Pheasantipity and Ogerpon. Gets you closer to be able to KO something like a Raging Bolt. Black Belt kind of just like the same thing. Yeah, it's just like that. Helps you get numbers. I'm not sure all the numbers you're getting with it, but I feel it's got to be all like the middle of the road stuff. It's got to be all like the 2 prizers, the Raging Bolts, the Ogre Pawns, stuff like that. Against a mirror match, it might be pretty good as well. Those cards might be decent to mirror. I have no clue, to be honest. Against Dragapult specifically, I don't think Defiance Band or Black Belt matter much at all. Yeah, I can't imagine those cards being very relevant against Dragapult at all. But against other matchups, they probably come up. Playing 2 cards that aren't good against Dragapult, like at all, doesn't sound great. I'm not gonna lie. Dragapult is the deck. So if you're playing 2 cards that don't sound very good against Dragapult, I'm not a huge fan of the idea of that, to be honest. Because Dragapult is the deck. Having just like 2 dead cards they're not truly dead, but I don't think those are coming up that often against Dragapult for sure. Don't you have to declare you're doing each thing you do? No, you just have to make sure it's like your opponent just needs to be aware of what you're doing. You don't have to like say everything you're doing. You don't have to say everything you're doing. You just have to make it aware of what you're doing. Like when you go to play your Arven, you have to be like, you don't have to say I'm playing Arven, but if you put Arven out on the field, pick up your deck to start search, it's pretty obvious you're playing Arven. And if you are ever playing in a way where it's pretty unclear to you what your opponent's doing, you can ask your opponent to be more clear about their actions. And sometimes judges, like if you're on a stream table, or even if you're not on a stream table, sometimes judges will tell you to be more clear about your actions. Doesn't look like they're communicating much. Yeah, some players talk less. Whenever I played against Makani, me and Makani basically don't say a word to each other. I think every time I played against Makani, we've said like one thing, possibly. I don't talk much when I play either. It's just different players. Like we saw like Jackson last round, you know, was a lot more chatty. Jackson and Jason last round were a lot more chatty. What the fuck did I do? I swear I clicked something. Oh, I did. Monkey Black Belt Defiance hits 320. Yeah, but that's not like not a thing that actually happens. Yeah. Did I have a League Cup next weekend? Oh, what would you play? The deck I'm most comfortable with. Drops? Nope, no drops. Not streaming in that category today. Would you ever play the deck you're most comfortable with to a regional? Yeah. Sparkling Crystal, Daughter, or Unfair Stamp Sun? Unfair Stamp Sun for sure. All the players here on headphones is White Noise. White Noise and the opponents and the judges. All right, looks like Makani chose second here. Callie went first. Double Dreepy plus the Psychic Energy. Makani immediately going for the prize check and double Buddy Poffin in hand. And I believe a Nest Ball as well. Going through with the prize check. I should go back and take a look at Callie's prize cards here in a second. We'll wait until they pull up. Monkey Dory Dark Prize again. Yeah, Makani is playing Triple Dory, Triple Dark, which feels weird with the Dunsparce. It feels like your bench is going to get clogged. I mean, if you're just attacking with Guardy and have Dories, I guess like maybe, I mean, that's all you have anyways. I guess I can see it working. It looks like Makani doesn't play Mew EX or Pheasantipity though, which makes sense because your draw power is the Dunsparces though. What's White Noise? Is it just Twitch chat, text to speech? It's pretty close to that, yeah. Are you allowed to wear headphones at a stream table? At a non-stream table? No. What do you prize check? Are you a divided all Pokemon from set? Oh, how do you prize check? Are you a divide all Pokemon from rest kind of person or just put the cards up? I basically do it the way Makani's doing it right now. Very similar to what Makani does. Do they get a choice in White Noise like Rain, Static, Flute? No, it's just White Noise. Yeah, White Noise is a kind of sound. White Noise is a kind of sound. Yeah, that's what they do. It's just basically static. 3D clumping. All right, the Badoo is in here for Makani. Immediately into a Dracloak here from Callie. I mean, this is where the Brox could shine, right? This is where if you find the Brox for some basics. That's what we're definitely looking for here as Callie, as we do run into a Duskull there. Dracloak number 2. Hey, there's the Brox. There it is. Oh, we have second one in hand. I mean, back-to-back Brox. Yo, I'm in. This one gets basics. The next one gets the evolutions. I mean, this is why you play Brox. Like, they're good against, but when the Badoo War happens, the Brox are pretty good. I mean, we're seeing the power of the Brox right here. I was talking about it last game. Is it when the Badoo Wars are heating up, Brox can find it can find you evolutions. It can also find you basics. It's not as powerful as Jack. Like I said, I think Jack is the more powerful card. Brox is the more consistent, versatile card. We're seeing the power of the Brox happen right now for Cali. Is at least playing 2 Brox. Who knows how many Brox Cali is playing? 3, 4, 5? I feel like Brox or Jack more. I don't know. I haven't played any Dragapult this format. Zero Dragapult. So I don't really have a too strong of an opinion. All right, and then we're into the Badoo here from Cali. So no potential of like a turn 2 Candy Gardevoir play from Makani. Gonna have to play it slow. There's a Dunsparce into an Iono. Looking for those Curlias now for Makani. There's a Guardy. There's an Ultra Ball. Can't play those, of course. Ooh, we're going to pop the Sparse. Does pop the Sparse 3 more. There's Jack. All right, Jack for next turn will be pretty nice. Finding the Dunsparce and a Curlia. Psychic Energy also found here. On to the Badoo. Why did Makani attach the Psychic Energy to the Badoo? Isn't it just... What if it gets stranded there? Okay, I don't get that at all. I don't even think Makani plays TM Evo. That's... I don't think Makani plays TM Evo. Does Makani play Evo? Like, what if Cali just has Boss? Like, what if Cali doesn't KO the Badoo until Cali has Boss? Prize cards for Cali were Candy, Bravery Charm. No tanky Badoo? The Bravery Charm is prized. Fluffy Evo? No. Cali is not... If Cali can avoid killing Badoo, Cali will never kill the Badoo. Might play Devo. We'll have an energy later to use with our Devo. This just seems like a bad play for Makani. I'm not gonna lie. It just seems like a bad play. Cali will at all costs try and avoid killing the Badoo until it puts you so far ahead in the prize trade that you don't care. Like, you don't kill Badoo. One of the things you want to avoid doing at all points in a game is not kill Badoo. Giving your opponent the extra bench space to work with is terrible. As long as you can cleanly get the Badoo later, which Dragapult and Gardevoir can do through Spread and Monkey Dory, like, we'll get him later. We'll get him later. All right, there's just the Badoo punch from Cali. Double energy now on a Loke. Makani no Curlia last turn, so Cali playing with no fear of an attack happening to a Drakloak. 2 energy onto the Drakloak. Also, only 1 energy in the discard pile, so unlikely. No, it's actually just impossible because there's no Gardevoir. And then we're going to the Jack here for Makani, so we can get some Curlias. Could get a Dunsparce. I missed what happened. Why does the Badoo have a Dunsparce? Unclear. Unclear. Unclear why Badoo has an energy. I think it's just a mistake here from Makani. Dunsparce to draw 3. Back to the deck it goes. Got our Curlia to work with now. When Badoo dies, energy in discard. Yeah, but no one wants to KO Badoo. That's the thing. You want to play as if your opponent might not ever KO your Badoo until it's super advantageous for them. So you're just like down 1 energy. I mean, if you don't face the boss, how do you avoid killing it? Makani doesn't know that a boss won't happen. For all Makani knows, Cali could boss around this Badoo next turn, and then you just have 1 less energy in your discard pile to work with. The possibility is there for the Badoo, for the energy to be trapped on the Badoo. Because of the possibility, I think it's a mistake to attach the energy to Badoo. The Badoo could die. It could die. But it could not die. And if it doesn't die, you just have an energy on a Badoo the rest of the game until Cali chooses to kill it. Nothing is forcing Cali to kill this Badoo. Well, if Cali does attack with Badoo here, like, it's a good chance that Cali does. Cali is probably not attacking with Badoo. So it could die. Just because it does die doesn't mean it was the correct play, though. You could just put the energy on your bench Curlia, and you should be good. On a bench Ralts, because then you could push that Ralts, retreat that Ralts, get the energy in the discard pile, whatever. Third Loke here coming in from Cali. Fez and EXP share. I like the EXP share take. I also want to see Cali be a little bit more aggressive with the EXP share placements, just in case of a boss from Makani potentially this next turn, or if you attack with Dragapult this turn from Cali, the Clefairy happening. And all right, here comes Iono from Cali. So no boss play happening. There's a Dragapult. But I assume we're not going to see a Dragapult here from Cali. Cali is probably just going to go Badoo, knock out Badoo here at this point. That would be my guess, is Cali's just going to attack with Badoo here. Because, just like Makani, Cali wants the Badoo to die. Everyone wants their Badoos to die. Nobody wants Badoos. Everybody hates Badoo. Oh, I guess you could attack with Dragapult here and KO the Kirlia, though. That could be a play here from Cali. But I kind of like, yeah, I just like kind of the Badoo attack here, to be honest. Okay, and after for Makani, you're looking for Guardi EX. You're looking for a Dark Energy as well, because you do not want to kill this Badoo with anything besides Monkey Dory damage. Kirlia can be KO'd here, right? Yeah, but it would involve you leaving a Dragapult in your active and giving Makani access to items. And Makani plays Candy, so Candy Guardi's like not that unrealistic on the next turn. You put the energy on Badoo on purpose to force our resources? No, because you just don't ever want to KO Badoo. You would always gust around Badoo. If you have a clean gust around Badoo, you always take it. If you have a clean gust around Badoo. Into another Badoo. Is it just the same? Are we watching the same game? Where's Makani doing? Does Makani have like a more powerful play this turn? Makani must not just have Guardi Dark, right? Or is Makani actually just content with doing this Badoo thing? Maybe Makani is just content with this Badoo thing. I just feel like you're just like giving Cali. No, you just don't have it. You don't have it. All right, yeah. The hand is literally just all Dunsparces. Dude, Makani's hand is 3 Dunsparce. Dude, do not attach to the fucking Badoo, bro. He was about to do it again. I would have lost my shit. All right. This is looking real bad for Makani. Because all Cali needs is double Dusclops. I thought he had an Ultra Ball before the research. He did have an Ultra Ball before the research, but he's item locked. He's item locked. Kind of trying to give me an aneurysm, bro. But this is basically cooked. All Cali needs here is second Dusclops, and the Ralts and the Kirlia go down. All Cali needs is second Dusclops here. He had Gardevoir on the bottom of the deck and decided to not Artisan before research. That could definitely be a mistake for sure. Or a boss, true, or a boss. Yeah, a lot of outs here. I see the Arvid in hand, so I think Cali has it here for sure. Obviously, you're just going to cycle the deck first. But, got some options now. We can boss. We have Night Stretcher. I say you, depending on how many boss Cali plays, you should probably try and save the boss. So if we can do the Dusknoir route, I like the Dusknoir route a little bit more. But I'm not sure how many boss Cali plays. If you play 2 boss, I kind of just like always like the Dusknoir route more, to be honest. Arvin wouldn't do it. Item locked. Oh, true. We are item locked. Okay, we did need the boss. Oh, the boss gets us there, though, right? We're good to go. Pop that on the Ralts. Boss up the Kirlia. Cooking. Yeah, my bad. I forgot about the item lock. We are item locked. And that's it. Knockout. And at this point, you probably just kill the Badoo as well. Just take out the Badoo and overkill it. Don't leave damage in play for Monkey Dory to move back to your side. So knockout active, 2 on Ralts, 4 on Badoo. Oh, it does end up with 1 on the Dunsparce. That's okay, I guess. I'm giving Makani 1 damage to work with. Probably isn't a huge deal. Yeah, I mean, Makani's kind of screwed here. I don't see a win condition. Sheesh, man. Both games played out basically the same. Just like Badoo War. Cali came out on top of the Badoo War. And just took over the game. Yeah. I don't think there was honestly many opportunities for Makani to have been more aggressive. But honestly, the Badoo War is always going to favor the Dusknoir player anyways, right? Because like the potential for plays is so much higher on the Dusknoir side than it is on a non-Dusknoir side. So yeah, the Badoo War is always going to favor the Dusknoir player in these situations. And we see that coming out here in this game. With both these games. We said that we Badooed a lot. The Dusknoir options from Cali. I mean, Dusknoir in the first game I don't even think mattered that much, but I mean, it did pressure Makani to KO the Dusknoir, I guess, which was good enough. But I don't think Makani had many options to be more. In game 1, Makani could have been more aggressive, actually. I take that back. In game 1, Makani definitely could have been more aggressive. All right, Makani's going back into the Badoo. I mean, I think it's probably the correct play, because what else are you gonna do here? Leave a Monkey Dory in your active? You may as well item lock your opponent, but it's funny. It is definitely funny. We're back at it, baby. Send him in again. Badoo's like, please don't send me in. Just let me die. Another sacrifice. Oh my gosh. Honestly, this would be actually a fine turn for Callie to go into Badoo if Callie has another Badoo. Oh, it's so funny. This Badoo is getting abused, bro. Makani's like, you're gonna get KO'd again and you're gonna like it. Oh my god. This Badoo Monkey Dory deck ain't working. Oh my gosh. And it was a research for Makani. I guess the game isn't for sure over, actually, because we are item locking here, so it limits Callie's options, but Callie does not need very much to win the game here. Callie needs a boss, a Dusclops, Halucha. Does also need a way to retreat now. We do see the counter catcher here coming in from Makani. Badoo didn't hear no bell. Rescue board's in hand, so we can already move to the bench. Loke number 1. Oh no, oh, there's a boss on the bottom. Shuffling the deck first with the Artisan. And another Pokemon getting searched out. Not sure what it is. Another Dreepy. Does Makani win here, though, here? He doesn't. The game's over. The game's, like, over for sure. As long as Callie can attack this turn, which Callie can, the game is over. So. Counter Catcher and Ultra Ball. Honestly, you probably send Ultra Ball to the bottom of the deck because it's more useful than Counter Catcher at this point. Yeah. You're more likely to run into it sooner, I guess. I mean, your deck's probably gonna get shuffled before you'd run into either card, so it's not like a huge deal one way or the other. Number 2, Ultra Ball, and there it is, the Dusclops, baby. And that will be game 2-0 for Callie. Pretty clean. The Badoo Wars favoring Callie this time around. And honestly, I haven't watched like this higher level of gameplay play out with like Badoo Wars. I mean, we saw kind of a little bit in round 1 with Ian and Fabrizio, but that one was a little bit more of a crapshoot because it was a mirror match. But watching this play out, like, you can't give Dustnor too much time, bro. Or you can't give Dragapult Dustnor too much time, bro. Like, if you give them too much, they're gonna cook you. They're gonna set up a broken Dustnor board, and you're gonna get farmed. You gotta be the aggressor in the Badoo Wars against Dustnor Dragapult for sure. You gotta find the way to be aggressive as soon as possible. Makani could have been a little bit more aggressive in game 1, I think, for sure. I don't know for sure if Makani should have made any major differences in play in game 1. Game 2, he just kind of got cooked, though. I'm not gonna lie, he just got kind of cooked. Brock's goated. Brock put in work. Brock did put in work. Finding those basics early. The versatility of the Brock. I'm sure Callie was definitely not regretting playing Brocks over Jack in this match for sure. I guess we don't know for sure if Callie was playing any Jacks, but it looked like it was all Brocks from Callie there. So clean dub. I was on Klefki and Guardy. It's okay. Oh, did I even do a prediction for this one? Oh, I forgot to do the prediction. Yeah, I'll remember to do the prediction next time. That's my bad. Oh, that's because I ran to go get my food. We have seen one Guardian on stream so far. I'm really calling Itchy Pollenine back and forth for a half-hour high-level gameplay. High-level gameplay can be anything. It doesn't matter the decks. It's how the players are playing the game. It has nothing to do with what cards they're using. It's them doing above-average plays or well above average plays with the cards. It's what they do with the cards, not what cards there are. Like, you should go sit down in Callie's seat so we can make fun of you for misplaying, and then we can know what low level gameplay is like. We'll see the difference. Trust me, we'll see the difference. Go take Callie's spot, and then we'll see how we'll see how you handle the Badoo Wars, and then we'll see the difference. We'll see the difference in gameplay. If you get Badooed for half an hour, that's a skill issue. Badoo being proficient and tactically smart was peak. The sumo panel on your profile doesn't work, the hyperlink. Oh, appreciate that. Thank you. Fix that right now. Cali meta manip with the Terrapagos deck. 1 billion Bulu bucks to the loss. It's not about the cards, about the players. Exactly, exactly. Draw Badu on stream? You're talking to me? All right, we got the interview.
Ali White, congratulations. You know, you've been sort of a resident to the stream in recent time, taking it down yet again, this time with Dragapult EX. You know, the format has changed, of course, new decks come in and out. What drew you to Dragapult for the first event of the format?
Well, I was like testing everything else. I really like Terrapagos, obviously. I like, got a top 4 with it earlier, but Dragapult's just so strong, especially with the Dusknoir. There's like nothing that can really stop it.
Yeah, so Dusknoir as itself, right, you know, a card very strong pre-rotation, still strong right now in current rotation. Is this really the best partner from your experience with Dragapult? Because we really don't see it in any other decks for the most part. You know, it was sort of with the Terrapagos deck a while ago. Sort of, you know, how do you utilize Dusknoir better in this deck than the other decks in the format?
Well, I don't know. Like, you have the damage manipulation with Phantom Dive, so that's like, I would say the main reason why you use Dusknoir the best. I mean, like, Charizard used to use Dusknoir, but Charizard kind of fell off because of Dragapult, so yeah. I think it's mainly just the damage manipulation.
Yeah, and it worked great against Gardevoir in that matchup, right? So talk me through sort of your thought process going to the matchup. Were you confident knowing that the matchup was favored in your testing before? Were some things, you know, maybe like the Clefairy Mew package scary? What was sort of your mindset going into this round?
Well, I don't know. I didn't even know what he was playing until, like, he flipped over, like, grabbed a Ralts, I mean. But I like tested a lot. My friend Rose is like a huge Gardevoir fan, so I've tested a lot in the matchup. Once I saw like the Jock and the Defiance Band too, I assumed that he didn't play Bravery Charm, so I was just gonna try and like wipe him of Ralts or like Curlias before he gets EX in play. And you just want to like spam Badu in that. Yeah.
You talk about other cards that are strong. Badu is strong in every single deck, and you know, with the loss of the Refinement Curlia, right? Now you have to play the Scarlet and Violet base Curlia itself. Was that sort of a thought process for you in terms of building your deck to kind of shy away from leaning into Evo and just lean heavier into Badu? Because in the past, right, if we look at, you know, the Gardevoir decks towards the end of last format, they stopped really playing Badu and utilizing it. Is this sort of, you know, the best option moving forward with Gardevoir so far?
I have no idea, but I would imagine so. Like, there's no reason to really Evo. Like, if you're Evoing, you want to get value. Like, Dragapult can play Evo because you get like your Cloaks out. But because there's no refinement, if you're Evoing, you're not like getting any value out of it. So I think you'd rather just spam the Badu at them.
Not a bad strategy at all. Of course, worked out for you in this round. Is there anything, you know, out in the field or in the metagame in general for the Gardevoir deck that you've built personally that, you know, maybe scares you a little bit? Oh, sorry, Dragapult. Excuse me,
yeah.
Dragapult. I mean, what scares you with Dragapult at this point, if anything?
Gardevoir is honestly the most scary matchup. Like, I'm pretty confident in every matchup. Like, I think if you play really well with Dragapult, you can win every matchup. But Gardevoir is definitely the scariest matchup, I would say.
So you've been very close this season, right? You got a top 4, a second place finish, and now, you know, an excellent start to try and get a first place. What would that mean to you here if you had a super deep run and finally got to the end and won a regional?
Well, it would mean a lot. I'm really trying. I'm actually undefeated today. I've gone like 12-0 in games, so wow. I'm just hoping to carry it on, you know?
And sort of speaking on that, right, when you do have these deep runs, right, you start off 5, 6-0, you're in a good spot going into day 2. What does your mental preparation look like, especially towards those last, you know, 3-4 Swiss rounds of day 2 going into top 8, so that you stay locked in and, you know, you kind of take the opportunity you're given and run with it as far as you can?
Well, I try to treat every game I play like as the same level of game. So I'm just going to try and lock in as much as possible every single round and try to play the best Pokemon I can.
That's a good strategy. Speaking of playing good Pokemon, you mentioned Rose. You have other people you want to give a shout out to? Any people to support you as always in Pokemon?
Yeah, shout out my friends Rose and Glenn. They help me test a lot. And yeah, they're the reason I'm here. And shout out to Project Artemis, my sponsor. And yeah, shout out to my BC people as well.
Got a whole crew supporting you here, and I'm sure they'll be supporting you as you continue through, hopefully, a deep and great run at the first post-rotation tournament. Thanks so much again, Callie. We're going to throw it back to the desk for some more Pokemon action.
Uh-oh, Pablo. Dragapult player thinks that Gardevoir is a fine matchup. The counter isn't.
Bro, we gotta shame that YouTube guy though, for sure. Let me find the messages. Hold up. They were going off the initial comment of whatever high level gameplay. Bro, just because they can't see the difference. Like Makani and like Callie are both like tier 1 players. Like they're better than 99% of players in the Pokemon TCG. Of course, if you don't understand, like if you're like newer to the game and you can't see the differences in play, like, but just like the choices they were making, everything they were doing, like, you know, had thought and was building up towards something bigger. But they were just doing a lot, but like there's so much more than that. Because you get mad, because you rage quit your PTCG live games when your opponent opens Badoo and hits you with it more than 2 times. Doesn't mean you can do what the Makani or Callie do. The answer is you can't. You're not good enough. But you're gonna be a dumbass. You're not gonna ever get any better. I usually let it hit 3 times and I load up a game of League. Give a dude 3 times and load up League. What did they say though? That's not high level gameplay. Super pretentious take. So it's a pretentious take to be like, how is that pretentious? What? The initial comment was, I don't remember who made the initial comment. Oh, it's Sydney, yeah. No one's not saying they're not excellent players. No, I didn't say anyone was saying that either. But like, you're not making the same plays they're gonna make. You're not, all the plays that they made in those games, you're not making those plays. You're not making those plays. Yeah, you're not making those plays. There was always 0 skill expression in that game. Literally anyone sitting in the seat would have done the same thing. This is not true. This man, Mr. Volrock, would have folded at the first Badoo. You guys are so dense. Dude, that take is crazy. Just like, imagine like, okay, so you could think that maybe there wasn't that high level of gameplay, but imagine like watching a game of Pokemon play out and then be like, oh yeah, anyone could have done that. Yeah, I'm just gonna chalk that up to like, just like search Badoo, attack with Badoo. Oh, they didn't do anything. Like, imagine just chalking it up to that though. It's like the complete opposite, right? Of like, I'm not saying it was like the coolest game of all time, but it was 2 very good players making high level plays for the situations they were in. Just because all you see is Badoo stacking back and forth, like I can't help you with that. But you chalking it up to 0 skill done at all, and anyone can do that, is like the extreme on the other end. And just like negative. I wasn't coming for them, I was coming for Badoo as a card. I'd have to go back and read your message, but I don't know how else I could have taken your... I'll go back to your message and read it. I'm not saying that's not what you meant, but I will say that if you're going to say it in the way that you said it, I'm going to come after you. Bro, no one is saying that they're not... Are we really calling Itchy Pollen back and forth for half an hour? High level play, high level gameplay. It's all the plays are not... There's all the plays that they're making, not just saying Itchy Pollen. No, I think I appropriately called you out. I'm gonna stand by what I said I'm gonna stand by the response I had to your message earlier, Sydney. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna stand by it. I had a reasonable crash out. So how do you learn lines into matchups without spending money? Play games Pokemon. What do you think of the last Golden Go deck you made? Last Golden Go... Last Golden Go deck I made? I don't know, what was the last one I made? Is Zoro better than no Zoro and Guardy? I don't know, I'd have to try it. I definitely wouldn't play Dunsparce. I think people misinterpret low skill with boring matches. They are skilled, but it's more entertaining to watch paint dry. I agree. I can. That is a fair take, but that wasn't the take. I think that is a fair take. Hey, listen, if every round off from here on out is a Badoo war, I'll probably be like, bro, all right, can we get anything else on stream? I would probably say that. I was saying that when you said something about Badoo and high-level gameplay in the same sentence. But I wasn't saying attacking with Badoo was high-level gameplay. I was talking about the player's play. No, you just need to hold this L. In fighting games, they say if they spam the same move, you keep spamming a mistake. How much do you think the psychological aspect matters in big events? I go to big ones not a lot lately, and I'm agitated and gassed after round 4. That matters a lot for sure. I don't think it matters. I mean, you should get experience. It's just about more experience. Drinking water. Honestly, just drinking water, I think, is a big deal. Drink water. Drink water. Remember when there was a sub goal to turn off YouTube chat? Good times. Drink water. Drink water, eat food, get good night's sleep. Good night's sleep is actually the most important thing to do before everything else is get a good night's sleep. That is literally number 1. Literally number 1 is get a good night's sleep. Not practicing another game with your deck, not trying to think for longer about a tech card, not playing another 5 games of a matchup or 5 games with your deck. A good night's sleep is literally number 1. And then number 2, I would say number 1 is a good night's sleep. Well, no. Yeah, number 1 is a good night's sleep before the tournament. Number 2 is feeling prepared going into the tournament. Because once you get to the tournament, there's nothing you can do. And then you may as well just get a good night's sleep, right? At that point, you may as well just get a good night's sleep and lock in with the preparation you have. So number 1 is get a good night's sleep before the tournament. Number 2 is feel comfortably prepared going into the tournament. And then number 3, drink water, eat food throughout the tournament. And that's basically it. And then I think number 4 is you just need to get the experience. You need to go to the next major tournament, do it again. They are long days. They are very mentally draining days. So experience is just important. But all those other things you should try and factor into your schedule as well. I mean, I think I also being confident in your skills, which I'm not. I mean, that just comes with preparation, right? Just playing more Pokemon. Drops are not on. I'm not in the PTCG live category. You should put a Twitch reward with the Bulu Bucks. Drink water. But the twist, you don't put a timer, and then we see how many liters you could have. You would have to drink. No, what? It's so cringe that they call the Go players by their usernames. I don't know. It's kind of just like it's just like other esports, it's just the other esports, right? Esports use gamer tags. Chat, what is your gamer tag? If it's not just like your Twitch name. What is your gamer chat? What are your gamer tags? If they let us use gamer tags in the TCG, what would you put instead of your name? Like what is your actual gamer tag? What do you use when you play video games? Mighty Donut, Snack Ketchum. I assume most of them are just going to be your Twitch names. Dr. Nog. Pepperoni to pizza. Why not? XX Chippy from Uncommon Energy XX. It's definitely good they don't allow that. I mean, is it that good? Like, people already do their gamer tags on Pokemon Go. I think people would get a little bit more wild In the TCG though, because people who use their Pokemon Go gamer tags, it's like it's their username that's tied to their Pokemon Go account, right? So it's a little bit different. It's already like filtered and checked and stuff like that. There's already a filter up for it. But if people got to use any gamer tag they wanted to, if they could set their name to anything they wanted to at a TCG event, I think people would get a little reckless for sure. Less stuff. Oh my gosh. What do you think of the Hydreigon EX deck, which got first place? I haven't, I saw that Hydreigon EX deck won. I haven't looked at the list specifically, though. All right, let's go look at it right now, actually. We got nothing better to do. Oh, I did want to do this, though, in between rounds. Oh, the next round's already coming up, dude. What the heck, bro? They're speedy with it today, bro. They're moving. They're fast. They're making moves. Have you seen the Joltik box? I have, yes. I've played against it a couple times on ladder. I've won, not every time. I've won almost every time. I think the deck seems hella mid, but... No, I just think it seems hella mid. I checked your pairings and it showed me you played against Hydreigon. We ID'd. Yeah, we ID'd. So I didn't actually play against him. We just chilled, we hung out. We went and got some brunch together. Mimosas. We talked poke, you know. It was a good time. Very cool person. Did they fix the color issue with the cameras? It doesn't seem like it. Everything is just really washed out. It still seems like it's pretty washed out. Maybe they fix it a little bit? I don't know, I can't really tell. The colors still look bad? It does still look bad. And it is washed. I mean, the European Stockholm looked way better. Stockholm was like the camera quality looked not quality. I'm sure the camera quality is fine. I guess what else do you call it? The quality? It's only this camera? No, it's also the player cameras. The player cameras look the same. They're like washed out. I can't say it yet because JW's on the same deck. He's 5-1 right now. All right, Jesse, at least tell us how cool the deck is. Like, compared to, like, what, like, the average meta decks look like, how cool is the deck on a scale of 1 to 10? It's pretty average? Oh, it's disappointing. I'm just thinking about that guy's comments on YouTube. He was so pissed, bro. That man has been bedewed one too many times, bro. I'm just thinking about his comments on it again. Everyone on PTCG Live does the exact same thing. Y'all are so dense. Bro, he can't beat Badoo, bro. He stays taking L's. He queues up on PTCG Live, bro. His opponent flips over a Badoo. He rages, slams his computer shut, goes for a walk. Dude, that was so funny. That funny. Everyone on PTCG Live does the exact same thing. Y'all are so dense. That's hilarious. Yo, shout out to him, bro. Bringing the comedy to the show. I'll unban him if he sends me a message to unban him. I'd appreciate some more of those comments. That's good shit. It's good shit right there. You can't make that. You can't write that. You can't make that stuff up. How many itchy palms until you fold to Badoo? Depends how much HP all my Pokemon have in play. What are you drinking? A C4. Maybe I'll stop but do for one day for that poor man. He just done he just done League solo queue. Drops are not on. Drops will be back on Tuesday. Bait him, coward. How many itchy palms does it take to break a man? I've never had C4. I'm a Red Bull guy. Bro, I feel like Red Bull is like an acquired taste. Sometimes, I very rarely want a Red Bull, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, a lot of people love Red Bulls. It's like their go-to. But I feel like Red Bull is like an acquired taste, to be honest. It's like the anchovies on pizza of energy drinks. Maybe it's not that niche, but they have so many flavors now. But they all taste like Red Bull. All the Red Bull flavors taste like, you know, it's a Red Bull. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a Red Bull. It's a different flavor, but it's still a Red Bull. I don't think they're bad. Sometimes when I go to get an energy drink, I'm like, oh, I do want a Red Bull right now. That's but it's not often. It's definitely not my go-to. Monster cheese are where it's at. Those things are so good. What are they called again? The teas? What are they called? Something. I'm trying to remember what they're called. What is the name of their drink? But yeah, the monster teas are really, really good. I forget the name of what the rehab. Yeah, that's it. Nos used to be my favorite. Then one day in my economics class, it hit too hard, and I started uncontrollably laughing to myself like a nutter. Dude, did it? I think Nos. The reason I only know Nos, dude, I saw a Nos recently at a gas station, and the only reason I like knew what the brand was is because they used to be a sponsor of MLG back in the day. But I hadn't seen one for so long, and I saw one at a gas station recently, and it just reminded me of the MLG days. They used to be a sponsor of MLG. Nos like battery acid. I don't think I've ever had a Nos before. What's your opinion on GamerSupps Anime Thighs flavor? Bro, GamerSupps has some wild. They're not hiding anything, to be honest. GamerSupps is not hiding anything. I've never tried GamerSupps before. I'm sure they're fine though. Like Advanced, G Fuel, GamerSupps. They're kind of all the same thing. Yeah, to me, they're just different flavors. Like the only thing that the differentiating between any of those things is like the flavors. I mean, it's kind of the way it is for energy drinks across the board, anyways. Besides like caffeine amount, of course, but you can like scale that with like powdered energy drinks as well. Whatever works for you. That's the way energy drinks are. They're all good. It's all just caffeine. All the other ingredients in energy drinks is kind of just whatever. The only thing that really matters is the caffeine content and the taste. All the other things in energy drinks is like pretty low drivers. Caffeine is the thing. That's basically the only thing that matters. Is 0 versus 100 grams of sugar though? Well, I'm assuming everyone's just having the sugar-free energy drinks. I don't even know if I've ever had I had to have had a full sugar energy drink at some point, but I only have sugar-free energy drinks anyways to begin with. I just assume that's all anyone drinks, to be honest. Coffee is the best energy drink though. Coffee's solid. I think it's like an OG 4 Loco. I can never understand how people enjoy energy drinks. Those things are foul. I don't know. They're pretty good. I don't drink them as much. I've tried to like have less caffeine. Now I only drink caffeine when I need the energy. Like I had a energy drink when we did the Champions League stream. I'm having an energy drink right now, and then I drink pre-workout when I lift. So I usually have like caffeine like 3 times a week because I lift 3 times a week. That's usually it. But when I have like these longer streams or something like that, then I'll have like an energy drink sometimes. That's about it though. I've tried to cut back on my energy drinks because there was a point where I was doing like an energy drink a day, but I don't want to do that. So, you drink coffee? No. No coffee. What's your opinion on the metagame? Just chill. Activate the drops, bro. No, bro. How about no? How about you activate the drops? If you activate the drops for me, I'll activate the drops for you. You gotta start taking a gram a day. Wait, of what? Of caffeine? Put the drops in the bag, bro. Drop the drop. Activate the memo. You think we get any decks on stream that are not as good but fun? We've had one of those so far in the mill deck, but it kind of went how I thought it was gonna go. The mill deck just got kind of cooked. I've said this before. I'm not a fan of them putting off meta decks on stream on round like 4 or 5, maybe even 6. I'm down for off meta decks to make its way on stream, but I think it has to prove itself a little bit more than like 4-0 or 5-0. It needs to be like 6-0, 7-0, 6-1 or something like that. JB just played versus Azard playing Amulet of Hope A-Spec. He won, right? Hey, he won. Then a Badoo with the Amulet of Hope, bro? Dude, you're all in on the Badoo, bro. Get Badoo in the active, attach the Amulet of Hope off the Arven, and you're like, bro, kill his ass. Appreciate the 8 months there, Dan Song. 8 months subbed. Feel like it's getting close to a year playing the Pokemon TCG. The content has been huge in helping me get involved. Thanks, Azul. Glad you enjoy the content. Appreciate the support there, Dan. When you were in Merida, did you get to go to the beach? No, I was basically just like in and out. I mean, most of my tournament travel is literally just get in Friday, leave Sunday. I don't have time to do anything, to be honest. Appreciate the 10 gifted as well there, Dan. Always appreciate the support. Welcome to the pack there. Damn Gab, Audie, Suki, Nanner, Z Dibby, Stradiator, Cultivating One Mass, TP6 FUOCJ84, Red, Tengu, Waller, and Sebbot 27. Appreciate the support, Dan. As always, welcome all to the pack. We're all out of tables. We got plenty of caffeine. You think Guardy survived rotation again? Yeah, of course. Badoo survived before Loco? Dude, that thing's as big as a Badoo. He be sipping, but he can't take the whole thing. There's no way. In your stage of your career do you prefer digital play or tabletop play, and why? I don't prefer either. I just like playing Pokemon in different ways. Like, yeah, I don't prefer either. It's just whatever. If I'm playing at regional, that's cool. If I'm playing on stream, that's cool. So who would win 1 billion chips or one of each Pokemon? One of each Pokemon. What the heck? Bro, it's like the people with the 1 billion lions versus one of each Pokemon. I don't think you know how much 1 billion lions is. Yeah, it's a billion. They're still all gonna die, bro. Like, one of each Pokemon would definitely beat a billion lions. Like, it's not even close. Although, yeah, so chips definitely not winning. If a billion lions ain't winning, a billion chips ain't winning. Yeah, but a billion is a lot. Dude, that's literally the response every time. Whenever that debate came up, I'd be like, do you know how much a billion is? Have you seen a billion? Bro, have you seen a Zapdos, bro? I don't think he gives a fuck, bro. A billion of D's. The Lions would win. There's an accurate video about it. No, I think I've seen that video and it's definitely not accurate. One Badoo versus a billion chips. I think Chips got that one. Zapdos. Have you seen Wolfie's video on it? I think he explains it pretty well. I have not. What does Wolfie say would come out on top? The lions or the Pokemon? Wolfie made a video using VG mechanics and Kyogre one-shots them all. Okay, thank you. See, that makes sense. Wolfie's smart. It makes sense that he knows ball like that. We got Isaiah versus Hunter Smith. A lot of you probably don't know Hunter Smith, but honestly, Hunter's kind of on the come up. He's kind of on the come up. He hasn't had his big performance at a regional yet, but he plays a lot of poke as far as I know, and he's dedicated to the craft. Do we know the decks? Bradner is playing Guardy. I guess it would be Davidson's playing Guardy. Fabrizio is playing... Henry Chow is playing Guardy. Fabrizio is playing Dragapult Dusknoir. A billion Scalpers versus Mewtwo. A billion's a lot. I'm just saying. You know what Rowan is playing? I'm not sure. Someone in the chat maybe knows. Scalpers can throw some hands. That's true. They were scalpers were molded in the aisles of Costco's. You haven't experienced what they've experienced. You haven't seen what they've seen. This tournament is post-rotation, yeah. I heard Hunter's playing Wug Trio. No shot. No, you're just a Wug Trio enjoyer. So if this tournament format was the next format, what deck would you play? XD? Hilarious question there, Paulo. You seen Mewtwo? He's like 7 feet tall. He wins hand to hand against a billion scalpers. Bro, Mewtwo hasn't been in Costco's like that though, bro. I don't think you understand. Rowan versus Chow, we're not streaming. What, that? I mean, the matchup could be like Guardy versus Guardy or something. I definitely would rather watch like a non-mirror match personally. Well, it depends what the non-mirror match is, but yeah, if Rowan and Chow is like Guardy versus Guardy, I don't know. Rowan on Pult? Guardy versus Pult? Oh yeah, then we just saw Guardy versus Pult, so they wouldn't want to put the same matchup on again. You two couldn't comprehend a Costco run? That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Like Mewtwo hasn't been there before, right? He doesn't get it. Scalpers know though. Appreciate 3 months there. Danny Brunner or Danny B Runner. Appreciate it. Any machine scalpers is where it's at. Are you excited for Megas to return? Not overly. I'm always excited about new Pokemon. I'm not so excited about Mega specifically. Mewtwo was built in the labs. It hasn't been in the streets. Yeah, you're spin. That. Yeah, all right. Yeah, dude. Mewtwo has literally been catered to its whole life. Literally, genetically engineered to. It's lived in a lab, bro. Like, come on. It ain't been in the aisles of Costco like that. I'm sure any Megas that I think are cool so far. The 2 Megas they've showed us so far are very vanilla, for sure. But man, I'm gonna trust the process. The game designers, I think I was talking about this recently. It feels like I don't know. I just feel like the game designers have been doing a really good job recently. Overall, I think the game designers have been doing a really good job. I'm just gonna trust the process on this one. I'm not gonna think too hard about it. I usually don't think too hard about it in general. I think Megas brings an interesting potential discussion to have in the Pokemon TCG that I never like having. I don't like really discussing game design because I don't really care. But yeah, I'm just gonna trust the process for sure. That would be my recommendation if you're overly thinking about Megas and how bad it could be. Just trust the process. Game designers have been doing a really good job for a while now. Yeah. I'm excited to play some more Pokemon, some more new Pokemon. Every single set that comes out looks sick. The more Pokemon, the better. Everyone on Twitter thought you were being sarcastic. Yeah, I know, but I'm fine with that. I'd rather keep people guessing than have them know what I'm thinking for sure. You know, just me and chat. Keep this between me and chat. You know what I'm saying? You guys complain about like YouTube chat complains about Twitch chat complains about YouTube chat, but like, dude, Twitter commenters are different, bro. We'll let them. You know, this is between us. You know. We haven't even seen how Rocket changes the meta, let alone Megas. Yeah. I think Badoo would beat the military because they would be item locked. Well, I think they could punch Badoo, right? I think Badoo still loses. Like, you can't item lock these fists. That's so stupid. That's so dumb. Have you tried this Path 3 EX this format? I have not. I've seen a lot of people talk about it in different decks, and people have asked me a lot about it, but it doesn't seem very good. I don't know what you'd exactly play it with. Not sure. I mean, Espathra Monkey Dory, I guess. Wow, another Monkey Dory deck. We've done it, folks. It's broken. More Dory. Okay. Terapagos could be tank, could be not. Versus Archaladon. What kind of Archaladon? Bro, if Isaiah is playing the poison package, he needs to poison pack it up and go home, bro. All right, prediction. I'm remembering this time. We've got, on the left, Hunter Smith with Tank Terapagos. Possibly, it could also be like Terra Box without Bouffalance. Versus Isaiah Chevelle. Is it Chevelle? Chevelle? I apologize, Isaiah. Isaiah with Archaladon with at least Turo, but that's all we actually know. It could be Poison Package. It could not. I actually don't know. Versus Archaladon Turo. I feel like if it's Archaladon Turo, then it's not Poison Package, right? I feel like they would highlight Poison. Well, no. But I guess like on the meta breakdown, it was Archaladon plus Turo. So they're just using the meta breakdown. Oh, no! Not like this. And we do see a Prime Catcher on the side here for Hunter. So it might not be boofs, to be honest. There might be no boofs in there. We'll see. Dude, if Isaiah donks him, bro. Let's go. Now I just want to see it happen, bro. I want him to donk him. Let's do it, bro. What is the record of these players? Are they undefeated? Are we still in the undefeated realm? Because this is a win in round. Old 6-0. All right, so this is the winning in for day 2. Come on, Hunter, you got this. You can't lose to the poison package. Who's going first? All right, Hunter's going first. Thank goodness. There's the Mew in there. Yeah, I'm curious if this is a Bouffalon build or not. It's definitely a Terapagos deck, obviously. Cornerstone getting searched out. Does Hunter know what he's up against here? Hunter might know it's Archaladon. Cornerstone's very good against Archaladon. And yeah, there is the Cornerstone. So I feel like Hunter knows the matchup then. Ooh, and the Buddy Poffin off the rip. Chill. Already cooking. Fan Rotom and a Hoot Hoot getting lined up. I don't see boofs. But it's not Terra. Oh, there's a boof. I see the boof. So it is Tank Terapagos. It is Tank Terapagos. Okay. Fan and Hoot. Obviously, we're going to go back in with that Fan Rotom here. A really good turn 1 here from Hunter. Especially if you get an attachment for turn. An attachment for turn would kind of bring this whole turn together. It's exactly what you'd want on this first turn. Goes for a boof here. Okay, interesting. So is going to set up a... I guess you don't have to bench the boof. Just grab it. I mean, I guess you're going to have to get into a Terapagos eventually, right? But he swings for 100 with weakness and poison tool. Oh, jeez. That's true, yeah. There's an 80 HP Owl. Energy got the energy attachment for turn as well. And yeah, triple Hoots down. Looking pretty good here for a turn 1 from Hunter. It's exactly where you want to be. Puts the Bravery Charm as well onto the active Ogre Pawn and then pass it over to Isaiah. Oh, it's the trolley build from Isaiah. I do see that trolley in the hand. Oh, no, it's Secret Box. I take it back. Don't mind me. By Bosca, by Stadium. I don't know if I actually like this Stadium discard here from Isaiah, to be honest. Why would you discard the Stadium here? Oh, do you not want to put the stadium in play because then you'd kill your own Badoo, I guess? Oh, I guess you don't want to knock out your own Badoo, right? Otherwise, your Badoo would just die. So we're not even gonna grab. Okay, this makes sense then. You don't even grab a stadium because you are Badooing this turn probably from Isaiah. You're gonna poison, hopefully find a Mochi, punch the Ogerpon pretty hard, item lock. If you put the stadium in play, your Badoo just dies. Good call. I was confused there for a second because I thought he was gonna grab a stadium and put another one in play. Then we're just like burning a stadium. It doesn't seem very good. But yeah, not doing that. Here comes the Ultra Ball. Honestly, what else? You grab a Duraludon here? I guess you could grab. I mean, Squawkabilly if you're really trying to be. I feel like grabbing Squawkabilly is kind of an L. Goes for the Duraludon. Makes sense. Crispin already in the hand there for Hunter, so turn 2 looking pretty good here for Hunter. Definitely gonna be able to get out the Cornerstone, start swinging with that. Yeah. So Isaiah just really wants to find Mochi. Mochi's wait. Does Mochi apply before or after weakness? I always forget that with these cards. Before. Okay, so we are hitting. Ooh, Mochi acquired. Nope. We do have a car. We can't play Carmine. We just played Research. Okay, no Mochi. That is unfortunate. Do you even item lock here or do you push Baby Petch? I guess you do item lock and then you push Petch when Hunter KOs your Badoo, right? There's the poison. There's the punch. Yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. But this is looking pretty. This is actually pretty good. Well, actually, oh no, we don't have a Monkey Dory here. I was gonna say Hunter could just Monkey Dory for turn. Doesn't even have to attack with Cornerstone. But there is no. We are item locked, so we can't get a Monkey Dory here. So here we go with the Crispin. Buddy energy, plus another energy. Yo, honestly, a way you could solve. Wait, am I cooking with this? What if you just played 2 Cornerstone in this deck? To help your Golden Go matchup. I just cook? I think it cooked. Why do you take 3 damage counters? The poison is 1 and then Badoo has weakness for grass, so it's 30 total. So 20 from Badoo plus 10 from poison. All right, that's it from Hunter here. Doesn't even use an Octal, just punches the active. Poison is going up to, it's pretty high now, right? 6, okay. So second Badoo here, honestly, from Isaiah would be pretty good. Yeah, so Badoo. I guess you have to burn another stadium here from Isaiah, which kind of sucks. Yeah, so from Isaiah here, looking for Badoo Mochi is pretty good here, right? There's a boss in hand here as well from Isaiah. So Isaiah could go boss KO Hoot Hoot, which isn't bad. That's not a bad play. But the Ogerpon lives then. Or I guess maybe Isaiah's debating just playing the stadium. All right, but if you play the stadium, you KO your own Badoo, which is something you want to probably play around. Don't you just scoop? No, what the heck? What? There's a nest ball in hand, but I don't know how many Badoo Isaiah plays. There's a retreat. Mochi. Let's go. We hamming in. Did we KO? Was it 70? 100? No. 190 on the active. Let's go. We hamming in. Now, honestly, the question is just like, how big of a turn is Hunter going to have here? Hunter could get out like double Monkey Dory. Items are unlocked now for Hunter. We can get out like double Monkey Dory and like move 60 off this active to the bench Petra and then knock out the active or something like that. Let's see what Hunter cooks up here. All the options in the world. I mean, Monkey Dory has to be... I don't know if that's even that big of a want, to be honest. You're ahead in the prize exchange at this point. You could just like set up Terrapagoses as well. Yeah, I'm curious to see how Hunter tackles this. This is the 3rd Precious Jungle as well. So you know your Area 0 is going to probably stick at this point. Which honestly, you don't even want your Area 0 to get bumped to begin with. Boss is getting lined up here. Interesting. Boss KO... Boss KO what? I feel like Monkey Dory is what we want. But what are we going to boss KO here? Retreat to Rotom and Crispin for Monkey plus Rotom attack? Retreat to Rotom, Crispin for Monkey and Rotom attack. Ooh, I like that radio. I like that a lot. Yeah, let's get the poison gone off our Cornerstone and start to build them up. Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, I like that. Retreat to Fan Rotom. Yeah, I like that's the play. Yeah, you found it. You found the play. That is the play for sure. Unpoison our Cornerstone. Get it to the bench. Start to move some damage off with the Monkey Dory. Fan Rotom still gets us our prize card for turn. We'll see if... well, Hunter is already committed to not playing Crispin, it looks like here. So that's not going to be the play that Hunter's going for. Oh, I guess you don't have to Monkey Dory, though. No, but you want to start Monkey Dory, and I feel like. There's an S-Ball. Monkey Dory acquired. We're not Crispining, though, so we're not going to the Fan Rotom, which means we're going to still continue to rack up damage on the Cornerstone. The Crispin play was better, though. I really like that Crispin play. I think that was the play for sure. Monkey Dory, Crispin, use Fan Rotom, start to heal our Cornerstone. Like, yeah, we just want to make our Cornerstone as big of a continuous threat as possible. What's happening with drops? Nothing's happening with drops today. I'm not in the right category for drops. 30 from the active to the other Archaladon. I kind of like it more on the Petron. Boss KO Petch. Area 0. Knockout. So we're going to have 170 on us. So we don't quite get... We're going to have 170, 180. We have 260. I guess this is okay. No, but couldn't we could get Raging Hammered now. Isaiah could have played for... It doesn't even seem like Isaiah is playing for Raging Hammer. But Isaiah could have promoted the other Duraludon and then gone Raging Hammer knockout, right? Because Hammer In is only doing 70, 80, which isn't a knockout. That's 250. With the Stadium, it would knock out. Yeah, I really don't like this play from Hunter, and I don't understand what Isaiah is doing either, but we'll see what Isaiah fully does here. I feel like promoting the Duraludon with the energy and then trying to Raging Hammer here makes more sense, but do you just run out of energy at that point and just lose the game potentially? We'll see. There's a Mochi in hand, there's a Nitretcher in hand. Are they trolling? They're always trolling. The question is how much trolling. Oh, now Badoo's getting involved as well. Okay, the Badoo play makes a ton of sense here. The Badoo play makes a ton of sense here from Isaiah. This cooks. This play cooks. Kieran into the Badoo. That's the switch we're looking for. Mochi down. Poison activated. And it's going to be the knockout on the Cornerstone with item lock. No Terra Pokemon in play now for Hunter either, so Noctowls aren't active. Yeah, that was a... Dude, the boss was just... The boss play was just a really bad play from Hunter. All Hunter had to do there... Yeah, the Fan Rotom play was so clean, Radio. That was the play for sure. Run to Fan Rotom. Yeah, that play was just too clean. The item lock is hitting here now. And Hunter sent up Monkey Dory. Why did we send up Monkey Dory? We could have just sent up the Fan Rotom. Yeah, this is bad. This is a bad... No, you can't play that. You're Badooed. Somebody stop his ass. Get him! Bruh, come on. You can't intervene, bro. I want to see someone like just run out of the spectator and tackle him and shut him. Somebody shut him down, bro. No way. It's all right. It's an easy fix. They'll just shuffle the. There's 3 cards went to the... It's an easy fix. It's an easy fix. There's 3 cards on the bottom. You just take the 3. You shuffle it with the Nitretcher. You put the Ogerpon in the discard pile. Easy fix. It's an easy fix. I don't know who caught it eventually, but someone did. Yeah, 3 cards on the bottom. Dude, yeah, this was... Yeah, once again, Hunter going with this... Hunter's getting the knockout here with Monkey Dory, but the Monkey Dory KO here is so bad. You definitely just should KO with Fan Rotom. You want to preserve the Monkey Dory. Yeah, sacrificing your Monkey Dory here is a really, really bad play from Hunter. It's like, so back-to-back turns of pretty poor choices here from Hunter is allowing Isaiah to get back into this game, to be honest. Hunter had a really good start. Things were going pretty cleanly. Not preserving the Monkey Dory attack against Fan Rotom last turn, definitely a big mistake. This turn, not going for the Fan Rotom knockout either, definitely also a big mistake. So pretty bad game choices, pretty bad game plan choices here from Hunter back-to-back turns, but From Isaiah, it's been decently clean, honestly, so far. Pretty clean. I feel like the only thing I would like to have seen from Isaiah was that last turn. We'd have a guaranteed way to pull off this Badoo play. I feel like Isaiah probably should have pushed up the Duraludon that has the energy on it, just in case of going for that Raging Hammer play. But obviously, we drew into the Badoo play, and we would have gone for that no matter what, so it worked out. This should be an easy fix. I don't know why this is taking so long. Maybe they're just trying to get the correct number of cards. I guess it's possible Hunter still gets a penalty here. Yeah, Hunter could still get a penalty here, possibly for this. I hope not. I hope there's no prize penalty. It should just be a warning and then put the Night Stretcher on the bottom of the deck. But we'll see. What did he do? He played Night Stretcher under item lock and then played Iono. But we know how many cards went to the bottom of the deck. So the Night Stretcher should... There's 3 cards on the bottom of the deck that were with the Iono. So you just take those 3 cards, take the Night Stretcher, shuffle them together, put them on the bottom of the deck, put the Ogerpon in the discard pile, and you just continue. It's not that... It's really easy. It's a really easy fix. Really easy fix. Did Isaiah not stop that? I don't like... Not to call you out specifically, Brady, but like... There's no... Like, mistakes happen. We don't need to call anyone out specifically. It's just... A mistake happened. Here's where we are now. It's not Isaiah's fault. Being like, how did Isaiah not catch that is cringe. Saying, how did Hunter not realize he's item locked is cringe. Saying, how did the judges not catch that is cringe. Putting blame on anyone in these situations is just cringe. It's just a mistake. It happens. We caught it before it got too far. That's cool. So hopefully we can just revert the game state and go back to where we were. Like, yeah, trying to put the blame on anyone is cringe. Yeah, if mistakes happen, it's whatever. We move on. Azul, it's your fault. Cringe. Double game loss and ban. I'm okay with that though. I'm down with a double game loss and ban. If if we ban both players and one of the judges, I'm okay with that result for sure. But if it's not that, just put the Night Stretcher on the bottom of the deck and let's continue play. It's not that big of a deal. If the only reason I would be okay, I don't think this should be a double prize penalty for Hunter. The only way I'd be okay with the double prize penalty for Hunter is if he has priors in the tournament, which we'll never know here as like the audience. We'll never know if Hunter had priors from other rounds. If he did have priors from other rounds, then I'd be okay with a DPL, to be honest. But he probably doesn't. That'd just be my guess. Like on average, he probably just doesn't have any priors. But we'll see what the end result is here. Cancel the whole regional. Yeah, actually, we need to restart the whole regional now, because this is not how it would have played out had people not made gameplay errors. So restart it, run it back. We'll see where we go from there. Back up both the players and kick them to the curb. Yep, there's the 3 cards. Night Stretcher gets involved. Shuffle it up. Goes to the bottom. We're good. In tournament integrity compromise. Back to round 1, everyone. Can you imagine if that's how they did it, bro? Make your first day doing the TO was like, yeah, actually, we got to go again. All right. Terrapagos found off the prize cards is actually a big deal here for Hunter, because that activates Owls once again here for Hunter. Owls are back on the menu, whereas previously they kind of weren't. For Isaiah here, I think you're just looking to attack with our Chaladon. We'll see. I see Metal Energy in hand. I think there's an Chaladon in hand as well here for Isaiah. We can also draw cards with Pheasantipity. So I think just setting up for our Chaladons from here on out is the game plan for Isaiah. Isaiah is still behind in the prize exchange. So it is possible for this game to still definitely be won by Hunter here. You see our Chaladon's getting fully loaded. And Iono, actually. This could be pretty brutal for Hunter to deal with, this Iono here. We'll see. Do we know that there wasn't a DPL? Yeah, if there was a DPL, 2 of Isaiah's prize cards in the top right by Isaiah's name would be turned red or blanked out or something. There would be an indicator on the screen of a prize penalty on Isaiah's prize cards, like basically indicating he needs to draw 2 less prize cards to win. So no prize penalty given. All right, there's the punch. We lose our Monkey Dory now. Monkey Dory would have been a pretty good attacker going into this turn. That is not a terrible hand for Hunter, though. That is literally all your draw power in a single hand. You got Mew and Pheasantipity. You can put the Bravery Charm on your Pheasantipity, so it actually... Oh, no, you have to do that, right? Because we need to get access to Area 0. I was kind of confused for a second, but no, that's the correct line there. All right. Pretty good draw. Nest Ball becomes the Trapagos now. I was confused for a second, but it makes sense. It makes sense. We'll see what Hunter goes for here as far as a play. But yeah, pretty good draw from Hunter. I'm not going to lie. Oh, I guess Bravery Charm doesn't matter too much because of the Brute Mochi. You're effectively hitting for 270 with our Chaladon. So double Bouffalon gets your Terapagos out of range. Dude, honestly, thinking about this matchup a little bit more, I feel like Hunter can just play this matchup super straight up with just Terapagoses with Bouffalons, and you should just win, right? Because nothing one-hit K. You never get one-hit KO'd. Because you have effective 290, even without Bravery Charm. I feel like you're always cooking, right? Looks like Hunter's going for Prime Catcher. And the Trumpet makes sense. Seems decent. Jungle gets to 290. Ooh, Jungle does get to 290. Okay, so maybe... So you want to try and get Bravery Charm involved. Yeah, okay. So you want to get Bravery Charm involved. Raging Hammer will OKO. I mean, you're never punching our... I wouldn't be punching our Chaladon. I'd be gusting around our Chaladon every day. I don't think we're ever punching into our Chaladon. We're letting our Chaladon punch us, and then maybe we'll punch them back. Neither does Arch get one shot. Yeah, but I feel like that favors the Terapagos player because they have Monkey Dories and stuff. Like, if you're both just punching each other, you win because you have Monkey Dory and they don't, right? So I feel like just going tank Terapagoses with Monkey Dories. There's the Trumpet. This is a mistake here, actually, from Hunter, though. We should have seen the Prime Catcher get played first, and then Trumpet to the Fan Rotom. So another mistake here from Hunter. The energy is definitely more valuable on the Fan Rotom. Muse before... Dude, I think you take the risk on the extra card. I would go after this Pheasant. I would just prime up the Pheasantipity and assume I'm getting a basic Pokemon there. I'm not going to lie. I think we just get aggressive. I don't like that choice there from Hunter. I want that extra card off that Mew every day of the week. And then there we go. Terapagos takes the KO on the Pheasantipity. Yeah, I'm always playing for that extra card there. I'm assuming I'm getting a basic there. Is Glacial basic only? Honestly, no, it's just colorless Pokemon. It's just colorless Pokemon. Prime Catcher between Trumpet and Restart, no? I mean, you always Trumpet before you restart. It doesn't have to be between Trumpet and Restart. Oh, I see what you're saying, though. You're agreeing. So the reason Hunter didn't do it is because Hunter currently did not have enough Pokemon in play to one-hit KO the Pheasantipity. So if you prime Fez and then whiff a Pokemon off restart, you actually don't KO the Fez with your Trapagos, which feels really bad, but I would just play for the extra card. Does he play Bear? I haven't seen the Ursaluna, so we don't know yet. And still Trumpet to Fan Rotom and Terapagos. Yeah, I guess that makes sense why Hunter didn't Trumpet to the Fan Rotom, though, right? I guess that makes sense. Because he, once again, is like playing, okay, if I whiff, I'm going to go after the one prizer instead of the two prizer. I think if I was Hunter here, though, I would have just gone all in and just be like, I'm going to hit it. I'm going to hit the basic off the thing. Isn't Trumpet bench only, so you couldn't prime first? You would prime first into your Mew. So you use prime, push Mew, Trumpet to your Fan Rotom and your Terapagos, draw 3, hit a basic, knockout. We do see Isaiah push up the Duraludon here. This is actually... Ooh, does this actually matter? If we can find the stadium here, if Isaiah can find the last stadium, you can actually KO the Terapagos with Poison, which is actually huge. If Isaiah can find the last stadium, KOing the active with Poison instead of damage to turn off Pheasantipity is a really big deal. Does he already KO with Poison? No, he's 10 short with Poison. He has KO with Poison? Oh, shit, it has got 230. Dude, why did I think Terapagos had 240? No, you're right, you're right. Dude, I thought Terapagos had 240. My bad. You're right, you're right. Stretcher Fez here from Isaiah. Draw 3. GX, Ultra Ball. Latios. Just get it down there so nothing gets stuck in the active. Oh, yeah, I guess this play makes more sense than Isaiah, because you can attack with the bench Archaladon then. EX. You just poison first, then retreat, then hit. Yeah, yeah. Yep, there's the poison, there's the retreat, there's the knockout. You die to poison. No Pheasantipity draw access going into Hunter's turn. We do have one Hoot Hoot to work with. The only thing Hunter needs to do here is KO. Or we're losing our Terra Pokemon as well. Get rid of Noctowl and Bufalon, I guess. Noctowl and Fan Rotom, I guess. Fez works as well. You're not using Fez anymore this game. Sure, sure, sure. Hunter does just need one prize card, though. Yeah, I don't know if Hunter plays... I don't know if Hunter plays Ursaluna, though. Draw for turn. Nest Ball. Rapagos and Noctowl are available. Does that lead to a win condition, though? I don't know if there's a win condition. You have Mew, though. Hold up. We have Mew still as well. So you could go E-Switch, Boss, and then try and Mew into an energy. You can Noctowl for E-Switch and Boss. Boss up a one prize or E-Switch over, and then try and restart. The other way you could play this is you could grab Noctowl, hold Noctowl, draw 2 instead. That actually might give you the higher odds. You draw 1 less card, but you keep all your outs in your deck. I'm actually not sure what the higher odds. It depends how many outs you have in deck, I assume. I don't know if you restart first. You probably restart first, right? I think you restart first. Nest Ursaluna Boss. You can't find Boss off Noctowl if you don't have a Terra Pokemon in play. So we need Terrapagos. Bear Boss wins, though? Oh, I'm so, right now, Bear Boss. I don't think he plays Bear. I don't think he plays Bear. All right, we need 1 of 2 pieces. 1 of 3 pieces. There's E-Switch. That's it. Noctowl to get Boss Night Treasure. Yeah, I don't think he plays Bear. Excuse me. I thought you guys were talking about, like, before the search, but... No Bear is crazy? I feel like... I don't want to say no Bear is correct, but I feel like no Bear is not played. not played. Actually, in this situation, you have to boss the right Pokemon here. If we've been able to evolve that to Duraludon. Yeah, the Duraludon was the only thing that died there, actually. If we've been able to evolve the Duraludon, I don't think Isaiah could have evolved Duraludon. Maybe he could have, though. Actually, I don't know what his hand was. If we had been able to, though, we would have actually survived. Does Isaiah have a way to evolve or use Turo? I don't know if Isaiah plays Turo. I don't know if he could have evolved either. All right, game 1 goes to Hunter. After what seemed like that seemed like a game where Isaiah was going to make the comeback for sure. Definitely some poor choices from Hunter, like turn 2, turn 3, or turn 3, turn 4. He did have Ultra Ball in hand, if I recall correctly. He maybe did have an out for it then, yeah. Oh, he maybe just didn't have the Archaladon. Maybe the Archaladon was prized. You go back and look at the... There was no Archaladon prize. Maybe it was in the discard pile and he didn't have enough Night Treasures for it. He maybe had the out and just didn't do it. That would be a pretty big mistake at the end there. We can take a look at his. We can try to take a look at his hand prior to the last turn there, while they set up for the next game. He had Night Treasure. Did he have just have everything? So at that point is the only question: does he even play a second Archaladon? I think he had 2 metal in the discard pile as well, so he could have gone poison or train. I think he could have done it. What did he Ultra Ball for? Played the Ultra Ball. Grab Petron EX. Plays Nest Ball. Oh yeah, I think he could have done it. I think he did have it. I think he could have evolved it. Okay, game 2. Isaiah chooses first. And this is where we truly get to see the power of this, the poison deck, to be honest. The power of this deck is literally the turn 1 cheese, to be honest. This is the power of the Petron deck, is turn 1 cheese. Turn 1 donk. Turn 1 knockout. Doesn't have to be donk. Just turn 1 knockout is the power of the deck. Opening Brute, I have to assume, is not great because you can't retreat that easily. We do have the energy on it, so we're looking for Latias or Petron EX. Petron EX is prize. So we're looking for Latias, Baby Petch. We need 2 pieces. We also need a Carmine. There's no Carmine in the hand. If we don't hit Carmine off of this Pokegear, we have no further draw power this turn. And also we need the Stadium, but we do have the Stadium in hand. The Stadium's already in hand. So 2 pieces if we get Carmine off this Pokegear. Here we go, Pokegear. 5, 6, there's a Carmine. Goes through the full search there. Now we need to find Latias and Baby Petch. We play 1 Latias, probably have 2 Baby Petch in the deck, 4 Nest Balls, a couple Ultra Balls. Decent odds for sure, I would say. Last turn, Hunter had to discard Fez. Yes. Drowdon comes down. Probably see an attach to the Drowdon as well. Would have been nice if we had a 1 retreat Pokemon in the active. We don't. There's the Stadium, and here comes the Carmine. 5 cards. 2 Pokemon. Do we get them? Nest Ball? No! We come up just a little bit short here for Isaiah. Another Duraludon hits the bench. I think it's probably going to be a pass. I don't even see a reason to play the Nest Ball. There's the Poison. Active doesn't get Poison, so just 30 to the Hoothoot. That is a huge whiff. This deck is, as far as tempo decks go, not a term that is used often in the Pokemon TCG. As far as tempo decks go, Isaiah is playing the tempo deck of the format or whatever. Like, trying to take a knockout turn 1 every single game, or put a lot of pressure on with like a Badoo attack plus a lot of poison damage, and then just consistently damage, knockout, knockout. Turn 1 on. It does not come together here for Isaiah. Hunter here. I don't know if I love this Noctowl that's about to get discarded. Isaiah doesn't have like a ton of cards in hand. But the research, I don't know. Research seems like okay here from Hunter. But you could have played Iono instead and Ultra Balled away like Turo plus the research. You also could have prioritized keeping the Turo around, which I don't hate. Prioritizing the Turo seems fine as well here from Hunter. So you could have Ultra Balled away research Noctowl, then played Iono to save the Turo. Yeah, 4 energy prized is a lot. Go back to that real fast. 2 fighting. Actually, he probably only plays the 2 fighting. So he just might not be able to use Cornerstone this game. Cornerstone might be offline this game. Might have to be all in on the Terapagos, which means we need to see those boofs make their way. Oh, well, there's the Cornerstone, but we might not have the big guy. The Cornerstone does come down. Got the Vessel in the hand. A couple Nest Balls as well. Honestly, really good hand here for Hunter. Pricing a Hoothoot is also not great, to be honest, but it'll be okay. Ooh, I like the Latias to save the Hoothoot. I do kind of like that. I like the Latias coming down here, I think, and then retreat to the Fan Rotom for sure. I think I want to see this Hoothoot get preserved. I don't know. Hootoots are just such a big part of the deck. I think it's worth it. Let's hope he plays a 3rd fighting. I'm going to go ahead and say he probably doesn't. But I don't think the Cornerstone is like the end-all be-all in this matchup, to be honest. I think if you get a Terapagos set up with Bouffalance and Bravery Charm, that's putting in a lot of work for sure. The Archaludon deck does play Relicanth, right? I'm not trolling to assume it doesn't, or to think that it might not. It does play the Relicanth, right? Because the only other thing I think about would be, does it even play the Relicanth? Because your bench gets loaded up really quickly. No, they do. Usually runs Relicanth, yeah? Okay. I think the Donk one doesn't. No, it does not. Some do, I think. Some do, some don't. Okay. That's a pretty big deal on how aggressive Hunter can be in just attacking into the active, to be honest. Okay, Vessel coming out here. You could punch with Fan Rotom, but that does not seem worth it at all. I think you just want to attach your Terapagos. I think Hunter is realizing that both Fighting Energy are prized here right now. Maybe would want to realize that before benching the Cornerstone, but I think you'd honestly bench the Cornerstone anyway, so it's not that big of a deal here for Hunter. Which is fine. I actually don't think it's that big of a deal. You see Hunter rolling his eyes a little bit there with the realization of he's going to have to commit to the Terapagos. But honestly, I think Terapagos is fine in this matchup. You do need Bouffalance, though. I don't know how many Bouffalance were taken off that Fan Rotom from Hunter. There's at least one, so I don't know how committed to the to the Bouffalance strategy Hunter is right now, but hopefully is somewhat playing towards it. some donks run it? If they do, they probably don't run Dory. Do any of them run Dory? I haven't seen a single donk or Chaldon playing Dory, I don't think. Perfect 60 has it? Good to know. Arch seems to feel bad without Fish. I don't think Fish is that big of a deal for the deck. It's like you say that, but it's like a deck's power level is only relevant to the rest of the meta's power level, right? Like, yes, you lost Fish, but I think like Dragapult losing Fish is just as big of a deal, if not a bigger deal. Do they play Big Bertha? Wait, what's Big Bertha? All right, we're into the research here from Isaiah. A couple different plays here are available. I think he means Relicanth, not Luminian. Fish was Lummy. I mean, people called Luminian Fish. I don't think anyone called Relicanth Fish. I've never heard that one. I guess it could be the new Fish. Which rogue deck do you think has the largest possibility to make it into top cut? I have no clue. If I knew it, the deck wouldn't be a rogue deck, probably. Okay, we're just going for the Petch knockout here from Isaiah. Poison, push Petch, pass. Gets the first KO. But no item lock. No item lock here from the Badoo. So from Hunter here, I mean, I think just attacking with Terapagos seems fine. If you can get a Bravery Charm and double Boufflant down, I think you're chilling. If you get like the fully loaded Terapagos this turn and just knock out the active, I think you're chilling. Oh, you can't evolve a... Wait, does he just not have a Noctowl in hand? Okay, he does. Dude, I was like, wait, what? I thought he... Because he initially went to evolve a Hoothoot to a Boufflant. I was like, wait, did he just forget to get Noctowl? We're all good, though. We got the Noctowl. We need to go wide. We need an energy for turn. We need double Boufflant. And we ideally need Bravery Charm as well. There's a lot that Hunter wants this turn. We'll see what he's able to put together. Did he get boss as well? Interesting. Dude, I do not like how Hunter is... Honestly, I don't like how aggressively Hunter is playing this, to be honest. I don't like the bosses. I don't like I didn't like the boss on the last turn. The Fan Order play was definitely way better. And honestly, boss here doesn't seem that good either. Like, this isn't like a prize race matchup. You can't go 2-2-2 in this matchup. Like, it just doesn't... It's not going to happen. Like, you can theoretically do it, but it's not going to happen because Isaiah can just slow things down by evolving to an Archaludon and punching, right? Like, Isaiah has some tempo control, right? Isaiah can just chill. KO the Brute is KO the Brute is bad. Honestly, if we're gonna boss KO something, I don't mind boss KO Brute, to be honest. I actually like that more. I feel like he's gonna... We'll see what he boss KOs. We'll see what he boss KOs. I assume Hunter's gonna go boss KO Latias here, but I could be wrong. Maybe he boss KO. Honestly, the boss KO on the Brute is interesting for sure. I actually like that, the idea of that play. One more bench space to work with here. Let's see what Hunter does. Let's see what Hunter does. No Bravery Charm. We got the double boof. We have no Bravery Charm on our Terapagos right now, which is a little bit worrying. There's the boss. See, it's just boss on ladder. I don't like this play. I don't like this play that much. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. I think Boss Brute is the play. I think Boss Brute depends on how many Night Stretchers, Brutes, and Stadium or Tool cards are in the discard pile, to be honest. Yeah, it just depends on those numbers. I don't think we've seen that much to get discarded here from Isaiah. See, I feel like our board is just like so much underdeveloped now here as Hunter with this line, but let's see how it plays out. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of just like Boss KO with 2-prizer here. If Isaiah maybe had 2 other 2-prizers on the bench, I would dislike it a little bit less because then Hunter could just go Gust, Gust, Gust. But that's so hard to pull off with this Terapagos deck. If you're getting knocked out, which you can be getting knocked out, you have effectively 290 HP here. So Isaiah can effectively one-hit KO your active next turn and take away your Pheasantipity draw. I would like to see Isaiah, our Hunter, just plays a little bit slower, to be honest. Build up your board, get some Monkey Dories in play, get the Bravery Charm down, stuff like that. He's trying to go Latias, Squawk, Fez. I know what he's trying to do. I just don't think it's the right line to go. We do see Isaiah does have to put the Fez in play, though. Isaiah is benching the Fez, which Isaiah definitely does not want to do here because of the situation, but it looks like that might be Isaiah's only out. Yeah, the hand was not great. The draw did get an Iono. The Iono is pretty good here. We also have the Mochi, so we're just a stadium short from knocking out the active. We are just a stadium short from knocking out the active. But with how big of a hand Isaiah had going into his turn, I don't think you can count on him benching another 2-prizer. I don't think you can count on another 2-prizer coming into play. Isaiah had like a 6-card hand or something. Oh my gosh, maybe like 7. Isaiah's hand was pretty big going into the turn. So I definitely don't think you can like count on Isaiah putting a Pheasantipity in play on the next turn. Here comes the Ultra Ball. Decides to keep the Pet EX, which is interesting. Does Hunter run 2 boss with the Prime Catcher? I would assume so. I would assume Hunter plays 2 boss at least. I'd be surprised if he didn't. So I think we can bet on him playing 2 boss and the Prime. So the Gust line is available. I just don't think it's realistic to happen when you're getting knocked out in Ionode turn after turn potentially. Discarding Capsule. I think that's fine. I don't think you care about Capsule too much here. Like Hunter's already not on odd. Like Hunter going out of his way to go on odd prize cards by chasing your Brute probably just wins you the game, to be honest. He doesn't need Stadium, the Poison Chaos. No, because well, you need Mochi, 260, 200. No, you need the Stadium here because of the Bouffalons. You need the Stadium because of the Bouffalons. Because currently we're effectively doing 200 damage, and then Poison would be 10, so it'd be 210. So we need Stadium here. Isaiah does have what, like 5 Stadium, or not 5 Stadiums, 3 Stadiums left. Maybe the Secret Box is left as well. So you got 4 outs here. No Stadium. That's huge. The lack of a Stadium is huge. So no KO on the active here. That's exactly what Hunter needed to see. This lines up really, really well for Hunter. Poison is happening. Wait, I'm not tripping on the damage, right? 200, 210. No, yeah, I'm not. Wait. Oh, we didn't poison here, did we? Just punch for 160. Okay. That makes sense. Now the boss line is way better for Hunter. Ooh, we got the Bravery Charms as well. Put one of those on the Ogre Pawn. I don't know if one makes its way to Latios. Ogre Pawn seems pretty good to hold a Bravery Charm though for sure. I'm not sure about the Latios though. I don't know if that needs one. Actually, you might as well, because then our Chowdon without a Mochi doesn't KO you. Did he just double attach it to Raldon? Yeah, he used the Archaldon's ability. Bravery Charm active is interesting. Or Ultra Ball in away a Bravery Charm actually. Okay, this does get us an Owl. I would like to see Hunter maybe try and establish try and establish what? Mew, to be honest. I kind of want to see Mew get established here. How's Isaiah going to run through Cornerstone without Gust? I mean, Badoo plus Mochi is pretty good. If Hunter doesn't have, like, Monkey Dory established, then Badoo's, like, a pretty good attacker into it with Mochi. The Baby Petron in general. Also, like, the Ogre Pawn is just not set up at all right now, so there's that. Night Twitcher boss here. Being pulled for Hunter. What are we Night Twitchering for? Boss on the Fez. Seems good. Squawkabilly is lined up to be KO'd on the next turn. We do need an attacker setup though. We have no backup attacker setup here from Hunter, and the active will be going down. Oh, did he not? What happened? Did he Ultra Ball, not grab Noctowl, and then took 2 trainer cards? This Hunter played 4 boss. I think it's 2 boss and a Prime. I mean, it's a really easy reversible game state. I mean, obviously it's a mistake on Hunter's part. But obviously you can't just take trainers out of your deck, and he's like searching through his deck the whole time. So it should be an easy reverse to the Noctowl. If he got a double prize penalty here, if this is his second mistake in one match, I'm not against the prize penalty for this one, to be honest. I'm not against a double prize penalty in this one here for Hunter, to be honest. We'll see what they end up doing as far as ruling goes. But like, obviously he can't. He can't just Ultra Ball for 2 trainer cards. So the trainer cards have to come from somewhere. They could call it that he shuffled his deck and he just gets nothing. The ruling could be that he puts the trainer cards back in the deck and then he gets nothing off his Ultra Ball. It'd be kind of weird to make that the end result, though. I mean, it's very obvious what he was trying to do. So they can very easily rewind the game state to when he was playing the Ultra Ball. Because obviously you can't Ultra Ball for 2 trainer cards. So let's rewind to when you were playing the Ultra Ball. Now play the Ultra Ball. Now he grabs the Noctowl, but we'll see what the ruling ends up being. Send both players to prison. His second gameplay error in what's it called? Being a double prize penalty. I would like to see it still not be a double prize penalty because it's obviously reversible. Yeah, it's obviously reversible, so I would like to see it not be a double prize penalty, but we'll see what they end up doing. It depends on how annoyed the judges are, I guess. That should not be a factor at all. The judges should consistently rule similar situations the same way consistently. How annoyed the judges are should not be a factor at all. And I'm hoping that even if the judges are annoyed, that doesn't play a role in their decisions. I don't get why he's in such a hurry. He's just trying to play fast. Nothing wrong with trying to play fast. A play being reversible doesn't mean it automatically shouldn't be a DPL though, right? Yeah, for sure, yeah. Even if a play is reversible, it doesn't mean it shouldn't be a DPL. It definitely should come down to how many mistakes the players made in the tournament. If they've made a lot of mistakes in the tournament, there should just be a point, even doesn't matter how easily reversible it is, that there should be a double prize penalty involved. Does timer pause during this? Yeah, timer pauses and they get the time that was used for the penalty. Honestly, I don't mind this. For us as the viewers, this isn't terrible because this means the next round's going to come up pretty quickly for us. If the opponent is cool with it, do the judges take that into account? Usually no. For like things like, okay, so one thing that just happened during that situation is Hunter... It looks like they're reversing to when he used the Ultra Ball. It looks like they're reversing to when he used the Ultra Ball, which means that, yeah, so it's going to happen. Literally what I said is going to happen happens. So Hunter shuffled his deck on a search and then asked Isaiah if he could go back through his deck just to look at it but not change his thing. Like, the judges are fine with that as long as the opponent's fine with that. Like, doing that is fine. Like, they're not changing what they took off any card. They're just like, can I change what I'm getting? So it looks like probably no double prize penalty still here for Hunter. We did see the Night Stretcher as well. We'll see if the Night Stretcher gets played here, or maybe it's just in the hand. Well, yeah, it could just be waiting in the hand for a Noctowl. What if my opponent asks us to use the bathroom and I say no? I mean, you don't really get a call. If the judge is fine with it, they're fine with it. All right, Isaiah needs an Iono here. There's a Night Stretcher in the hand. I think there's a Noctowl in the discard pile from turn 1 from the research. So yeah, we need to see Isaiah with an Iono this turn, or this one is going to be pretty tough, I feel like. Hunter does need... I mean, Hunter can go like Crispin plus Prime, so you need like a Terapagos or something like that, but it's not looking good for Isaiah if there's no Iono this turn. Ultra Ball to start things off. Finds the Pecharunt EX to replace the Latios as a potential pivot card. Seen any Guardies yet? We saw one Guardy. We saw a Gardevoir to Dunsparce from Makani. Turo on Squawk seems very strong if possible. I have a feeling Isaiah just doesn't play Turo. Otherwise, I don't think Isaiah would have benched the Pecharunt because then the Turo play becomes a bigger option. And that was a research or Carmine there from Isaiah. There's the knockout. Does Hunter have game on this turn? It's definitely possible. Ogerpon to the active. We have 2 bench spaces to work with. 5 bench Pokemon. Oh, does Clefairy KO? Wait, how much is Clefairy swinging for? No. No way. All right, hand here for Hunter. Not great, to be honest. But you don't, like, lose next turn as Hunter here. And the Cornerstone could buy you a lot of time. There's the Noctowl. Into the Noctowl. I don't think there's a win condition this turn, though. Wait, does the Clefairy KO? Am I trolling? Crispin plus basic? 100, 200, 280. No, right? Oh, you can Crispin to the Clefairy and then Prime with the... Clefairy's your attacker and you KO Squawkabilly. Okay, yeah, it is over. It is over. Yeah, for some reason, I was thinking, like, we need Terapagos to kill the Squawkabilly. But the Clefairy works. Goodbye, Squawkabilly. And Poison Package is done in as expected. Dub for Poison Package? I think not. And Hunter goes to 7-0, makes his way to day 2. I'm sure we'll see Isaiah in day 2. I'm sure Isaiah will be able to win one of those last 2 rounds to get into day 2 at a record that can make top cut. Fraud package put down once again. Some pretty big mistakes. I mean, I think Isaiah played it pretty well, for sure. I don't have anything to really point out on Isaiah's side of play, but definitely we saw some pretty big mistakes from Hunter, right? Definitely some big mistakes from Hunter overall. But that poison package, man, that's free dubs. Hunter mistakes are more of a nerve issue. I'm not talking about the gameplay errors. I'm talking about other mistakes he made. He's lucky he's not banned. True, honestly. This guy's 100% suspicious. I cannot imagine living life through the lens that you live it in. When you emote but have ping issues. Dude, my man was lagging IRL, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh, the stream froze. Oh my gosh. They just mirrored Isaiah leave super mad. I wouldn't say he was super mad. I mean, he's just deflating to lose. Especially if he like, especially if Isaiah recognizes some of the mistakes that Hunter makes. Like, it kind of feels bad to like, I don't know. It makes it feel worse. It's like, well, my opponent's throwing and they literally don't get punished. Like, like if you recognize some of the mistakes your opponent's making as well, you're just like, God damn it. What mistakes did Hunter make? He had like a really clean fan Rotom play that he ignored in game 1. He attacked with Monkey Dory the turn after when he should have attacked with Fan Rotom. There's definitely some big mistakes in game 1. Game 2, I think he was just too aggressive with the boss, but Isaiah did have to put Pheasantipity in play, and then he was able to go 2-2-2. He was able to go 2-2-2 off Isaiah's board. But I think the better play was just to like chill out, Terapagos the active, set up your board more aggressively, get some Bravery Charms or something. But he got the 2-2-2 play. I think that was a mistake to like play for the 2-2-2, but it did work out for him. But to be fair, to Isaiah, he's playing a terrible deck, so it's on him. True, I can't deny that. I can't deny that. I can't deny that. Now I'd be pissed if I lost when my opponent started doing the PTCG Live thumbs up emote. Dude, he did the PTCG Live emote IRL. Dude, it's like we're Fortnite or something, bro. Terapagos the new best deck? No. Well, like new in terms of what? I guess that'd be the question. What do you mean by new? What is new to you? Does I get it in these levels of play? It's also important to stay chill and I want to say professional. It's not the right word. I mean, he wasn't like raging. He was just kind of down and dejected and walked off stage. Like, that's fine. I think that's a fine. I think Isaiah's response to losing there and going off stage was like fine. I don't think he didn't do anything unprofessional. Yeah, I think you're reading into this really hard. I think what he did was definitely fine, fair, and respectful overall. He didn't do anything that was like disrespectful or overly rude or anything like that at all. Oh, Han, we got the interview.
I literally picked up this deck like 2 weeks ago, and I've just been playing it all online, been grinding ladder with it, and it's been awesome. It's been working very well for me. I felt like I was, honestly, going in today, I did not think I was going to do that well. I thought I was going to scrub out a day 2 or something like that, but no, I'm 7-0 and I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to actually ask you about that. You mentioned you just picked up this deck a couple of weeks ago, and it feels like that's when this deck kind of popped up. It's been within the last few weeks that it's really started to kind of catch on to a little bit of steam. Talk to us about kind of the things you were thinking about the format coming into this event and what led to you choosing this deck more recently.
So basically, I think that the deck, like I chose the deck because I saw my friend Luke Morsa, he played that to a tournament. He did really well. He came top 4 with it. And when
also
I picked
pushing
this deck,
that propaganda,
like,
bro.
I was like, oh, this has really good meta spread into everything. I tested against almost every deck. Surprisingly, I didn't test much against our Chaladon. So going into the match, I was really unsure what I was going to do. And it's been working great for me, though.
Yeah, I really kind of like this style of deck. You know, you've got the ability to take big one-hit KOs, but you can also play it a little slower since you've got those Bouffalants in your deck to tank some hits. Talk to us a little bit about that.
So the Bouffalants are mainly for Terra Box because if the Pikachu EX, if you have a Bravery Charm and Bouffalants out on your Tropicos in the active, the Pikachu EX cannot kill it. So basically, you just have them in the active, tank all the hits you want to, and you just swing into them, swing into them, swing into them. If they swing into you, you can go Monkey Dory to negate Pikachu's ability, and just take two prizes on them very easily, versus like with how, if you just swung into it normally, it would just have 190, so you wouldn't be able to kill it.
So talk to us about this matchup we saw on stream. You're going up against our Chaladon. You said you maybe hadn't practiced against it quite as much as some of the other ones. What were some of kind of your early game adjustments? What was your game plan going in, and what did you do to kind of execute the win?
So I played our Chaladon to the Puerto Rico special event, and I came top 8 with that deck. And so I knew how our Chaladon works. I know like all the routes. Like I noticed how lists haven't started to cut Relicanth, then like how he started to cut Turo. So I kind of was like expecting like, oh, he's probably not running Turo. He's probably not running Relicanth. So I was like, I think I could go Cornerstone, and I'm like, go spam Cornerstone, 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 and just to like, so they can't swing it to me with their Chaladon EX. And game 2, I did not prize check, so I didn't notice I prized both my fighting energies until I Earth Invested, and I'm like, oh wait, I prized 2 fighting energy. So I guess I gotta go Terapagos, and I started swinging with Terapagos in game 2.
Adjusting on the fly, and it does end up working out nicely. You went for that kind of classic 2-2-2 prize race, and it worked out really nicely with that Lily's Clefairy EX taking that final knockout for you.
Bro, don't gas the 2-2-2.
Now, I know a couple of seasons ago, your brother won a regional championships. Do you think this deck has what it takes to tie you with your brother so you can get yourself a regionals win as well?
Honestly, I hope so. Shout out Luke. Love you. Yeah, I think this deck could potentially take me there. Even though I feel like this is not the best deck I've played and wouldn't be the most proudest deck I've won with, but I'm really happy with this, and I believe this deck can win this tournament.
All right, we'll have to see if that ends up happening. You already shouted out your brother. Any other shout outs you want to give before we get you out of here?
All right, I want to shout out Harry. I want to shout out Cody. I want to shout out Evan and Jen and all the people at Liquid Games. And I would love to shout out everyone from the Noctowl Boys group chat, Ethan, Cam, Sam, everyone in that group chat. Thank you for all the testing, and yeah, that's it.
There we go. Well, congratulations on the start so far.
Shout out the Owl Lads, bro. My man was spitting for sure. You did what? Shout out to Badoo. More rounds today? Yeah, 2 more rounds. 2 more rounds. Two rounds, and that's it. Can't hear the casters? Yeah, that's by design. If you want to hear the casters, they're on the main stream. I'm not hiding them from you. Didn't you show a reload Chaladon deck on stream for day 2? That's what I'm saying. Azul kind of looks like the caster on the left. Bro, I don't just look like everyone who has short brown, not short. I don't look like every I don't look like every white guy who has short brown hair, bro. I'm not like Azul, you kind of look like this guy IRL. So it kind of looks like the Badoo in the front. See, that's more accurate. I do kind of look like that Badoo in the front. It's pretty close. I agree with that. That's a decent take. Kind of look like Chippy from Uncommon Energy. You go to my locals, you kind of look like a guy who goes there. I do be frequenting your locals, Ryan T. I do be frequenting the locals. You ever play at these events? Yeah, sometimes. The chat in the Twitch chat is going. The chat in Twitch is going crazy about the judges. Bro, dude, that is just weird. Bro, the main, honestly, the main Twitch chat is just weird, bro. I don't know. It's just weird in there, man. I've been in there a couple times. It's just weird. I don't know what people want, bro. Everyone's just mad about everything, bro. Like, it's such a miserable. The main Twitch chat is so miserable. Do they have a YouTube? Is the YouTube chat on the YouTube side? Like, such miserable people, bro. It's actually just weird. It's so weird. It's the same shit when you want like whenever I watch like Call of Duty tournaments, it's the same shit, bro. Everyone is just so miserable in those chats, bro. It's like, bro, how, like, what kind of, you gotta regain, man. You want to live life acting like this your whole fucking life, bro? Like, what the fuck? Regain, lock the fuck in. What are we doing, man? Why didn't the judge execute them live on stage? Where's the guillotine? Where's the guillotine? Get it out. Regain, bro. Lock the fuck in. Be in Twitch chat 2 years from now. Where's the guillotine? Take him out. Get the guillotine out. Live execution. How do you enter the giveaway? No giveaway today. Actually, that's not true. I am going to do a giveaway today. Mods cut their head off. Oh my gosh, dude! I've been in there like a couple times. You have to close the chat though. You have to close the chat. No drops. Drops will resume on Tuesday. I'm not in the TCG live category, so there's no drops today. Like, yeah, if you're watching the main, you gotta close the chat. The chat has to be closed. It's just too much. The main chat of any esport is just shockingly awful. Honestly, you're right. Yeah, pretty much any esport is gonna be the same shit. That's why you always gotta go to like, honestly, like whenever I'm tuning into an esports event, I always try and find like a co-streamer. Like whenever I try and watch a Valorant tournament, I always tune into Tarek instead, cause like it's just different. Like the chat's actually reasonable. Because it's like his community or whatever, stuff like that. Yeah, whenever I'm trying to watch a Valorant, I'll watch Tarek. I haven't found anyone to watch for CSGO events, to be honest. But like, I do like the commentators as well. I will mention that. Like, I do like the CSGO commentators and the Valorant commentators, but you can't like vibe in the chat. You can't vibe with the chat at all in any of like the main esports streams because it's just miserable. Flom is really good for CS. Okay, I'll check out Flom. I'll check out Flom next time I'm tuning into a CS:GO event. Sliggy. Oh, Sliggy. Turn off the chat. I don't know, but sometimes having the chat open is kind of cool, right? Get to interact with the community or just see what people are typing. Be part of like the meme spams and the copy pastas or whatever. I don't know. That depends what kind of mood you're in. But yeah, sometimes it's cool to vibe with the chat, but. Chat, I'm 502 in Atlanta. See, am I winning in? All right, no more L's, Heracross. No more L's. No, this is not your winning in, Heracross. Because if you win, actually, shoot. Okay, you could win this one, lose this one, and still make top cut. I was going to say, this isn't your winning in. You got to win this one to get to your winning in. Actually, that's how you should view it anyways, because X2 might be cut. This is not your win, Heracross. You got to win this one, and then your next one is your winning in. Because X1-2 might not be able to make top cut. The goal's got to be top cut. So lock in, get this dub, and then win the next one as well. Do you think we could see Lost Box make top cut? I don't know if crazier things have happened, to be honest. Has something crazier than Lost Box making top cut at a Pokemon tournament where it's rotated happened? Because that's like pretty crazy, to be honest. Like maybe, and not terms in scale of like shock value, but like how would that, like the chain of events that would have to happen for Lost Box to make top cut at this tournament would be crazy. Can X1-1 make cut? X2 or better will guaranteed make cut. X1-2 might make cut. What deck would you go to a tournament with? Whatever deck I've chosen to prep with before the tournament. All the judges staff, Arcanine staff being like, how did we not catch this guy? That's what I'm saying. And everyone's sitting next to them through every round. You look over, you see your opponent, someone's playing Lost Box, and you're just like, that's fine. I'm not gonna call a judge. Let him rock. You sit down across from your opponent, they flip over comfy, and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna let him rock. I'm gonna let him rock, you know. I'm not trying to be that guy, you know. I'm not trying to call a judge on my opponent. I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm gonna let him rock, bro. I'm gonna let him rock. Someone is so afraid of being that guy that their opponent flips over comfy, and they're like, no, I'll let this one slide. Like, I don't want to be that guy. Lost Box gets in by everyone being really chill about it. I think ADPization would have done at Atlanta. ADPization with E-switches. I mean, you just win, right? I think you just win. I think the game's over. Go second. Turn 1, Ultra Creation. Turn 2, knock out your Badoo. Draw 2 prize cards, load optimization. Knockout, knockout. My round 8 opponent just flipped over an ADP as well. What do? Let it rock, let it rock. You don't want to be that guy. Don't be that guy, bro. Don't be that guy. You think Thorns and Miraidon is good right now? I honestly do, Mighty. I think it's probably better than... I didn't think about it in the moment, but I think it's probably a better inclusion than the Magnezone as a anti-walls card. And just in general, against Gardevoir, it's actually just really good. Because no one... Well, not no one, but they don't have Turo combo anymore. And most people aren't playing like Fluttermane or Klefki. Some people play Klefki. Almost no one plays Fluttermane. So Thorns is actually really good against Gardevoir right now. So yeah, you can just like throw up Thorns, take a knockout. They can't use Gardevoir. They need counter catcher, right? They have to have counter catcher like every turn. And then you just throw it up on them again or something. And then it does get through Farigiraf as well. So I think it's better than Magnezone because it's a basic. I didn't think about it as a good answer to Farigiraf when I was first making Miraidon, but I'm like, oh, this is just, yeah, it's cut Magnezone, add Farigiraf, basically. I think is the correct upgrade. How are you streaming from the tournament and from home right now? Oh, look, it's Azul on screen. It's a white guy with short brown hair. Why do you do this to me? Azul, how are you? Shut up. My opponent Carmine into full Exodia turn 1. I call judge, but they DQ'd me for my Reshizard. What time do these tournaments usually end? I would say like 8 p.m. That's what we're looking. That's like the trajectory for this one right now, right? It's like 6 p.m. over there right now, so it'll probably end around 8 p.m. I think that's usually normal. And this is a big one. This is the biggest regional championship of all time. 9 rounds day 1, but they're looking to line up to end around 8 p.m. it looks like, which is pretty solid. If there's a lot of delays and things don't get run as smoothly as they would like, sometimes like at 9 p.m. But major tournaments almost never go later than 9 p.m. these days. They've really got, dude, and this is like, dude, back in the day, we used to have 9-round tournaments with like, the Philly regionals one year, we had a 9-round tournament. This is like 2013, 2014, I don't even remember. It was 9 rounds day 1. Oh, 400, 500 people maybe? If Ortiz is in chat, he knows what I'm talking about. And we got out of there at 1 a.m. They had to announce day 2 standings because day 2 was top 32. It wasn't like a certain record. Top 32 made day 2. So we were all in the hallway outside of the hall, and Jimmy Ballard was standing on, I think it was Jimmy Ballard, was standing on a desk in the middle of everyone in the building announcing who made day 2. announcing who made day 2. Philly. It was Philly. It was Philly. Why they go on for so long? They were just worse at running tournaments back then. Like, that's really it. Like, the TOs were just worse at running tournaments. That's really it. They've gotten a lot better, though. Like I said, like, now we have 3,000 players, or 2,600, 700, whatever. And they're going to be done by 9 p.m. We had a 400-person tournament, 300-person tournament, 400, 500-person tournament, I think. And we got out of there at, like, 1 a.m. or something like that. Ridiculous. They just got better at running tournaments. That's basically it. So they've come a long way. They've come a long way for sure. And Jimmy Ballard, I think it was Jimmy Ballard. I want to say it was Jimmy Ballard who ran that one. I mean, like I said, we got out at 1 a.m. But he was running some of the best tournaments last season or the season before last. Before was it Gaming Gen took over running all the tournaments. His tournaments were the best. I wish he was the one who got to run all the tournaments, to be honest. Because was it day 2? Was that their name? What was Ballard and was it Ballard and Kreckler? I forget what the name of their organization was that was running tournaments at the end there, season or 2 ago. It was last season, I think. But they were the best by far. Yeah, day 2. Yeah, day 2 was the best by far of tournament organizers out of everyone. I think they were the best, like better than anyone in Europe as well. It would have been nice to see them take over and run all the tournaments here in North America, or I guess North America minus Mexico. But yeah, Gaming Gen is running everything now. How are we feeling about Roaring Moon EX? It's got potential. It's got potential. I'm coming around on it. I just haven't played with it yet. I was here about that one horribly run Arizona Regionals. What's the story behind that one? I didn't go to that one. It was the power just went out multiple times, I'm pretty sure. So that was a big part of it. That was a big part of it. The power just went out multiple times. I didn't go. That was the first event of the year. Dude, the first event of the year back then was expanded. Why would your first event of the year be expanded, right? So day 2 events is doing NAIC and Worlds. Oh, this year they are? Oh, okay. I mean, that's cool to hear. That's sick. I think that might be next year. They didn't have the capital pulled off this year. Oh, that'd be sick to hear for sure. That'd be super sick if they're doing everything next year. I mean, even just hearing that they're maybe doing NAIC and Worlds, that's sick. Will Vegas Falcons just beat Optic for their first match whenever? No way. Are you kidding? Dude, oh my gosh. Oh shoot, I see that now. Oh wait, that's sick. Nice. I don't know why, but at regionals the weather is never bad. If there was extreme weather like a snowstorm, would they ever cancel a regional? Yeah, for sure. Like, if it was bad enough. Like, if they did I think they try and plan around that, though. Well, I don't know. I guess not. Like, they do run... I mean, we have regionals up in Canada in the winter sometimes, right? So... I was gonna say they do... I feel like they do try and schedule around that, but they don't schedule... I mean, yeah, we have regionals in the winter in Canada, right? Is it outside of snow season, though? Is it, like, at the end of the winter sometime? I don't even remember. Yeah, if a storm was bad enough, they would definitely... If there was, like, a... I don't know. What is the water storm that happens in Florida all the time? Hurricane? The hurricane, right? If there was a hurricane, like if we were gonna have a regional in Orlando and a big ass hurricane was coming through, like really big, they'd probably cancel the regional, right? But I don't think that's ever happened. I can't remember. I mean, the only one that got canceled was Toronto COVID, right? That's the only one I can remember that ever got canceled that I was gonna go to. Toronto was in December. Snowstorm was totally possible. December's not like it's. I mean, January, February is like when big snow happens, right? So I mean, yeah, it could happen in December, but it's unlikely. The only ever tournament that got canceled because of anything for me was the COVID year when Toronto got canceled. Why didn't I go to this regional? I just didn't want to. Boy, the bro forgot the word hurricane. Bro, we all forget something sometimes, okay? Where's the dingus today? Not on stream. No dingus on stream yet. All right, chat. We did pass our sub goal earlier, so I'm gonna do a giveaway today. I'm gonna give away this pack of sleeves. These are some old sleeves from Dude, I don't even know how old these things are. I don't know where they're from. I got them in the first DC Worlds. I traded for them with Japanese players. Like back from like 2013, 2014. All you have to do to enter the giveaway is go over to Twitch, put !ticket in the chat, and be following the stream, and you'll be entered to win the sleeves. Only US? No, I'll ship wherever. Doesn't matter. You're good. You sign each sleeve? No. I'll sign one sleeve if you want me to. Go over to Twitch chat, !ticket to enter. You won't get a confirmation. You will be entered as long as you do it correctly. I'll announce the winner of the giveaway at the end of the stream, and you don't have to be here to win. I'll message the winner on Twitch. Appreciate the gift sub there, Victor. Over to Soda. Welcome back to the pack, Soda. Dingus is the second most played deck, right? Yep, second most played. JW61 playing against Jake Gearhart. That's a showdown for sure. Memer the Memer versus the Yapper. Appreciate the 13 months there, Ivan. Appreciate the tier 1 sub there. Neptune's Wrath. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of storms, so we got plenty of new words. And also, I'm already coming up on our next sub goal. When we hit our next sub goal, I'm going to give away this set of... The next sub goal will be this set of dice from London Worlds. I always pick up, like, whenever I go to Worlds, I don't buy anything for myself because I don't really want anything, but I always pick up stuff to give away on streams. So I bought these. I just haven't whipped them out yet. So this will be our next sub goal giveaway. Dice from London Worlds. 1K rats is that's a big milestone for sure. Have we gotten the day 1 deck list stats? Yeah, we can take a look at that actually. It's been a little while since we pulled it up. I should actually like take a picture of it when it pops up. So that way I can just like reference it later in the stream. We got some downtime here. Yeah, this is the day 1 stats. Let me just take a picture of this so I just have it. Rapid that high. That was a surprise to me as well, yeah. Also, Guardy being sub 8% was also a little bit of a surprise. But I bet it's like right there at like 7 or 6%. Guardy's like not far off the chart. I thought you'd be playing. Not this one. No best of the rest, dude. No best of the rest, bro. What are they? They're choking over there, bro. This is like one of the metas where best of the rest is like super interesting to see the rest of the... There's so many... The meta feels a little bit unknown. There's so many good decks that... yeah, there's so many good decks right now. We don't know the sub 8% decks. Nope. We will after the tournament. That information will be fully available on Limitless. Actually, I guess we'll take a look at it on Monday. I'll plug Robin's new site. Shout out Robin, the GOAT. Robin literally single-handedly brought the PokemonTCG into its current modern era. Imagine if all the stuff that Robin didn't exist. What is this era of Pokemon? What are we calling it? There's the old school era, modern era. What do we call this the Limitless era? We should honestly call this the Limitless era. It should be like modern era is when the prize pool, like 2015, 2016, when the prize pools got increased for regionals. That's modern era. There's the COVID era. And then now it should be the Limitless era, to be honest. I feel like we should call one of the eras of the PokemonTCG the Limitless era. to pay tribute to everything that Robin's done for the community. I think we should call it the Limitless era. Like post COVID is the Limitless era, I think, for sure. But I guess also like during COVID was also kind of the Limitless era because he made like the tournament site and everything. But when was Limitless created? 2016, 2017. Whenever the prize pools for regionals got increased to 5K is when it was created that year, that season. I think like towards the end of the season, maybe the middle of the season, but it might have been the season after. Actually, I don't remember for sure. The trust fund era, yeah. On the meme era side of things, we're in the trust fund era. After plumber era is the trust fund era. Okay, yeah, so it's the plumber era. No, it's gotta have like 2 eras. There's gotta be 2 eras before the modern era. It's gotta be like what is like, all right, so what is like there's old school is like 2004. Then there's plumber era, which is like 2010, 2014. So old school is like pre-2010, I would say. Then there's plumber era. The plumber era is 2010 to like 2016. Then there's the modern era, which is 2016 on. Then there was COVID era, which is just during COVID. Or we could call it like the onliner era. That could be like the onliner era. And then we have now then there's the Limitless era, which is Limitless era is post COVID to like 2014. And now we've entered the trust fund era. Now we're in the trust fund era, 2015 on. Mickey era? Yeah, the onliner era could be called the Mickey era, yeah. John 7-0, Hunter 7-0, Henry 7-0, Sebastian 7-0, Mario 7-0. What are we talking about? Is this Anthropology 101? Yeah, sure, why not? Is the last round? No, 2 more rounds, 2 more rounds. 9 rounds of Swiss today. Scalper era? I mean, that's on the collector side of things. Will you sign off on a college credit for me for attending this lecture? No. All on Dragapult? No, they're not all on Dragapult. I'm pretty sure Henry Chow's on Guardy. I don't know what John's playing. Probably Guardy, and I think Hunter's playing. You'll appreciate that. Member there, Chris. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're out of eggs. We got plenty of Parmesan cheese. There's been multiple scalper eras, right? Yeah, I think we're in the second wave of scalpers post-COVID. Hey, Hunter was playing Tank Terrapagos. In Magic, the perception of draws are generally bad. How do draws go down at these tourneys? It depends on what is expected to make top cut. So tying sometimes is fine, depending on what is expected to make top cut, and sometimes it's not great. Appreciate the prime sub there. Welcome to the pack. I have no idea to pronounce your name, but I appreciate it. For all the scalpers, we got plenty of Costco's. Yo, Kowalski on stream is crazy. Get your smiling waves out in chat. Yo, does Blitzel have a smiling wave emote? That's genius. He needs a smiling wave emote. I know it's not fair to well-known players, but I missed the PokeStats with their deck types during events. Oh, where they would like list the archetypes of what the people are playing, what the players are playing. Status report. Connor's probably playing Terrapagos. Tank or, oh, I assume tank, right? Oh, wait, do you mean PokeStats like the one that who worked on it, Jared? PokeStats 2.0 where you can't access the site if you're at the event. Yeah, but how could you even enforce that episode? Could you? Is that actually something you can do? Could you set like a range where if you are in that range, you can't access a website? Is that like a possible? Is that something you could actually do with a website? Like if you're in Florida, you can't access the website, basically. Geofence. VPNs exist, so not really. True. I was all down for something like PokeStats to exist, but yeah, obviously there's a lot of complications with that. Yeah, it would just open your stream and it would be leaked. Oh yeah, that's true, because I would definitely be looking at it. If we block everyone from using the stream, how do we report decks? I guess you'd only be able to report, but you couldn't see, I guess. Yeah, you would just need to bring PokeStats back as it was. It would just have to be more secure than it was, because that was like the problem with what PokeStats was. It just wasn't super secure. That's like the missing piece for sure. Do they have open sheets in the TCG like in the VGC? No, deck lists are closed. PokeStats, but made by Robin. I don't know if, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I would be down for it for sure. I don't know if Robin wants to have that kind of responsibility though, because like everything Robin does is very like not hands off, but like no controversy. You know what I'm saying? PokeStats is kind of controversial, and there would be people definitely looking to take something like that down or trying to expose any flaws that it has. Everything else that Robin, I mean, I know, I mean. I do think there's some people out there who are maybe not against what Robin does, but the idea of just like everything being so open deck list, I'm sure some people, it does seem like there are people out there that exist that don't like the way the game is with all that, but it's like, whatever. It's just going to happen. Someone's going to do it. If Robin doesn't do it, someone else is going to do it. May as well be Robin because he does it better than anyone else. Have you ever regretted a deck decision for a regional? Not really. You shouldn't ever really regret deck decisions. You should just figure out what went wrong in your process and then try and fix that. Yeah, you shouldn't ever regret a deck decision. You should be like, okay, this was obviously not great, but what in my process led me here? And now what do I have to change in my process to make sure, to hopefully make this not happen ever again? Yeah, you should never regret a deck decision. You should just want to improve your process. But if you're not being strict with the process that you've built up to that point to begin with, then I mean that's what you need to learn to be more disciplined with your process. That could also be part of it. Like maybe if you had just followed your process, you wouldn't have led you to the deck you played. So then you got to be more disciplined with your process. I started making it myself, but it apparently really affected Jared. People were ruthless. Yeah, people really were. I think people were unfair to Jared as well. I don't think there was ever like a good conversation had. Well, I don't want to say for sure. I felt like there wasn't any real constructive conversations had. It feels like kind of a lot of shitting on Jared, and then I don't know if Jared. I don't think Jared responded appropriately every single time. So I don't want to put the full blame on the people or him, but yeah, it was just kind of a mess, to be honest. It was just kind of a mess overall. But yeah, kind of a mess overall. You definitely would have to have some pretty thick skin if you want to take it on. I feel like for sure, and you'd want to be like you'd have to go into it knowing what you're dealing with for sure. Yeah. If you ever want me on stream for a proper discussion like you used to do, I'd love to hear community feedback on bringing something like it back. Yeah, we could do like an X space or whatever. Raging Bolt. What? I didn't sign up for this. Kowalski on Raging Bolt? Bro, pack it. What? What? You get him off stream, bro. This is not the penguin I was looking for, bro. Unreport, bro. Or status report. No status report, bro. Get rid of this guy. No control. My goat is washed. I can't. Bro, he told me he was on Bird. Is he actually on Raging Bolt, or is this like a troll? Kowalski, scoop. Calm down, it's clearly Bolt with Pidgeot. No, but it's still not control, bro. I wasn't even thinking it would be anything that's not. I wouldn't think it would be anything besides control. I was like, oh, it's always control. Raging Bolt with Pidgeot? I mean, that's kind of cool, I guess. All right, see the prize cards. Are we being trolled? We're not being trolled, man. Oh. Golden Go. We're finally getting some Golden Go on screen, though. Prize cards here are just fine for both players, unless James only plays one fan rotom. The only way this is not great for James is if James only plays one fan rotom. I have no idea how many fan rotom James plays. The only way. Prediction? I got you. Wait, did I pay out the last prediction? I got you. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Dude, honestly, I'm not surprised though. It's a classic. It's a classic here. You go from cool broken deck to Raging Bolt. Everyone goes that route. It's like the live long enough for a villain something thing. All right, fan rotom getting lined up here. See the jamming tower. Hoots getting lined up as well. Oh, there's no Pidgeot in here, dude. I thought someone was talking about Pidgeot, bro. Now I'm just sad. Gaia Hero live long enough to see yourself play Raging Bolt? Yeah. Gaia Hero or live long enough to see yourself play Raging Bolt? Yeah. We just need James to retire. If he had retired, he would have been retired as one of the pioneers of control. Instead, he played long enough to see himself playing Raging Bolt. Ursa Luna, okay. Plays Urs in the Bolt. An efficient closer. I don't hate it. Actually, I kind of like it, to be honest. I want to add that to my list now. Looks like counter catcher. I believe I saw prime catcher in the hand as well. And his eyeing up Ogerpon here on the Ditto. Bro, the Ditto's broken. Gotta play it. All right, goodbye, Ursa Luna. A couple grass. And he knows it is Golden Go as well because he sees the Gimme Ghoul in the active. So you definitely want to initiate with a one prize Pokemon here as James. I saw the Slitherwing in the deck, so he's playing Slitherwing plus at least one Baby Bolt as the one prizers. Maybe play something else as well. We'll see. Yeah, you definitely want to try and build up towards a one prizer on this next turn. So here we go. Cycle with the Ogerpon. One card. Looks like Jamming Tower. Ooh, but actually the Jamming Tower's... Oh, Fan Rotom works, right? Fan Rotom is our one prizer. And the Jamming Tower is really good here. That shuts down the TM Evo. Dude, Jamming Tower turn 1 is so good. Yeah, Fan Rotom is our one prize attacker. And the Jamming Tower is a disgusting turn 1 there from James. I think I even see... I don't know if I saw an Arven in the hand here for Connor. Maybe it was a Pokegear. But the potential of Arven, I'm pretty sure, is in the hand. All right, the gimmies are getting lined up. What build of Golden Go is Connor playing is the question now that I'm curious about. The Dunsparce. All right, is the Dunsparce build? You wouldn't want a team even put two prizers in play? True. That is fair. That is fair, Jesse. But you would want a TM Evo into some of the Dunsparces, right? So with the build that Connor is playing, would have been okay. But you are right. You are right. You are right. That is something you do want to avoid. Yeah, there's the Arven. Yeah, TM Evo for a couple of Dunsparces would have been good. Can't TM Evo now. I do see the Dunsparce EX in Connor's hand. So if there's a lot of... In the TM Evo and Ultra Ball here off the Arven. If there is a lot of... Attach active. And then it looks like we're going to be minor errand running here with the Gimme Ghoul. If there's a lot of EXs put on the bench here from James next turn, then looking pretty good for the potential of the Dunsparce EX, like plus counter catcher or something like that. All right, Noctowl's in hand. I'm curious if most people don't, but this would be a good judge turn here from James. Judge knockout active is pretty good here. I don't know if James plays the Judge, though. Most people don't play the Judge. We'll see. But the Phantom is ready to go. You could have Team Evo for double to done. Jamming Tower's in play. You can't use Team Evo. That would have been, yes, that would have been the play. All right, Noctowl coming in. Judge? I didn't see, the Judge wasn't prized, I don't think, so. Either in deck or it's not played. Or was it? Yeah, it's not prized. You prefer Judge over the Iono? No, I would always play the Iono, I think. It would just be like Judge alongside the Iono. Yeah, I would just be like Judge alongside the Iono. I think you still always play the Iono. Iono should probably come first. Iono should probably come first. I do like the, what I have in there in my the build I was playing the other day. I do like the Unfair Stamp. The Unfair Stamp is pretty cool. All right, a couple nest balls being lined up here from this first owl. And one is instantly going to get played. Let's just see what the grab is here, actually. Baby Bolt. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Start to build that up for the next turn. So you go Fan Ortem this turn, KO the active, Baby Bolt next turn, take away another 1 prizer, and then go 2 prizer knockout, 2 prizer knockout. That lines up pretty well. Grass and fighting here off the Vessel, so we should see the fighting energy come down to the Baby Raging Bolt, and then probably just retreat Fan Ortem knockout. Big note here is only 2 EX Pokemon are in play. James didn't put any more EX Pokemon in play, so the Dunsparce EX is only hitting 120 damage, which means it's not going to be able to get a kill on the Mew. If one more EX Pokemon had been put in play, then all of a sudden we could see like the Dunsparce EX counter catcher next turn to get the first 2 prize knockout, which would be a pretty big deal. So Baby Bolt's getting developed. Pretty clean turn 2 here for James. Pretty much exactly what you want, right? No complaints. If you could have done this all without the Noctowl, that'd feel a little bit better, but you know, you do want to progress your board state a little bit here. And now we're going over to Finton, who still could get the first 2 prize knockout. We could see counter catcher or boss. Probably not going to see Prime Catcher. I'm going to go ahead and make a guess that there's no Prime Catcher in the build here from Connor. KO the Mew or the Ogerpon off the bench. That is still an available option here for Connor. I do see a Dunsparce in hand. We'll see if that's going to start the draw here. It makes sense. The rest of the hand is definitely... You need something here. The current hand is not good enough. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. It's okay. We got the Arven. That becomes Energy Search Pro. You have an Ultra Ball, which can become Golden Go. Often coming out first here. Another Gimme Ghoul, another to Dunsparce, or excuse me, Dunsparce probably on the way. Dunsparce, Gimme on the bench. I assume the way he's gonna play it is we're gonna Ultra Ball for Golden Go. Draw 2. And then, yeah, it's just got to be Golden Go, draw 2, right? It's got to be the, and then we'll Arven from there. If we draw into enough energy to take the knockout on the Mew, which I think we're pretty close. We have quite a few energy in hand here. Connor might just be like 1 energy short. Then all of a sudden, Connor can get Counter Catcher and get the first 2 prize knockout, which would be pretty big. Counter Catcher is in the deck. We just saw it there. And more potential draw on this turn is possible. We could see another Golden Go or the Dunsparce found off of this coin bonus to continue to cycle through the deck with the draw power. Man, missing that turn 1 Team Evo was, man. Yeah. Ooh, we're going in with the Arven first. Do we just have enough energy in hand to get the... Are we just going for the Counter Catcher? We must have enough energy in hand. Rocky Helmet Counter Catcher getting searched out. Sure. Do we just have 5 energy in hand here? You dead? No, it doesn't make any sense to do this. I don't think it makes any sense to do this. I don't think it makes any sense to do this if we don't have the energy. So I'm assuming we have the energy in hand then. Then this is fine, I guess. Well, no, is this correct? This still doesn't seem correct. We should still always coin bonus first. Because if we draw into the Counter Catcher, getting a different card would be just way better. No, I still actually disagree with this sequence here from Connor. We definitely should just... Yeah, we definitely should just coin bonus first. Yeah, I don't actually like this play. Okay, we do have the knockout, which is the important part. But yeah, I don't like that choice there from Connor. We should always just... Because if we get the Counter Catcher off the the coin bonus. That's that much better. But yeah, first 2 prize knockout here coming in for Connor, which is good. Do we need to nitrogen for the energy too? Wait, this was just that was a terrible sequence from Connor if we need that energy then. We did need the nitrogen. Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. It's all right. We got there. Mew goes down. Ourselves a fire energy and a Pokegear for the next turn. The fire energy's big, Pokegear. I think there was plenty of supporters in the hand. There was honestly, I don't think any draw power in Connor's hand. So we'll see how James chooses to play this. I imagine James is still going to attack with the Raging Bolt here. But honestly, if James KO'd the active here, Connor might not be able to respond. But of course, Connor's got a pretty big hand. James doesn't know that. We're probably just going to go ahead and see James load up the Raging Bolt here. Ooh, no lightning for the Raging Bolt. You could retreat first. You could retreat the Fan Rotom first. Yeah, I think that's how you should do this. I also don't think you should... I think James shouldn't bench another 2 prize Pokemon. We should just probably see retreat Fan Rotom, Sada to Raging Bolt. Knock out a 1 prize off the bench. And then if Connor has another Gust KO grass guy on the bench, then you just attack with the 1 prizer again and still don't bench a Raging Bolt. There's the Raging Bolt bench there from James. I don't hate this either. But I think we could have held off on this because now Connor can win with Boss. It's like, I don't know, with the Dunsparce build, if you draw into the Dunsparce after the Dunsparce turn after turn, you can cycle your deck pretty aggressively with the Dunsparce, to be honest. So I don't love that choice there from James. We could have held the Raging Bolt and then just gone Baby Bolt, knockout. We're going for the counter catcher as well. Ooh, okay, so James, interesting. So James is going to bring up a Gimme Ghoul and then snipe the other Gimme Ghoul, I assume. Interesting choice. Okay, this is gonna be cool. Try and be as disruptive as possible this turn. Bring up a Gimme Ghoul. We see Nestball going for Fez as well. All the 2 prizes are in play here now, though, for James. So Connor can win by going Gust. It's not super likely, I don't think, to be able to do it. But it would have been interesting to see James approach this differently. Not put Noctowl in play. We could have even done the Prime Catcher instead here as James. And gone Prime Catcher up the Gimme Ghoul with the Raging Bolt. Because I think we had Prime Catcher before Sada. Then Sada. Only leave 1 2 prizer in play. Because then if Connor Gust KOs our Ogerpon again, then we should attack with Raging Bolt again. No 2 prizers on board. Oh, goes for the Dunsparce knockout. Interesting. Okay. Just reduce the potential draw power on the next turn, I guess. I don't hate it. Yeah, so things get a little bit awkward here for Connor. Because Connor does not want to KO the active with a 2 prize Pokemon. James now has drawn 2 prize cards. This does make it pretty awkward. I don't like dislike this play from James. Like putting a bunch of 2 prizes in play and then just taking a knockout. Like especially with the counter catcher that James chose to use here, this makes things pretty awkward for Connor. Like it's gonna be hard for Connor to get a Golden Go in the active and enough energy plus a Gust to get a 2 prizer chase. So it seems pretty good. Oh yeah, and the Fez is prized here. Yeah, that's true. The Fez is prized here for Connor. That's really, really bad. What is doing the best now? Dragapult. Yeah, the lack of Fez here is going to make it, I feel like, impossible to ever pull this play off. So Connor's going to have to settle for a KO on the active here, which is going to put James in the driving seat. Or Connor could pass, actually. Connor could pass. But then you still open up it. You still open up to James to just go like Prime Catcher KO. You're going to go off the bench, which is pretty bad. Yeah, this is tough. I feel like James is in a pretty good spot right now. Aside from Mannequin Hand, just goes for the Golden Gun for 1. Cannot tell what it was. Why is Blitzel on Bolt? Because that's what he chose to play for the tournament. Ultra Ball coming in. We could go for the Dunsparce. What does control look like this format? Honestly, I don't have a clue. Into the Cypher Maniac. That means we're not gusting. We see Connor lines up the Baby Golden Go. But Baby Golden Go doesn't KO the Raging Bolt in the active, right? I don't even know if that's... It almost feels like it's better to use Mine or Aaron running. I guess it does pressure them. This is where like Iron Bundle would be pretty good. You Iron Bundle first, they would send up like Fan Order, but then you go baby. Wait, I'm confused. Why did Connor shuffle his deck? Did I miss something there? Oh, for the you shuffle the Dunsparce back in the deck. I was like so confused for a second. There's the Evolve. There's the Attach. You're not even KOing it. I feel like James is in a great spot here going into this next turn. James is gonna set up 2 Raging Bolts, KO the only Golden Go in play. You could even go like Iono this turn. No, you can't Iono. Well, you could Iono if you played the Energy Switch, but yeah, I feel like James is in a great spot here. I feel like we're in a great spot here for James. That turn was really bad for Connor. Yeah, I feel like there could have been... I feel like there was something better to do. I don't know. I feel like just KOing the active, honestly, with the Golden Go was better. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like just KOing the active with Golden Go was just better here, to be honest. Like, leaving 3 energy for James to use on this turn feels bad. I don't know. James is the control guy, right? He is the control guy, yeah. Bolts loaded up. It's gonna be prime KO Golden Go here, I think. And James is gonna not be fully set up to respond. Like an Iono could still make it. An Iono could still work here, I guess. From Connor, if Connor finds Iono, because the second Raging Bolt has 0 energy on it, so things could still fall apart here from James, but it's hard for it to get too much better than it currently is. And Connor conceded. Okay. All right, I am curious to see. I'm curious to see what the play or what Connor's going to choose. If Connor's going to choose first or second here, we'll see. I was playing Bolt Control. Dude, he's being a little bit controlling with that board state, to be honest. Bring up the Gimme Ghoul with the counter catcher, snipe around it, try and trap it in the active. Even when he's not playing control, bro, he's still trying to trap stuff in the active and stall stuff. Some players never change, man. It's just his playstyle, though. He just, he's a control playstyle player. Like, no matter what deck he plays, he's always going to be playing it in a controlling fashion to try and control the board state and take advantage of all the possible small opportunities that he can. Why do they wear headphones? Because otherwise they could hear... The casters are projected out into the crowd at the venue. So otherwise they'd be able to hear the casters or the crowd. So it tries to remove that. So the headphones have white noise in them. Noise canceling headphones plus white noise kind of thing. All right, let's see what Connor thinks is correct here. First versus second. I think going first in this matchup is correct. I don't know. Maybe second. Dude, honestly, I think going first is probably correct. Yeah, because like, the Raging Bolt deck just does not attack turn 1 very often. All right. Connor, it did choose second here. What if you could listen to music from the headphones? I'd love to listen to some bangers. I mean, I'd be down to. You get to keep the Play Pokemon shirt? Yeah. They don't want it back. They have white noise. How can they hear each other? The people's voices are put into the headphones. You can hear each other. You hear white noise. You can hear each other, and you can hear the judges. Yeah, the headsets have mics. And the judges' headsets have mics as well. The Team Evo going second? Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. The thing is, the Team Evo is just way less powerful in this matchup because you can't TM Evo out Golden Goes. So I feel like I'd rather go first and then just try to manually evolve into your Golden Goes or something like that. I don't know. And then like, I don't know. Give me Ghoul. I mean, you can go TM, you can go second and go TM Evo out your Dunsparces. I don't know. It's just tough, man. It's just tough. I'd have to play the matchup more. I don't mind going first, but Team Evo out double baby Dodon is pretty good in this matchup. That is fair. That is fair. It is pretty good. It is pretty good. That might be enough. That might be enough to put it over the top, to be honest. The thing is that they're always just getting the first knockout with a fan rotom, and it's like you have to get around the fan rotom. I don't know. Maybe it's fine though. Ultra Ball consideration here from James. He is Ultra Balling, getting rid of a Raging Bolt. I'm actually curious as to what we're getting. Is it just the Baby Bolt? Is the Baby Bolt? It looks like James is just setting up for the exact same play on this next turn. Fan Rotom KO one prizer into Raging Bolt, pick off another one prizer, and then go into two prizers from there. So this game is literally, for James, is lining up the exact same way as game one. You know if James plays Latias? James does play Latias, yeah. Do we see Connor's opening hand? I didn't get a great look at it, but it looked bad. It looked like dead. The hand looked dead. Hopefully it's not. Oh, Pat attached to the Raging Bolt there is interesting over the Fan Rotom. Team Evo top deck. We do have Arven. Okay, there is an Arven in there. We are live here for Connor. And give me Ghoul in the hand as well. I mean, we can Team Evo out double to Dunsparce, right? That's the play we were just talking about. If you put a two prizer in play, if you put the Golden Go in play, you're just getting Prime Catcher KO'd, right? Potentially, not guaranteed, but there's a good chance you're just getting Prime Catcher KO'd. So it's probably just double to Dunsparce and chill, right? How many Swiss rounds are there? 9. We're in round 8, so we got one more Swiss round today. Blitzel not being on control and hearing his government name wasn't on the bingo card. His government, dude. I don't know why I find that so funny. Oh, not double Dunsparce here from Connor? Are we gonna put a two prizer in play? That's gonna open up like a new possibility for James on this next turn. There's one Dunsparce prized. Does Connor only play one Dunsparce? Or two Dunsparce, excuse me? Maybe it's just a 2-2 line? He's about to put a Gold Go in play. Two, 3 line, I think. 2-3? Oh, but one of them is the EX, right? Yep. I mean, this opens up like a new possibility here for James. James could go KO Golden Go EX. We'll just take it slow, though. There's nothing wrong with just taking it slow, to be honest. KO the active with the Fan Rotom. Just chill, hang out, have a good time. I do see the Prime Catcher getting lined up there, though. Crispin Prime. Goodbye, Golden Go. No Raging Ball in the hand here, though, for James, I don't think, because we did discard it on that first turn with that Ultra Ball. Prime Crispy? Or is this a way to just get this Owl out of the active? Oh, there's a Night Stretcher in hand here for James. James seems to be getting pretty aggressive here. There's the Night Stretcher. Into the Raging Bolt. Getting crispy. Honestly, I don't hate the Fan Rotom. I don't know how much I like this play, to be honest. Just based on what James has available. James doesn't have that much going on in the hand right now. I don't think. It's like a couple Sadas, but like no backup Raging Bolts. Yeah, I can't say I love this play from James, to be honest. I can't say I love it. But James is just going for the first two prize knockout. James also does play Ursaluna, so assuming Fez potentially has to come into play here for Connor to play the game, which is possible, then Fez will be like an easy final two prize cards for James potentially with the Ursaluna. Okay, starts with the Earthen Vessel here from Connor. Connor's hand is dead besides the Dunsparce. I'm pretty sure the Dunsparce is carrying right now James land nerf. It is talked about quite a bit. Does All Out Blitz will get worse on land? It's definitely one of the more hotly debated topics in the Pokemon TCG community. Many believe he thrives online. Why are the Baby Bolts so good? You don't just like snipe anything off the bench is just good. Like KOing Duskulls is the big thing. It can KO Duskulls really aggressively. But even then, KOing like just being able to snipe the bench is just good, basically. Nothing has Manaphy anymore, so. Many be saying Blitzle's better online. Archidon Spurs for 3. Okay. The lack of Dingus is disturbing. Are we just TM Evo in again as Connor? Does Connor play 2 TM Evo? Would be a question with that as well, to be honest. I mean, there's no energy on James's side of the field, so leaving just a bunch of 1 prizes in play for James to just get another 1 prize knockout isn't terrible. And honestly, you could even evolve your bench Gimme Ghoul to a Golden Go, because you can't boss and Sada in the same turn here as James. So honestly, on Connor's side, I don't hate just TM Evo in for the turn. If Connor plays a second TM Evo, I don't know if Connor plays 2 TM Evo. So I don't hate TM Evo and chill here. Let's see. This is why I'm loving Varoom. That's what I'm saying. You're talking my language. You think Blitzel flicks his cards to replicate what it's like to click the mouse? Oh, for sure. Yeah, I don't even think that's like a debate. Obviously, he's trying to make himself as comfortable in IRL as possible. Well, there was no TM Evo searched off the Arven. If there was any tool in the deck, I'm sure it would have been searched out. So it looks like a solo TM Evo is what Connor plays. We'll go to the active. I don't know how many energy we need to get the knockout here. We need so much more than just energy. Even if we get this KO, if we get return KO'd, we're going to need stuff on the follow-up. Energy. Jamming Tower. I'm trying to count. I think we're hitting for 2 hundo. We can't KO any 2-prizer, but we can go after the Hoot Hoot. This is a thing. I like this play from Connor here. Bonk the Owl. Pretty powerful thing to bonk, but I do believe James has Sada in hand already. So I think the return knockout here from James is possible. I don't know how likely it is because the hand is not that good from James here. And we're just going to initiate with the Sada here. 2 energy being accelerated. I think we have an energy in hand for attachment. So all we're missing is a grass energy here for James to be able to get this KO. Let's see what's found off the Sada. Lightning, jamming, squawk, squeezy. Oh, we got Ultra Ball though. That's pretty big. That becomes the Pheasantipity. To see 3 more cards. Still a grass energy short here for James. And even if we get this knockout as James, if Connor can get the return KO, James isn't that set up still to get the return KO. Oh, I guess Connor's only drawn 1 prize card here though. Yikes. So we're gonna have, so James basically has a free turn to kind of regain later in the game. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, yeah. Because Connor only got a 1 prize knockout last turn. Yikes. All right. Here we go. Fez for 3. We still need to find a grass energy here. That looks like a vessel to me. Ooh. Ooh. And oh my. And a Nest Ball. Get another Raging Bolt or Ogre Pawn. I'm leaning towards Raging Bolt, to be honest. I'm leaning towards grab a Raging Bolt. Don't burn the vessel yet. Double grass. Cycle first because you'd want both, I think. Oh, also a Hoot Hoot here is pretty nice. If you could get down Hoot Hoot. If we get the whole squad cooking on the bench here. I think you definitely want to establish something here with this Nest Ball. I think it should be Raging Bolt. No establish? Dude, all right, this is a mistake here, I think, from James. Oh, we don't have Area 0 in play. I'm getting ahead of myself. We don't have a bench space to work with. I was like, what the heck? Archer Dunsparce initially here from Connor. I did see Energy Surge Pro found. And he's going to go ahead and use it to cycle the deck immediately. Or to pull the energy out of the deck, maybe I should say. I guess I don't hate it. We do need to hit Iono. I feel like we have to hit Iono here as Connor. I think we have to hit Iono off of this Pokegear. Or it's cooked. Honestly, if it's not Iono, is there even a way to get a knockout here? I have to see the rest of the hand, to be honest. Should James have held on to the jamming? Honestly, well, it depends how many cards are in it. James maybe should have played the jamming, to be honest. The jamming tower is basically pointless at this point. And he had plenty of cards in the hand here. James probably should have burned the jamming. Yeah, just didn't add the deck. It's probably a mistake. Oh, Iono's found. I don't know if Connor's looking for something else. Arven? You're leaving James with a 6 million card hand? You can't do that. No. I don't like this play. Obviously, you're not guaranteed to draw the KO off of Iono. But you're just losing if you let James sit on this hand for one more turn. You just lose. James has like a 7-card hand here. I don't like this play from Connor. I think you play the Iono and just pray. I think you play Iono and pray here. All his energy's in hand, right? Can't Iono? No, you can. You just have to draw into superiors. We still have 4 superiors left in the deck. This play is the difference between playing to win and playing not to lose. Or it's not even playing not to lose. It's like playing to draw prize cards. I feel like these are the plays that are the difference between playing to win and playing to just draw prize cards. Like, I think if you don't Iono here, you just lose. Like, you have to Iono that turn and hope you just pull it off the other side. I don't know how many Iono Connor plays. Connor still needs one more energy here, or a superior. I think we're an energy short here for Connor. So this last draw off this golden go, we need an energy. Now, the play that Connor made has a higher chance of KO in the active, but KO in the active doesn't win us the game. KO in the active draws us prize card. I think Iono wins us the game. Iono wasn't in the Poke year. I'm pretty sure it was. We can go back and check. I could be trolling. Draw for 1. No energy. Double boss in hand. It's not great. Iono was there. It was. All right. I'm going to go ahead and... what I thought. Hazel, I chance upon the Uncommon Energy channel where you and Chip build a playable deck and go head-to-head. I really enjoyed it as a new player. It made me feel like trying to make a deck rather than starting with the meta. Glad you enjoyed the content there, buddy. All right, there's a Sada, and there's the concede from Connor. Yeah. Really well played from James. I don't think Connor like played bad or anything, but I mean, the draws were just slow. Also appreciate the raid there, Bunny. Yeah, the draws were just slow from Connor. Couldn't ever pull it together. Should have Iono. Definitely should have Iono. Definitely should have Iono. I don't think that was like a question as well. Definitely should have Iono. Like, once again, I understand the mindset there from Connor. It's like, okay, this has a higher chance of me getting the KO. I think the play Connor made is higher odds of getting the KO, but has a less chance of winning the game. We got to focus on winning the game, not getting the KO. Those are two different things. Two different things. I played my first game on a Wednesday at a local card shop. The regionals are what got me interested. Hope to hear. The top is getting a new EX. I'd assume the others will too. Wait, is Hop getting a new EX? Where is this coming from? Pincurchin? I don't know about this card. I feel like this is like a D's nuts joke. Pincurchin D's nuts? In promo, it's not new. It has been announced. Oh, okay. Christian isn't a real Pokemon. You're making that up. Pincurchin D's. All right, let's take a look at the standings for everything. I am doing a giveaway over on the YouTube chat for some old Pokeball sleeves I got way back in 2014. I traded for them from some Japanese players. Enter the giveaway, put exclamation point ticket in the Twitch chat. All you got to do. And the winner will be decided at the end of the stream. You don't have to be here to win the giveaway. I'll message Twitch later. But let us see the interview. Bro, I'm not stopping you from seeing the interview. D's Dab Famlet. Exclamation point ticket in the Twitch chat. Twitch chat. Not YouTube. I never do any giveaways in YouTube chat. It's always Twitch chat. You don't have to stay in the Twitch chat. You can just go over to Twitch, make your way back to YouTube. Yeah, I never do any giveaways in YouTube chat. It's always in Twitch chat. But anyone can enter. Just follow the Twitch stream. You're all good. Who won that game? We did get a dub from Kowalski. Went through and drop in my first ever regional. Bolton Noctowl had a blast and did better than I expected. Your content is a big help. Glad you enjoyed the content there, Mofro. Appreciate the prime sub there. Rykoda. Welcome to the Rat Pack. Got plenty of tickets, but we're all out of biscuits. Roast me like he's 12, bro. Soda is actually immortal. But he is trapped in a 12-year-old's body. What about winnings from the match? Winnings. Yes. Got you. What happened to Puka casting? He casts now and then still, I think. I don't know if he's casted anything this year. He usually casts like the West Coast, Northeast stuff. I feel like he maybe casted Vancouver. I'm not sure.
Kowalski, our winner from this previous round, moving to 7-1, playing the Raging Bolts. How are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great. Considering I picked this deck up Friday, I didn't have maybe the highest expectations because it's not something I've really ever played very much in the past. But feeling great. Deck's running well.
Yeah, speaking of it not being a deck you've played in the past, I mean, it's quite the change up from what you're known for, right? You're very well known for Control. You got top 4 earlier this year. You dominate online tournaments with Control. You have spent so much time with Pidgeotty X, quick search probably more than many people ever will in the Pokemon TCG. And Raging Bolt, I mean, just such a stark difference, you know, attack the active spot. And that backstage they were making a joke. He's going to control his opponent's active spots through the game. Tell us about the decision here. Why was this the play for this event?
I really wanted to play Pidgeot. I spent like these last 2 weeks trying to make Pidgeot work, but I just could not figure out the Dragapult matchup, and my goal is to win the tournament, and I do not think you can take a bad Dragapult matchup and win this tournament. Funny you said that, because anytime someone's like, oh, you're playing Raging Bolt Control, I'm like, yeah, I controlled the number of turns of the game. I tried to make the game last 3 turns. But yeah, I really wanted to play Pidgeot, just unfortunately couldn't make it work.
Well, I mean, I think that's a really mature thing to be able to do, right, as a Pokemon player, to recognize, hey, this deck that I love, that I spend a lot of time working on, it just isn't quite the right play for this meta. So good call for you. And yeah, I mean, there's many other options out there besides Raging Bolt, right? And I'm sure you went through them, you know, the Goldingos, the Archaludons. Of all things, why was it Raging Bolt specifically? What drew you to that?
I considered Goldango, but I liked the Dragapult matchup a bit more with Raging Bolt. Just Baby Bolt and Jamming Tower, very strong against Dragapult. I felt the other matches were pretty similar, so I decided just to play Bolt because of the more favorable Dragapult matchup, basically.
And talk to us about that last game. And you were able to utilize the Baby Raging Bolt very efficiently, I felt like, in that game. You know, when you're up against these other, like, 2-prize decks that have, like, single-prize Pokemon, how do you work out your prize map and figure out, you know, how to get your counter catcher into the mix and all those sorts of things?
So, a big reason why I like Bolt more now than before is you are able to like kind of create some different single prize board states. Like I was able to kind of do it, not really all that well because I like opened Mew one of the games, but like one of the big plays you have against Goldango is you open and attach to the Baby Bolt right away, and then you take the first prize with it, they Gust KO your Ogerpon, and then on the next turn you take a prize and go to 4, and your board's all single prize, so they have to go to 3, and then you can just go Bolt and win the game. So I felt like it was a bit more flexible than it was before, which made it also a more appealing choice, just because you have actually good single prize attackers now.
Yeah, anytime you add Noctowl to a deck, it really adds a lot of depth to it, and it makes it a lot more, you know, interesting, more different options that you can go for. Well, congrats on the run so far, dude. I mean, you're 7-1. Tell us about your matches so far throughout the day. What else have you played against? Was there any other interesting decks out there? What did you lose to?
I've hit a bunch of meta. I hit 3 Goldangos now, 2 Terrabox, a Poison Archaludon, and my loss was to Raging Bolt Mirror. My opponent just took the first 2 prizes. I think I misplayed one of the games too. But yeah, I've not hit Polt, which is a matchup I kind of wanted to see, but I mean, I'm not upset hitting Goldango. That matchup's pretty good.
Well, we got one more Swiss round. Maybe you'll find your Polt in Swiss round number 9. I mean, I imagine you're feeling pretty good heading into these last couple rounds. Is there anything, you know, I think every deck has some bad matchup somewhere along the way. Is there anything you're wanting to avoid?
I mean, not really. Just dead hands. You can get some weird hands with this deck. Lots of Pokemon, lots of energy. It's just as long as I can get my Hoot Hoots, Fan Rotom, all that stuff down, I feel like I have a good chance to win.
Well, congrats on the run so far. Anyone you want to say thank you to? Any shout outs to give?
I want to say a huge shout out to my mom and my brother Joseph. You guys are awesome. I love you guys. Yeah.
Great to have an excellent support system back home rooting you on. So congratulations, James. We'll get you out of here, and we'll get into our final Swiss round of the night. Back to the casters.
Oh, I do have the... All right, let's take a look at stuff. Let's take a look at the stuff. Let me see if this works. Okay. Bandage. Masters. Do. Okay, a Bond 701 probably on Guardy. No idea. Sebastian's. I would guess Sebastian's on Guardy, but I don't actually know. Wouldn't be surprised to see Sebastian on Dragapult as well. Hunter we know is playing Tank Terrapagos. John is probably playing Guardy. Henry's probably playing Guardy. Hedrick's probably playing Dragapult. Gearhart's probably playing Dragapult. Let's see how the Australians are doing. 6-2 for Brent, 6-1 for Burris. There, from Brazil. From Japan. Hiroshi. Okay. Canada. Ali 601, so it took a tie. Jackson Ford 6-1, Rowan 6-1. So Henry did win. Henry is 8-0. Dude. Somebody stop this. Is he going to win? Dude, is Henry going to win his third? No shot, right? Is Henry going to win his third major this season? You see the deck somehow? No. The only thing we know is what has been on stream or what people have said. There's no way. The decks are not listed in any of these things. There's no way to see the decks. Might have to intervene. Yeah, get in there, Chase. Casey beat Bradner. Rowan beat Alex. Rowan 7-1. Tanner 7-1. Grant Manley. Grant's at 6-1. If Grant won this one, we could see him on stream next round. Like LDF, sure. Okay, so anyway, if you guys want me to like search. Wait. What is LDF's name? Is it Woods? Am I trolling? Dude, who am I thinking of? Yeah, right there, right. Matthew Wood. Wait, did I not spell Matthew? 5-2, still in game. Oh, we can search him on Arcanine though. Still playing. Oh, did lose. Lost to Sammy. 5-3 for LDF. No longer in contention for day 2. Unlucky. Was he playing? What was he playing? Was he playing Golden Go? Are you gonna play some games after day 1? No, I'm gonna go take a nap. Nap time for me after day 1. Raz is real. It's not Raz, no. Hey, look at the pairings on Arcanine. Just go to Pokédata and then click on the Arcanine pairings thing at the top of the standings. Do you not think the Magnezone is better than the Iron Thorns because of the 2 energy attack cost instead of 3? No, because it's a basic, right? So it's a lot easier to get out more aggressively. You can Magneton to it. You can just Generator to it plus attach, something like that. You don't have to wait 3 turns to like evolve it up, right? You can do it like turn 1, turn 2. Also, it can like be useful in more matchups aggressively. I think it is definitely better. I think if you do include it, there is an argument to include a future capsule as well, because you have 2 Pokemon. Actually, if you do play it, you probably do want the future capsule, to be honest. I think if you played it, you'd also want future capsule in there. I mean, you're not gonna get like a whole ton of value out of future hands being able to hit harder, but I think the mobility of the mobility accessibility would be the big thing. So what do you think of the BDIF future hands? I think the deck is not competitive. It was considered Atlanta and then bam. Yes, I don't understand recovery. Yeah, I think I saw your post on Twitter, Sam. That was unfortunate. Do you have any plans for a future major? Are you gonna be hitting up any of the future ones? NAIC? What do we have left? What do we have left in America? NAIC, Milwaukee, Portland. Please bring back Orlando. I am surprised they got rid of Orlando because it was one of the bigger ones and it's super accessible basically for everybody. But maybe next year they'll bring it back. I've seen in the past they've banned cards. What's it take for a card to be banned? It just has to be like super unfun, toxic / oppressive. It doesn't have to be. It's super unfun is probably never going to be something that gives it a ban. It has to be super toxic. Well, it has to be super toxic or super oppressive plus unfun, and then it would get banned. But if either of those things exist, it usually isn't very fun. So that's basically it. Oh, that is true. Orlando, or I guess Atlanta did just basically replace Orlando in terms of accessibility plus East Coast location. It kind of is like the same thing, I guess. True. Yes, you guys are right. Same difference. Unless you like literally live in Florida, I guess, then you wish it was still in Florida, but it's still pretty close. Still pretty reasonably close, less cheap to fly there from Florida. What was the last card that was banned? I don't even remember. I think it was some card in expanded. Expanded bans aren't real though. It's like the card pool is so big, some stuff has to obviously get banned. Yeah, expanded bans aren't like real bans. They're like, it's like whatever. The only bans that actually are like interesting are standard bans. Scoop of Net. Yeah, Scoop of Net and expanded, I think, or something like that. That makes sense. Wasn't Let Loose Marshadow banned? And expanded, not standard. There hasn't been a standard ban in a long time. Or, yeah, what was the last standard ban was maybe Bellaba and Bryson Man, right? Was that it? Or was that not in standard even? I believe it was Duskull from Cosmic Eclipse. That got banned? Last ban was Scoopnet, I think. No, but Scoopnet wasn't expanded. It wasn't standard, right? Well, I'm talking about last standard ban. Yeah, I'm talking about last standard ban. I don't really care about expanded bans because like the card pool is like so big that nothing is being balanced across the entire card pool. So it's like obviously some stuff needs to get banned. Expanded bans aren't interesting to me personally. Oh yeah. Last ban expanded was Duskull, not Scoop Up Net. Last ban was banned and expanded, right? I don't remember. I love how rare bans are in Pokemon. I hate how the Yu-Gi-Oh meta revolves around them. Well, but it makes sense in Yu-Gi-Oh because it's a unlimited card pool. Like you're playing Sen's base set of Yu-Gi-Oh to current. Like you need a ban list and a big ban list. That's why rotation is like optimal for card games. That's why rotation is optimal for card games. It makes the game more accessible across the board, easier for new players to get into, and then ban lists, like heavy ban lists, don't have to exist. You know rotation's coming, so you know your cards are going to be around for X amount of time, and then they rotate. Rotation is just a ban list. Yeah, true, I guess. A ban list to the extreme, but yeah, sure, same difference. Yeah, that's why rotation is optimal. It's like good to see that One Piece added rotation to their what's it called, to their game. I think it'll do a lot for longevity. It'll do a lot for longevity for the game. You ever played MTG or Lacana? How do they compare to Pokemon in terms of difficulty / skill ceiling? Difficulty, but I don't know about Lorcana. Magic is definitely more difficult to get into. Skill ceilings are all the same though. It doesn't actually matter. The skill ceiling in every card game is the same. Difficulty though, Magic is definitely more difficult to get into for sure. It also makes the games a lot less broken in general, since you don't want to keep printing cards that are crazier and crazier. Yeah, exactly. It gives you it allows power creep. It allows you to control power creep probably a little bit better for sure. And yeah, how can you how can you efficiently, you're gonna have stuff that gets broken in the game all the time too, because how can you efficiently test for an unlimited card pool? There's gonna be stuff that slips through the cracks every set release, it seems like. Probably not, but that first major tournament, some people are playing some broken ass thing, and it's oh shit, we gotta ban that. Probably not all the time, of course. I don't really follow Yu-Gi-Oh that close, so at all. PokemonTCG is a very low barrier to new players, and this is very good. Yeah, from cost to learning how to play the game, it's very easy. Very cheap, very easy. compared to the other card games. That sounds like Yu-Gi-Oh. Okay, did I get it actually spot on? New set drops, something broken happens. All right, we have to ban this thing. We ever played standard MTG? Very little bit. You have a favorite deck? No, I did not play enough. I've not played enough Magic to have a favorite deck. I've gone to like 2 standard tournaments at locals, not Friday Night Magics, but like a qualifier for a qualifier for a qualifier type tournament. I don't know, there was like 30 people there or something. I've gone to like 2 of those, and I've done 2 drafts. And I've gone to 2 drafts in Magic drafts. That is the extent of my Magic playing. Very limited experience. RCQ? I don't know. It was a qualifier for a qualifier for a qualifier that was at a local like a local shop. PPQ, I don't know, something like that. PPQ, RCQ, are drops on? Nope, drops aren't on when I'm in the Pokemon trading card game category. They'll be back on Tuesday. Did you win, or did you further prove Pokemon players are inferior? I did not win, no. You have a favorite commander? No, I've never played commander before. Most of the time, cards are broken in most formats, but didn't get banned, so there. What happened to that one Yu-Gi-Oh player who said he was going to win Atlanta? He didn't show up. He didn't show up. Imagine that. All that talk, bro. How's the Yu-Gi-Oh guy who said he would day 2 Atlanta? Bro, I think he said he would top 8 the tournament. I think he said he would top cut the tournament. Bro, we can't forget what he's like. We have to make sure we pin him down to his words here. Did not show up to the tournament. Who said that? Triff. What's his name? Triff. I don't know his full name, but his like tag is Triff. Oh, Triff said he would win Atlanta. Oh, he said he would win. Oh, hyped it all up just to not even show. Yeah. Triff Gaming. I think so. Yeah. Dub Engagement Farm. Dude, but what's it called? Dub Engagement Farm, but I don't know, what is it? Delivering on the product, like what is the term? What is the word I'm looking for, or term I'm looking for? What's the most random thing you've gotten prizing for a tournament? Honestly, nothing that random. It's always been just been like Pokemon stuff or store credit. L execution, L follow through. Yeah, L follow through. No follow through, man. What the heck? L-mans. L-mans. The thing is, Triff is like that. He's wild, but he does the shit he says. Well, apparently not. Because he didn't show up to the tournament. Bro, listen. If you're going to be like that and then deliver, or at least show up is one thing. But if you're going to be like that and then not even go to the event, bro, you're just corny, bro. You're just corny. Come on, man. That's just corny. Listen, if he went to the tournament, he probably wouldn't have made top cut. He's not gonna win. If he made day 2, that'd be cool. I wouldn't be shocked if he made day 2. But for the man to yap like that and then not show up to the tournament, come on, bro. That's so corny. You're just corny, bro. He's not giving a good impression for the Yu-Gi-Oh community at all. Yeah, pretty bad impression for the Yu-Gi-Oh community. If that's what you guys be like over there, yeah, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's pretty corny. He didn't even show. He did not show. I think he said he's still planning on attending one. Yeah, me too. I'm planning on going to a Pokemon major still this year as well. How's that been going for me? No majors for me yet. He does yap a lot. He does it in the Yu-Gi-Oh too. He does not represent us. I'm not saying anyone else is representing you guys, so I don't know. All I see is Triff, bro. It's a bad look. It's a bad look. Triff is not respected in the Yu-Gi-Oh community for a reason. Dude is a total clickbait flake. Nobody really likes him. I'm also just trolling. I don't have a problem with Triff, but I am gonna call him out on Twitter. As soon as PokeStats posts the top 8 with everyone in it, I'm gonna retweet it and add him and be like, "Where you at?" I do have to call him out. I feel like, you know, I stand up and I talk trash on the Yu-Gi-Oh community a little bit from the Pokemon community, so I feel like I have to. I feel like it's like I need to do this. You know what I'm saying? Whether the community expects it from me or not, I feel like for myself I need to do this. It's for my brand, you know. To maintain my brand, I have to call him out on Twitter. to maintain my brand, I got to do it. Maintain the agenda, yeah. I can't be caught slipping, man. I can't be caught slipping. His dog ate his Pokemon cards? Bro, I would have bought him a new deck. How will this affect LeBron's legacy? I don't know. It depends if LeBron shows up to a Pokemon tournament before Triff does. That's the real question. It honestly, it could happen. At this point, anything's possible, to be honest. You think LeBron plays Bolt or Polt? LeBron, Bolt, or Polt? I don't know. What deck can you... What deck can you... No, I'm not going to say. LeBron play Bolt or Polt? I think LeBron's probably playing Bolt, to be honest. Probably Bolt. LeBron definitely plays Charizard? No, I mean, he play a good deck. He play a good deck. For this meta, he'd play a good deck for sure. Or they're gonna release LeBron EX before the finals tomorrow. My dad works for Pokemon Trust. Ben Simmons' is poison package. Oh. Actually, LeBron's son Bronny plays Rainbow Six Siege, and popular Twitch streamer Jinx plays Rainbow Six Siege, and the popular PokemonTCG streamer Azul also streams on Twitch. So somewhere in those lines, LeBron's legacy is being affected. Thoughts on Poison Moon current positioning? I don't know. I haven't played with the deck yet. It's interesting. I'm intrigued by the deck though. Azul from Atlanta lost to the poison package. Am I cooked? I'm not gonna lie, player of all games, it's not looking good for you. It's gonna be tough to rebound from that L, but I think you can do it. I think you can do it. Just gotta keep your head down and keep grinding. I don't know about you, but I'm excited to watch Luka and LeBron in the playoffs. I'm as well. It's gonna be interesting for sure. It's definitely gonna be interesting. Definitely gonna be interesting. I'm excited to see how everything plays out. They got a chance, man. They got a chance. I mean, if they don't do it this year, has LeBron already said if he's gonna play next year or not? If they don't do it this year, bro, they gotta get the dub next year. Like, they gotta get the dub next year. There's too much. There's like too much talent on that team. Are Lakers arguably the most talented team right now? Maybe not. See, don't flame me. I don't follow basketball like that. But like, who'd you put above the Lakers in terms of talent? OKC? Yeah, but like, they're really young still though. Do you think they're gonna win? Are they there? Are they winning? Boston or OKC? Ah, true. Celtics are up there. You're true. That's true. Raptors? What the heck? Even I know that's not true. Why are you lying in chat? Previously, outside of Dragon Shields? I don't know. I don't use any other sleeves. It'd be Boston versus Lakers in finals. That'd be a pretty hype finals. Boston versus Lakers in finals would be crazy. OKC is gonna be good for so long. They're pretty sick, yeah. They're pretty good. Unfortunately, the Thunder is winning it all. Nah. Chill. Cavs gonna flame out in the playoffs on Amy. That's kind of what happened last season too, right? Wasn't that kind of similar? Went to the Pistons' first playoff game. Gonna be hyped. They haven't won a round one playoffs in forever. Oh, they're gonna keep that streak up. Lakers winning the chip. Luka, the most talented teammate ever for LeBron. OKC players are gonna get poached. Are there contracts coming up like next season? I don't even know how all that contract kind of stuff works. How many more games you got for day one? Got one more game for day one. You're from Germany, and even I know that Raptors can't be a thing. SGA, the free throw merchant. Bro, I've been seeing the SGA memes on Twitter recently, bro. People are not happy with, I don't know, how he plays or just like the number of free throws he is getting per game. It's crazy to me players move to Oklahoma, man. It is interesting that it seems like, I don't know, I guess there's a lot of ways that you can get on if you're good, you can be on a lot of different teams and be competing for championships, but SGA's poison package, effective but cringe. If you turn on an OKC game, there's about an 8% chance SGA will be on the line. If you just tune in at any point during the game, there's an 8% chance SGA will be on the line. Oh, 80%. Dude, an 8% chance would be really high. Go to any point in the game, 8% chance he's on the line. Do you watch motorsports like Formula 1? I do not. I have been interested. I've been intrigued by Formula 1 though. It's very interesting to me. I might I don't know, whenever a big race comes up at some point in the future, I might start tuning in, see what it's all about. You play any Nintendo games? The most recent Nintendo game I played was a Samus game. I didn't finish it though. I think I'm at the final boss. Azul, you got to tap into curling? No. No curling. What game? A Samus game. Isn't that her name? Samus? Metroid. Yeah. Wait, those are Nintendo games, right? Metroid is Nintendo, right? Or am I trolling? Favorite food? Pizza probably. What did Magda get? Magda got top 8 at 2 ICs. Magda's like front runner for Rookie of the Year. What are the red and green arrow means? If they moved up or moved down since the last major tournament. Yeah, Magda definitely has to be front runner for Rookie of the Year right now, I feel like. It's Magda or Giovanni. Dude, Henry's cooking. Is Henry #1 player of the season? He's up there for sure. I don't know who he'd be. I mean, he's up there. I don't know who he's competing against, but, you know. What is the first place using in this tournament? Guard 4. Man, there's something I was going to look up real fast before. Oh, yeah, I want to do the Swiss calculator real fast. Hold up. 2684.16. And so X12 will be top cut. So top cut's gonna be 9 to 10 players at X12. So 2 ties still makes cut. 33, 11, 2, 33. Yeah, X12 is cut. Maybe a 10 to probably a 10 to 11/12 player cut. So we should host a PTCG award show every year. Me and Chip have talked about it, like doing it on the Uncommon Energy podcast or something like that. We might still do something like that. Actually, I didn't really hear about Daniel. He can be this good. I can't wait to see Gabriel Masters. Yeah, honestly, I never heard Daniel's name either last year in seniors. This is his first Master season, I'm pretty sure though. And yeah. Ooh, Henry versus John. All right. Got Keon versus Rowan. Gerhard versus Burris. Frink versus Rogerson. Honestly, pretty good lineup there. Why are they not showing an X2 match? Because it's just not as interesting. If it's like the player, you don't have any like top players or an interesting matchup or a cool deck, may as well show the highest end. These are the players we're going to see in day 2 and potentially competing for top cut. If you go to an X2 match, who knows if you'll ever see those players ever again. I'd much rather, if there's like if like Tord was at X and 2, all right, you put Tord on. If there's a really cool deck at X and 2 that they could find, all right, you could put the really cool deck on. But this is a pretty big game. This is a big game. Hey, Henry goes into day 2 at 9-0. Like, he's almost guaranteed top cut. He needs to win 2 more games. He needs to go 2-2. We're already looking at one of our top cut players. I thought they always did X2 at the end of the day. No, they started switching up this season, Radio. They started switching up this season. They're more open to putting on undefeated players or people who are like on the higher end. Which I think is, I think they should be open to like the whole range of matches, to be honest, in the last 2 rounds of the day. You heard Direwolf got brought back from extinction? PTCG back? No, I didn't hear that, Eric. What happened? Like they were about to go under and now they're still a business, or? It's time for a Jackson Ford dub. I don't know. He's still playing Charizard. I'm gonna go fill up my water bottle real fast. I'll be right back. All right, lock the fuck in, chat. Here we go. We got John Ang on Dragapult Dusknoir versus Henry Chow on Gardevoir. Henry has already won 2 majors this season with Gardevoir. And he's one of the funniest players to watch on stream because he's very animated, as you can already see off the start. Showing a mulligan over to John. I don't know. Has John even top 80 a tournament this season? He won a major last season, right? John won one as well. Not this season, though. Yeah, John has won a major. John won a major last season. Sacramento? Oh, that's right. Yeah, John did top 8 in Sacramento, yeah. John has won 3 majors this season? Oh, yeah, true. Predictions? Yeah, I got you. Dude, chat keeping me honest with these predictions. Y'all are fiends for these Bulu Buck. I don't think I should use the word betting. Twitch might come after me. Y'all are fiends for these Bulu Buck investments. No. Don't ban me, Twitch. Don't ban me, Twitch. Can you ID a stream match? Yes. But they would want... You can ID in the middle of a stream match. If you're gonna ID, though, they wouldn't put you on stream. So it is Zorak Gardevoir, Horses, Dragapult, Dusknoir. We see a Zorua up there in the prize cards. I'm curious to see what the build fully looks like here from Henry. Very, very curious. You know, everyone better drop everything for the new Chow Guardy. I mean, can you blame him? I don't think you can really blame him. Is this a win in? No. Both players are in day 2. This is just to advance their status, advance their rank into day 2. All right, here we go. We're underway. Looks like John is going first in game 1. I assume players are choosing second in this matchup. Dusk will start here for John. I see an Ultra Ball. I see a Luxurious Cape. Hey, the Luxurious Cape. Apparently we have Connor Fenton actually here on stream. All right, Nest Ball's coming in from John. Is John playing the Reversal Energy build? There's no way, right? Let's take a look here. I do not see Reversal Energy in here. Okay, so just Luxurious Cape. It's similar to like the Bravery Charm. Yo, that's a big ass Badoo though. You put that cape on your Badoo? Bro, we thought the Bravery Charm Badoo was thick, bro. Get that Luxurious Cape involved. That boy beefy. Suit up, bud. Where's Soul King or Feraligatr? Soul King is just bad. Feraligatr, I don't know. We haven't seen any on stream, but they definitely could be out there. I mean, it's not going to be a very popular deck. Feraligatr, even if it is being played at the tournament and doing well, it's going to be like 1% or less of the meta. Forgive my ignorance, but is 7-0-1 one tie or one loss? It is a tie. It goes win, loss, tie. Is Badoo going to equal 2 Jackson Fords? Is the last game today? This is the last round for today, yes. Have we seen any Mammo on stream? No Mammo on stream. Creep you off the Nest Ball. We usually see people like more aggressively get their own Badoo here, I feel like. So what is your prediction on the winner of this game? I'd probably give the edge to... There we go. There's the Badoo off the Ultra Ball. Okay. I'd probably give the edge to Henry. From what I've seen of this match, I haven't played a ton of this matchup, but from what I've seen, it looks Guardy favored. And I don't think Henry's going into this tournament with a less than 50-50 in this matchup. But although Henry definitely does take some weird unfavorables sometimes with the Guardy deck. Attached to the Dreepy, not the Duskull. There's the pass. Might still have it out to a rescue board or something. And here for Henry. Artisan, and immediately into the Artisan. Interesting. We do have a research in hand, if I'm not mistaken. I would assume we'd research first to try and draw into more basics here. Want to show a win in? Because I mean, this is like theoretically a more interesting matchup for the progression towards top cut. This isn't quite a win in its top cut, but it's further in their progression towards it. Not that it's bad to show a win in, but that's like the reason to showing a match like this. Like you're showing like who are the best North American players in the world playing off against each other in an interesting matchup. Like, I don't know. Doesn't get much better than that. Henry's top right prize was a Zorua. Maybe there's like an Arvid in the hand here for Henry, so maybe Henry is actually going to go Arvin for Poff and TM Evo or something like that. I didn't think I saw one, so I assumed Henry's play was going to be to play Research. But then it's like weird to use Artisan before you play Research because you want to draw into basics. Yeah, you want to draw into basics here. I don't know. Henry goes 9-0. Is he in cut? No. You have to go X1, 2 or better out of 13 rounds. Oh, well, that's a reshuffle. Not a big deal, of course. Just reshuffle. What ace spec is Henry running? My guess would be Secret Box, but we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen the ace spec yet. I guess unfair stamp wouldn't be a shock. Couple Ralts on the bench, attached to a Ralts. And then Research. Oh, no, just Badoo. Oh, we're playing off the Jack. Okay. Or we're playing off the Curlias here from Henry, actually. So we are just chilling. Okay, makes sense, makes sense. We know it's going to be a slow game. That might have been a Jack top deck there, actually, from John. Definitely not mad to see the Jack. I don't love... John doesn't have a way to guaranteed get into the Badoo on the next turn. I don't love that John attached the Psychic Energy to the Dreepy, to be honest. Because now we're going to see we're going to see 2 cards total here. With Trolley, with the Zoro, Trolley wouldn't be a terrible ace spec. Yeah, it doesn't seem terrible. I think the energy should have been attached to the Duskull there from John, to be honest. I don't, because now we're not getting into Badoo this turn as John here. I don't like the energy placement on the last turn from John. Oh, wait, we could have grabbed a Dusclops here. Wait. I feel like John should have grabbed a Dusclops there. To pop the Dusclops, KO the Badoo, and then item lock the thing, right? He did grab a Clops? Oh, did he grab Clops? Okay, I thought I saw him grab double Drakloak. We're all good then. We're all good then. Yeah, I thought I saw him grab double Drakloak. I was like, I don't know about this. But we do have the Clops, so we are chilling here. We are chilling here. Okay, okay. There's the Dusclops. John hasn't used Artisan yet, right? So we can still use Artisan. There's the KO on the Badoo. Both players will get a prize card. Badoo gets pushed from John. Ralts from Henry. There we go. There's your Artisan use from John now. Triple Night Stretcher on the bottom there. Eyes up the Duskull over the Dreepy, actually. So wants the ability to get aggressive next turn with potentially another Dusclops plus attack from Dragapult. Okay, I don't hate that. Option to get aggressive. I'm going to go back and check the prize cards real fast. Ooh, we maybe got a Dreepy off the prize cards as well here. We'll see. The bottom 2 prize cards for John was Fire Dreep. We did get the Dreep. Okay, that's good. Yeah, the Badoo Punch. All right, things are looking pretty good for John here, to be honest. Especially if Henry does not item lock on the next turn. Mew top deck here for Henry. Curlia in hand. Also has the Guardy in hand. You just continue to play this slow as Henry. It looks like the answer is yes. Just going to go search out the other Curlia out of the deck. And maybe one of the Zorarks. And then you could Artisan for Zorua. But I feel like you can't leave this Ralts in the active, right? You have to retreat to something. If Henry plays double Badoo, you could retreat to Badoo here. And then get back into Badoo off the Artisan. Or you could retreat into Mew EX. You just can't leave Ralts in the active, I guess. Well, I guess you could get third Ralts off Artisan. But then you're leaving a... No, yeah, you could retreat 2 Ralts, I guess. Just Curlia swing KO Badoo? Yeah, but you don't want to leave your Curlia in the active. Unless you do get third Ralts off Artisan, then you could. Because if you leave Curlia in the active, then Dragapult goes attack KO Curlia plus Dusclops KO bench Curlia. All right, there's a Ralts grabbed. And oh, just a Curlia grabbed off the... Just a Curlia grabbed off the Jack, and then Artisan for the Ralts there. Okay. So we could maybe see the Curlia swing KO Badoo, but that still leaves John the ability to go KO double Curlia, which is kind of scary. But might be okay. There's the Curlia Evolve. You could also draw 1 card. Okay, we're not going to Magic Shot. We're going to leave the Badoo there for John. And then we're going to retreat into the Ralts, I guess. Okay. So John, it's going to be a lot harder for John to KO double Curlia here. And the Mew is set up. The Mew is getting set up. The Mew's a really big deal in this matchup. John's hand here. Nothing too crazy. We do have access to items here for John as well. Honestly, I wouldn't hate to see John just play this slow and end up with Badooing again. There's a Research, though. You'd lose your unfair stamp, but honestly, I'd cycling the research here. You could Ultra Ball for Dusknoir. No, you can't Ultra Ball for Dusknoir. No, because you could Loke for another card here. You could take research and then evolve to second Dracloak, use Dracloak again, get a dead card, Ultra Ball away that dead card with the unfair stamp, Candy Dusknoir, evolve to Dragapult. Thing. Research. That doesn't seem terrible. Gotta see what this next Loke gives us though. Oh, we're committing the Ultra Ball now. I can't say I love that from John here. I feel like we should have used the other Dracloak first to get an extra card. Why would we? Like, we have the Dragapult now. Now we have to find another Dragapult. I feel like using the other Dracloak first, taking the worst of the two cards, discarding that with Ultra Ball, evolving Dracloak to Dragapult makes a lot more sense here. Dusknoir Mew here. Ooh, I do like Dusknoir Mew. Yeah, 3 prize turn. I don't hate that. But we gave up the Dragapult, so it's going to be a lot harder now. John does play... I think I saw triple Night Stretcher, though. So John does play a lot of Night Stretchers. So, decent chance to get one of those going, but... Last Loke here. We haven't used it. We haven't used Artisan either. We maybe should have used Artisan before we played the research, to be honest. That might have been a mistake. I mean, I guess we'd want Duskull and Dreepy here, I guess. Maybe it's not a mistake then, actually. You could save the Pult there, right? Yeah, if he had used the other Dracloak first to get a different card to Ultra Ball away, yeah, he could have saved it. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. Poffin Dusclops. I mean, you can pop him for another... Oh, we got Dragapult Energy, though, so we still have the play here for John. The thing is... Ooh, we take the Dusclops? We have it out to a Duskull in hand? Oh, we do. We already have Poffin in hand. Okay. I almost feel like we should have played the Poffin before everything, then, to be honest. We're not item locked, right? If John does attack this turn, though, he did not set up super well to have a follow-up Dragapult, so he might still delay one turn. Yeah, we are. That's what we're going to see here from John. Catch Fire. And then just go into the Badoo for a turn. I don't hate this from John. I would like to see another Duskull hit the field, though. If there's another... John might not have another Duskull to work with here, though. He might be out of Duskulls. Did he prize a Duskull? I assume he's playing 3, but he might not be. He didn't prize a Duskull. Okay, so he only plays 2 Duskull, then I would assume. All right, over to Henry. Drawing 1 with the Mew here. And then Research. Get rid of Psychic Energy and something. I don't see what the other card was. I guess it's fine for John to have not... If John was never attacking here, then it's fine to discard the Dragapult. And I guess that's fine. I don't hate attacking them with Dragapult, but I guess it's not actually that good if you don't have your EXP share established, which I assume John plays. Double Guardy EX in the field. Monkey Dory's available. That's how you can KO the Badoo if you get a Dark Energy. And then force John to send up something more valuable. I don't think Artisan... Has Artisan been used? Was Artisan for the Monkey Dory? I wasn't really fully paying attention. Like, Dark Energy is the big question here for Henry. Also, by not KOing the Ralts here as John, you do leave the board to be pretty awkward here for Henry, to be honest. The board is pretty awkward. No Dark Energy, it looks like. I'm pretty sure we would have seen the Dark Energy come down if it was there. Bravery Charm to protect the Mew. I mean, it's going to be a little bit harder to KO. Not going to be able to KO it off the bench with the Dusknoir plus spread. And even gussing it up with a Dragapult wouldn't knock it out. So the Bravery Charm is really big there for sure. We know what A-Spec Henry's on? We haven't seen it yet, I don't think. Someone in chat can correct me if I'm wrong. Attach active. Treat. Is Henry just going to be chilling, or are we going to be doing something this turn? I mean, we're retreating into the Guardy EX. I feel like we're swinging here if we're retreating to this. It is to KO Badoo, which feels not great. Rescue board to the bench Guardy EX. And then just attack, I guess. Yeah, this feels... That feels bad. But I think one thing we see different here, I feel like... Well, I guess we don't have a Badoo to run to here as Henry. And yeah, so Henry, you have no choice but to swing. If you had a Badoo here from Henry, maybe you would. chill. Maybe you would chill. You get the vessel off the prize cards. That can be our out for our dark energy next turn. We would have loved that this turn. KOing the Badoo feels so bad here. It feels so bad. All right. Dracloak getting sent up here from John. What is going to be the play, though, from John this turn? We just want to try and draw as many prize cards as possible. We want to KO the Mew. We don't have any Duskulls on our bench, so the Mew is less of a threat now. Usually Mew is a really big threat if we have Duskull on our bench, because then... I guess it's still a big threat because of Dracloaks, though, on the bench, because you can go Mew, copy Dragapult, Monkey Dory 3 over to a Dracloak, bench Clefairy, KO Dragapult, KO Dracloak. That's still pretty big, to be honest. If you KO the Mew right now, there's nothing saying it can't be returned and put back in play, I guess. Does Pult play Jamming Tower? Some do. Some do, not all of them. On the pass-through there from John, I did not see a Jamming Tower. Hit Guardy, Dusk, Monkey Dory, KO Rolts. Oh, KO and Monkey Dory seems really low value, to be honest, right here. Because you know Henry has more Monkey Dories, and there's an Artisan in play. I feel like there's got to be better ways to use our Dusknoir than KO Monkey Dory. You have to KO the Mew? I mean, if you KO Guardy plus Rolts... Does John play Ursaluna? Have we seen an Ursaluna from John? I feel like John has Ursaluna, right? So if John goes like KO Guardy, KO Rolts, you could play for the Ursaluna to close it out on the Mew. Yeah, so I don't know. I wouldn't hate to see that play from John here, to be honest. That seems fine, right? Because you have Ursaluna to fall back on. Oh, but I guess if you take 3, if you pop Dusknoir this turn, Henry could just win next turn, actually. Hold up. Yeah, Henry can take a 3-prize turn next turn. Oh, wait, this is weird. Oh, this is just kind of weird. I actually don't know how to play this, to be honest. Yeah, Henry getting that 1 prize card on the last turn was definitely a big deal. So, I mean, yeah, I guess maybe KOing the Mew is the best thing to do to put the most pressure on Henry to find the most pieces. I mean, there's Boss. Oh, I guess Countercatcher is also active for John here. You could maybe get EXP share down on the Ursaluna as well ahead of time. Yeah, this definitely feels awkward for John. It feels like Henry has a play no matter what John does. I mean, this is I feel like as John here, this is where you would want your unfair stamp, but the unfair stamp did get removed. Unfair stamp did get removed. KO Monkey and Rolts. Boss KO Monkey Rolts go down to 3 remaining. Keep your Dusknoir, but then if there's a 3-prize turn on the other side, you're still in trouble, right? That still doesn't even seem that good. John is taking quite a while over these last couple actions. He could definitely get a slow play warning here. Another Dracloak. Nothing crazy. This is a really long turn. 5 minutes and 1 real action. Has it been that much time? Yeah, he maybe should have already gotten a slow play warning, to be honest. I'll be back in 10 minutes when the turn ends. This is definitely ground to a halt here. Looks like Rescue Board Countercatcher getting pulled off the Arven. How can Henry do 3 prizes? You can go attack with Mew, copying Clefairy's attack. Attack with Mew, copying Clefairy's attack. No, attack with Mew with Clefairy in play, copying Dragapult's attack plus Monkey Dory. So you move 3 to a Dracloak with Monkey Dory, and then Mew copies Dragapult's attack with Clefairy in play, knocks out Dragapult, and knocks out Dracloak. From John for a 3-prize turn. But if John pops the Dusknoir here, if John pops his own Dusknoir here, then Henry can just win the game next turn. I guess not taking prize cards is a play as well. I don't know if that is a play. I'm not gonna lie. I think you have to do something here, John. I think you can't. Yeah, you can't not draw prize cards. Well, I guess that's what he's doing though. He's not popping Dusknoir, right? He's just gonna punch Mew. You're gonna KO the. Well, maybe you don't KO the Ralts because you want to leave the bench locked. But that feels bad then if it gets. Well, it's not gonna get like evolved. I mean, punching Mew is just so weak. We do 200. Maybe this does work. Maybe this does work for John though, because now if Clefairy gets benched, John can win by going. If you KO Ralts now, then next turn you can go KO Clefairy, KO Mew maybe. Yeah. Okay. So you KO Ralts now, then you predict Clefairy to come into play, and you go KO Mew, KO Ralts, I guess, or KO Clefairy, KO Mew. But that's only if the Clefairy doesn't get a Bravery Charm. If Clefairy gets a Bravery Charm, there's Zoroark number 2. Yeah, the Charm on the Clefairy is the big hit, right? If you find that, I think you just lose. If Henry finds... We have double Vessel in the hand here for Henry. Vessel away Zoroark. Definitely, you're guaranteed the Dark Energy this turn. They got to give that Mew some more HP, bro. He's tankier than that. No energy in discard? Oh, sorry, we have double Vessel. Oh, wait, true. Actually, we maybe are in trouble here. We have double Vessel, but we don't have a way to get 2 Psychics in the discard pile and get a Dark Energy. Oh, wait, you're cooking. So maybe you grab 1 Psychic, discard Psychic, get Dark, attach Dark to Monkey Dory, Iono. Try an Iono into like Ultra Ball Psychic or Vessel Psychic. Or does Henry just give up on the 3 prize turn? This turn just goes for a 2 prize turn. No, you can't let John use Dusknoir, right? If you let John use Dusknoir, you lose. I feel like you need a 3 prize turn here as Henry. Jamming Tower, Dusclops wins the game, no? I don't think John plays Jamming Tower. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure John doesn't play the Jamming Tower. He only plays 1 Zorua. I'm pretty sure he plays 2 Zorua. I don't think you're playing 2 Zoroark, 1 Zorua. There's definitely 2 Zoruas in there. He bosses damage Guardy, pop Dusk. You can't pop Dusk if Henry draws 3 prize cards. Henry needs to try and draw 3 prize cards here. That's what Henry's trying to do. Henry's trying to draw 3 prize cards so that Dusknoir can't be used next turn. We have the Dark Energy, but now Henry has to draw into Psychic Energy plus a way to discard it. And Bravery Charm to be super safe. Could use the Artisan in play, but you probably want to keep the bench space open for a potential Pheasantipity. All right, here we go. If Henry punches the Mew, he might be out of energy. No, he's not out of energy. He definitely has some Dark Energy or something left. How many times should 1 mass shuffle? Like 7 to 10. All right, that's not the draw for Henry. Henry's only play is retreating to Gardevoir, KO Dragapult. That's obviously not a great play. Be in a pretty bad spot. He'll try Badoo again. Can you afford? I don't think. Can you afford to Badoo here? I don't know if you can afford to Badoo here as Henry, to be honest. Mind Bend? Is it a Mind Bend moment? I don't know. I'd have to look at board. I think Henry's board is, or John's board is too set up to go for a Mind Bend. Maybe not, though. Maybe you could go for a Mind Bend and just pray that John doesn't find Fire Dragapult. Another double Dracloak plus Iono for John. Also has a Lucha. I don't think a Lucha matters here, though. I could be wrong. If you don't KO, activating. That's true. Activating Countercatcher does kind of suck here. But not knocking anything out also sucks. Like, if John just gets to attack again for free, how do you ever win? Yeah, if John gets a free attack, I think you lose anyways, though. All right, he's just going to go for the KO here. You definitely have to heal the Mew here, I feel like, right? Yeah, the Mew has to be healed, so it can't just be sniped off bench. 30 to the Dreepy, and then, yeah, Guardy KO active. The whiff from Henry. Thinking about burning a Buddy Buddy Poffin here. 2 prize cards. Shuffles the deck. Over to John. Yeah, John can just win this turn. Doesn't need that much. But we're not quite there yet. Counter Catcher is live. You have dust. All you need is Counter Catcher, right? Counter Catcher, Fire, Dragon Ball. Okay, you need a little bit more than that. Okay, you need a little bit. Activates Artisan first to shuffle the deck. Dragon Ball and Fire were on the bottom. You will die from Phantom Dive? No, not right now, because it got healed by the Monkey Dory. It had 50 HP left, now it's got 80 HP left. Does it need Counter Catcher? Does he not? Am I trolling? Oh, because the Clef... No, wait. 4 prize cards left. 200 active doesn't KO active. Is it a 60 HP? It's got a Bravery Charm on it. He needs Gus. He needs Gus, right? 230? Oh, wait. Am I trolling? How much HP has this little guy got? Oh, shit. No, he's dead. What the fuck? Oh, what the heck? Yeah, you don't even need Gus here. Oh, shoot. It's cooked. Pack it up. I thought the graphic was trolling. I'm the one trolling, bro. Why did I think Mew was so tanky, bro? I thought the graphic was wrong. I was like, no, Mew's got more HP than that. What the heck? No, he's dead. Is John gonna start with Iono? That doesn't even make any sense. Well, now you just can't Arvin, though. This can't be correct, right? No, that's got to be a mistake from John, because now you can't research. You can't Arvin, you can't research. You definitely dig first with Dracloaks, right? To give yourself more options. Wait. Because you only need 2 cards. What if you draw into like one of the cards plus a... Okay. Does that ever make sense? That can't be correct, right? I'm trying to like think. I think you always dig first. You always dig first. Because that way if you find like Peace plus Arvin, you have game. Did he have Counter Catcher? He didn't need Gus. I thought he needed Gus, but I was wrong. I overcooked. He did not need Gust. All right, John wins game 1. We did not get to see any Zoroark that game. I guess I don't know for sure that you set up Zoroark in this matchup, though, so maybe you don't even set up Zoroark. I mean, it didn't seem like Henry had a great opportunity to set up Zoroark, especially after Henry had to put triple Ralts in play. Triple Guardy line in play is like really, really bad. But yeah, putting triple Guardy line in play is like not good, obviously. It like eats up your bench space. So that's like unfortunate for Henry. So it hurts your chance of even more of trying to get his Zoroark down. But I honestly just don't even know if you set up Zoroark in this matchup all or not. We'll see how Henry approaches it next game. Wait, do we even know what A-Spec Henry is playing? I'm assuming Secret Box, but we didn't see the A-Spec, did we? Awakening Drum? That'd be wild. Has his deck list recovered from pushing his Zoroark to the active? He plays a rescue board, maybe plays a Turo, and you can also preemptively attach to the Zoroark ahead of time. But we know he plays a rescue board. We've seen the rescue board. It might also play a Turo. Who knows? All right, so I assume we'll have Henry going second here. Would you say this matchup is favored for Guardy? I think so, yeah. Best start for John, not great. The Badoo start once again for Henry, pretty good though. Definitely decent. I think it's the Zoroark line in Henry's deck. He's a 2-2. 2-2. Two Iono prize, 3P Duskull prize, nothing crazy. Night Stretcher prize. I think, like I said, I think John does play 3 Night Stretcher. Into the Poffin. 3P Badoo maybe. We'll see. You has 170, right? 170 HP, 180. Couple Dreeps. I see a couple Ultra Balls in the hand as well. We'll probably see one of those get played at least for a Dracloak, if not a Badoo. Don't ask as well about HP, Muse HP. He doesn't know. I know now. Now I know. Now I know. I've learned. What's the day 2 cutoff? X21. Day 2 cutoff for every major is X21. From how many day 1 rounds there are. Oh, the hand is living off Loke. What the heck? Ultra Ball's away. The Dusknoir over the Counter Catcher. I don't know. I feel like the Counter Catcher is the weaker of the 2 cards. I feel like the Dusknoir is worth keeping for sure. Because you can use that while you're sitting here item locking each other for a million years. I'm not a huge fan of the Dusknoir discard over the Counter Catcher. Because I feel like the Dragapult deck is more likely to get ahead early. It's not what we really saw last game though. But I feel like we don't just evolve into the Dusknoir and get that done with is like important. I don't know. That feels like a big deal. Just get Dusknoir. Sit it on your... if you get Duskull, cool. If you get Dusclops, great. And this energy will probably see to the active here. Okay. Yeah, energy to the active here. When we have a Dracloak plus Badoo in the hand for John on the next turn. Well, Badoo's on the bench, but... Okay, Poffin. Zorua is making an appearance. We will see it this game. I doubt we'll see him set up both Zoroarks, even if he could. Prize cards. There is a Turo in the build. 2 Iono and Turo prized. 2 Iono for both players prized. Turo also in the prize cards here for Henry. As well as a Night Stretcher. Both players have 3 of the same prize cards here. Azul, when you do your first search, how do you orient your cards during the first search? I like separate Pokemon and energy from the rest of the deck. There's an Artisan. So it looked like Vessel for Psychic and Dark. And then here comes an Artisan. My guess would be to get Monkey Dory to put the energy on it, but Monkey Dory actually might be in hand, I guess. He's not playing an A-Spec. Andy in the hand there for Henry. Gonna go with the Jack. I assume just grab Kirlia Zorua. And then we'll see the item lock happening from Badoo. We still have not seen the A-Spec, have we? Alright, there's a pass over to John. 10 damage from the Duke. Optimal 60, no A-Spec. Did he only search one? I'm pretty... He either has Kirlia in hand or he searched a Kirlia there. I'm pretty sure there's a Kirlia. There's either a Kirlia in hand or he searched out a Kirlia. But even if there wasn't a Kirlia, he probably would have grabbed the second Zoroark to put in hand. I'm sure he grabbed 2. We just didn't see the second one. Alright, Artisan coming in from John. The Duskull is getting established. Could it be Aroma A-Spec? Aroma would be weird because it doesn't look like Henry actually plays Arven. So where do you get your cut calculated? On Limitless. There's a Swiss calculator on Limitless. Alright, there's Dracloak 1. This is why I want to see us keep the Dusknoir. Like we have the Dusclops. It could have become a Dusknoir on the next turn. I don't know. Loke 2. Energy is probably the best card to find. It's whatever. Take the Dracloak. Seems fine. No energy attachment for this turn. But, I mean, the game's going to slow down for a little bit here with these dues on both sides. All right, we're into the Badoo and Itchy Pollen. 10 damage. 19 minutes left. We're definitely not getting to a game 3. If anyone was curious, game 3's not happening. There's the Kirlia in hand. Here comes the trades. I wonder if Henry ever tries to preemptively attach 1 energy to the Zoroark. Iono as well. You really don't want to be playing Iono here as Henry. We'll see if it actually gets used or not. As you know, I mean, John didn't even attach energy last turn. Here comes Artisan use. Should evolve to the Clops there. No, the Duskull just came down. And all right, it's going to be the Iono from Henry here. We need to find another Kirlia, but we still have Artisan to use here. Haven't used the Artisan yet. Fresh 6 for both players. Bravery Charm there for Henry. Gotta have the Morty, of course. And here comes the Artisan. I see a Guardi EX in hand. And then this Artisan is probably gonna find... Dude, what is the A-Spec, bro? What is the A-Spec? Is it ever Prime Catcher? Just so you have another out to move your... Is it ever Prime Catcher? So you have another out to move your Zoroark? No A-Spec bluff? Prime Catcher would be savage. It would be interesting. He doesn't play an A-Spec, he forgot? Wait, are you being serious? You play Mew? What do you mean? I thought A-Specs rotated. Playing around Genesect? It's Secret Box? Source, trust me. I mean, Secret Box makes the most sense in my head. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see Secret Box. Pretty good card. I'm sure he has an A-Spec. I mean, all right, there's no way you don't play an A-Spec. Because if you weren't going to play an A-Spec, you'd always just play Prime Catcher instead of one of your counter catchers. Like, there's, like, yeah. Just kind of counter catcher for a Prime Catcher every single time. Another GP searched out from John, and then research the whole hand. It didn't look like there was anything that good in there, to be honest. Now we're seeing the energy coming in for John. Gonna get the attachments for turn this turn. And your Badoo is gonna go down next turn as John to the Monkey Door. You're gonna punch this Badoo, and then the damage is gonna get moved back over. Dragapult, Dracloak. Honestly, the Dragapult, I kind of like the Dragapult take here. I don't know how easy it's going to be able to find another Dragapult on that next turn, so. There's Dusclops. I think we're definitely establishing that. The Halucha is still going to be good, of course, but I don't think we're taking it right now. Two Lokes used. Dusclops established. Attached return coming in as well. Paul with Monkey? No. It is Paul without Monkey. Who's going to go ahead and evolve to the Dragapult as well. Interesting. Alright, 10 damage to the Badoo. How long is Henry just going to... Is Henry just going to sit here forever? Why not, right? Why wouldn't you just sit here? I guess you would just sit here for forever, right? Oh, I was like, how the heck is he drawing so many cards? It's Morty, of course. We're cooking. All right, there's a Zoroark trade. +2. Turo, 2 Turo. That's a Turo in hand and a Turo prized. All right. Interesting. Yeah, Henry's not dropping this Badoo loop, right? We're just chilling. Boom, there's a knockout on the Badoo with the Monkey Dory. Or no, you could move the damage somewhere on the bench and knock out the active with Badoo, actually. That's actually probably better, right? Nope, gonna go for the KO first. So now John has control where this Badoo damage is gonna go. Unless, I guess this does open up a possibility Henry could retreat and attack. Nothing is stopping Henry from being able to retreat and attack here if he really wanted to. I mean, we'll see what John puts in the active here. Goes with the Dreep. Push. Rescue board makes its way to Zoroark. Okay. Thing is mobile. And yeah, just punch with Badoo. Yeah, I think... I mean, you're winning the prize trade by doing nothing here as Henry, so... Or by just Badooing. Dude, Bravery Charmer's Badoo is so disgusting. It's sickening, man. What has this game become? What happened to the game I love? Energy getting split here from John. Rescue board. His board is pretty weak to boss. I don't even know if Henry plays boss, though. And into the Iono. We've already attached return, though, so we're not attacking with the Dragon Ball this turn from John. Would you prefer a Hero's Cape Badoo? Yeah, at least that's kind of cool. Let's get a Luxurious Cape on there. The boy feeling luxurious. You're saying Badoo isn't toxic? Ain't toxic? I still don't think Badoo is toxic. Game 3 ain't happening. Game 3 is not happening. Henry will not be winning this match. This is a win for John or a tie. I think Henry has enough time to win this game for sure. The question is just what is the result? Who wins? The Artisan. You just go back into Badoo yourself as John. Does fail it. Maybe has Badoo in hand. Could get another Duskull down on the bench. Have we seen any ends decks? No, no ends decks. I mean, it's got to be just like Dreepy Pass here from John then, right? So if you had the choice, would you rather remove Badoo or the poison package? Either. Keep it all. All right, John, you got to make a play. Okay, second Dragon Ball. Protect the Draclos, I guess, and pass. All right. Over to Henry. Draw power is very limited on John's side of the board now, to be honest. Okay. Less exciting. It is Secret Box, though. Trades away Zorak. Does play Drifloon. Here comes the card, though. Morty, baby. Let's go. Second Morty. We drawing cards out here. +4. We could get down double Monkey Dory here, to be honest, as Henry, and you could KO the active Dreepy. Maybe you could KO the Dreepy with double Monkey Dory here. Henry is still cooking. Loads up 1 onto Guardy for 2. Could just move 2 over. I think you're just Badooing again here from Henry. But Henry does have to pick up the pace here if he doesn't want this to end in a 1-0 for John. John forgot to Fez. Ooh, John did forget to Fez. You're right. John did forget to Fez. Yeah. Yeah, he did. I mean, here's Henry. I think you want to stay in Badoo as long as you possibly can. Yeah, John forgot to Fez. That's actually a big deal. -3 on the turn. I don't know how much it'll actually oh, I guess that active could have been a Dracloak instead, right? That's a pretty big deal potentially. I'm thinking about playing Boss. Bossing the Guardy up with energy feels weird, though. What is this play? Damage to the Kirlia. Okay. You're not KOing the Kirlia, are you? Dude, this play seems... How many prize cards does John have? 1? Dude, this play seems terrible. Well, I guess what is the better play, I guess? Would it be better to KO the monkey? I think John should have brought up the Zorak and punched the Zorak. I think John should have brought up Zorak and punched Zorak and not take it... I feel like clearing up Henry's bench here is so bad. Henry can literally go Mew Clefairy and the game is literally just over, right? This play I think is terrible from John. I think the best play from John was bring up the Zorak and punch it. Yeah, I think the best play from John was bring up the Zorak and punch it. And he's trying to wipe Henry's Guardies, but the issue is he'll get an attacker now. Yeah, exactly. You just get an attacker down, the game's over. Next turn KO Guardy X or Alts. Henry's not even gonna bench a Ralts here though, right? It's just gonna the board is gonna be Clefairy Mew. Maybe you're making like some kind of call on one of them being prized. You don't even need the Mew here though, because you can KO the... Henry can just draw 3 prize cards this turn by KOing the Dreepy, right? You just go KO Dreepy, set up Clefairy. All you need is Clefairy here. You don't even need Mew. Actually, you don't even set up Mew. I think you just go... Just set up a couple of... Like a Clefairy and a... Clefairy double Monkey Dory setup this turn would be fine. Yeah, Clefairy plus double Monkey Dory is like unbeatable as well. I don't know what... I think the best play from John was literally bring up Zorak, punch Zorak. I think bring up Zorak, punch Zorak. Because it traps the energies on the Gardevoir, which is what we saw be a problem in the last game. And then the Zorak needs an energy on itself to be able to retreat as well. I feel like bring up Zorak, punch Zorak was definitely the better play. This gives like... I feel like this just gives infinite options to Henry. We'll see though. I feel like we're going to a game 3 with not enough time for game 3 to complete. But honestly, though, the tie, as far as top cut implications go, the tie is not bad. X1-2 should be guaranteed cut. So for John would just have to go 3-1 day tomorrow, and then Henry could go like 2-1-1 or something like that. He's running a 2-2 Zorak, yes. Also, why double Pult? Double Pult to play around the Dracloak dying to Mew plus Clefairy. Yeah, here's the secret box. There's the Iono, thinning out a Artisan, maybe grabbing a Vessel or an Ultra Ball to thin out some other dead cards. Yeah. John can also 10-03 and maybe dodge Asim. That's true, he could 10-03, yeah. Can you explain Asim real quick? PokemonTCG top cut rules in tournament gameplay are top 8 asymmetrical cut. Every player that has the same record as the 8th seed player plays an asymmetrical cut. Asymmetrical cut will expand down to the players who have an equal match point record as the 8th seed. So 8th seed will play 9th seed. And it will extend down to a top 16 bracket and if needed a top 32 bracket. So 8th seed plays 9th seed. If 9th seed has the same amount of match points as 8th seed. 7th seed plays 10th seed if 10th seed has the same amount of match points as the 8th seed. So on and so forth until it is filled, until a potential top 32 bracket is filled up. After switch, it's Asim, then cut. Asim is cut. Asim is cut. 9 rounds of Swiss today, 4 rounds of Swiss tomorrow into asymmetrical top 8 cut. With a cap of a top 32. All right, Clefairy got loaded up. I think we have a Bravery Charm for the Clefairy as well. I don't know if we're putting that on the Clefairy. That seems pretty good on the Clefairy, though. You see, Henry just does not care about putting another ults in play at all. Not even a consideration. The hand here is still massive. The Dories have been done. Have we used both Dories? The active currently dies to a Dragapult attack. What was the double energy attach? Gardevoir's ability. One Dory is still alive? Okay. We should heal 30 off the Clefairy, right? Or is it 30 off the Guardy? It looks like Henry's going with 30 off the Guardy. I actually don't know what's correct, to be honest. But that means our Clefairy die, yeah? Wait, no. Plus 50? No, our Clefairy has 200 HP yet. Left. He does die. Interesting. It's just interesting that we're giving up on our Clefairy. But, I mean, I mean, you can't lose, I don't think. Like, we're so far ahead, it doesn't matter. If you're John here, I think you just concede and go to game 3 with a little bit of extra time. Because I think if one of these decks can win, it's definitely Dragapult, just because of how much pressure you can put on with Dusknoirs. I think less time favors John for sure, so I think you should just pack it up. Lost Dory just wins. Wait, wins for who? John can actually win, hold on. Wait, how? Oh, wait, because there's not enough bench Pokemon for the Clefairy to KO the active. I was kind of confused. Wait, actually, if Henry just benches one Pokemon... If Henry benches a single Pokemon... Can't Guardy just KO? No, but you KO the Guardy. You go Counter Catcher KO Guardy. And then the Clefairy with a full bench is doing 120, 140, 280. No, because there's double Monkey Dory, right? It's still over, yeah. Unfair Stand, bring up Zoroark. Yeah, Unfair Stand, bring up Zoroark is probably a play. Yeah, but it has to be bring up Zoroark, trap Zoroark for a turn. And yeah, so you have to trap Zoroark for a turn. So it is winnable, it is winnable. Maybe, so I guess you do maybe just stick it out then. Yeah, I guess if there's a route, sticking it out is correct here from John. Counter Catcher Guardian and plus KO Badoo plus Unfair Stamp. Yeah, I guess the double KO would work as well. That could work, yeah. John can just KO Clefairy. That is true. Yeah, I guess John could just KO Clefairy. Yeah. Wait, why didn't we protect the Clefairy? Well, yeah, John could just KO the Clefairy, I guess. Yeah, true. Okay, sure. Yeah. We found Ursaluna. Can we ever use Ursaluna here? Was the cape just within the deck? Yeah. Henry was like so fine with like letting the Clefairy stay in range though, which was weird. Unless like Henry forgot. I don't know. And he had uses counter catcher for Guardian next turn. Yeah, that would work. KO Clefairy, KO Badoo, right? Do you even KO the Badoo, or do you not want to KO Badoo for some reason? I guess you don't KO Badoo because it gives more bench space. Oh, no, but you kind of have to KO Badoo now before the Monkey Dories heal it out of range, right? Put 5 on Badoo. Badoo's got 60 HP left. Yeah, I think you have to deal with the Badoo now, right? Yeah, you have to KO the Badoo now. Sure, yeah. I mean, that makes sense to me. Oh, you do have Halucha. Halucha, you could put 5 on Badoo. Because Henry does play Mew and Fez for draw power. So you might want to avoid that. You do play Halucha, so the Halucha, you could put 5 on Badoo, and even if 6 is moved off, you could then go Halucha plus counter catcher. If you really wanted to. If John attacks with Ursaluna... Doesn't Henry just Stretcher for Clefairy and KO with Guardy? I mean, yeah, if he has Stretcher, yeah. We're assuming Stretcher is not happening. Yes, if your opponent always has the cards to win the game, they will win the game, yes. We're analyzing in the... Okay, he has Stretcher. we are analyzing the game in the realm of a possibility of it not happening. Okay, this also works. Okay, maybe he just always had game because of Screamtail. Did they just choose to tie? It looks like they chose to tie. Okay. All right. Well, that's the last round. Like I said, the tie still is... The tie isn't terrible for both players. Like, they can... X1-2 does make cut, so the tie is useful. Is that allowed? Yeah, of course. You can tie literally at any point of any match. Screamtail win. You move 60 damage off of the Gardevoir with both Monkey Dories onto the Pheasantipity, and then Screamtail does 160 to the Pheasantipity and knocks it out. Not gonna go for the 1 minute game 3. I would have, man. I'd be like, yo, shuffle the fuck up. Let's get this. Then I'd choose first and donk them with turn 2 Dusclops. I'm playing out that minute. I'm playing out the minute, personally. Why not just play in case of a donk situation? Well, the reason players choose to not play it out there is because they think they're just as likely to get donked as their opponent is. So they would rather have longer games. To decide they want to play an actual like full game of Pokemon to decide the winner. They want to play out the full game of Pokemon to decide the winner. They don't want to be like, I could donk you, but you could donk me. So with that in mind, I'm just gonna go ahead and say, let's just ID. I feel like I win. I would rather just take the tie, get the 1 point, because I'm not gonna get to play like a full game of Pokemon. Yeah, the Screamtail made it impossible to lose, I'm pretty sure. Or basically. Alright, chat. I'm going to go ahead and raid. Actually, let me check this first. Actually, one final reminder. I am doing a giveaway over on Twitch in the Twitch chat. ! Ticket to join the giveaway. Oh, and that's the giveaway here in just a minute before I log off. And I'll message the winner on Twitch, whoever wins. And then I'm just gonna raid the main channel here in case they do an interview. So that's gonna be the thing. I'm gonna go raid PokemonTCG. All right, I'm raiding the official channel. If they do an interview with either of the players, y'all can catch it over there. I'll see y'all tomorrow for day 2. 4 more rounds of Swiss into asymmetrical cut, at least a top 8. See how it all breaks down. Have a good rest of your day. I'm gonna go take a nap probably. I didn't get a ton of sleep. So yeah, let me run this giveaway real fast. Close giveaway. Draw a winner. Our winner is Squiggy. Congratulations, Squiggy. I'll send you a message on Twitch. All right, have a good one, chat. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.